morning. If we are live, I'm not sure yet. Still too early to tell. Still too early to tell. Usually, I get an email saying that I'm not signed in. So maybe. Let's uh, let's go on YouTube and have a look. Yes. Okay. I'm live. All right. Hello. Good morning to at least three of you out there. Oh, hang on. I'm one of them. So two more. Um, I'm going to attempt to live stream from Brisbane to Sydney today, as the thumbnail suggests. We'll see how it goes. All we can do is give it a crack, I guess. So let's. So I'm starting here at Brisbane Airport. I thought an appropriate place to start would be here. So I see Nina's up. Yes, Nina. Thank you for texting. Um, yeah, I just had a technical issue with a flat battery in the laptop. I'll explain it a bit later, but when we get on the road, so I am going to join the chat. There we go. All right, we got some plane spotters just out there outside, um, and they're enjoying watching the planes landing at 6:30 at Brisbane Airport in the morning on a Saturday morning. So, all right, let's go and let's see how far this equipment gets us before before we stop. All right, just leaving the loop, the Acacia Street Loop at Brisbane Airport, the plane spotting place for people in Brisbane that want to watch planes. Um, things are kind of working. Yep, all right. Excuse my cough. All right, so today I've got the opportunity to deliver a brand new Toyota Hilux to Wollongong today. From Brisbane to Sydney and then just down into Wollongong, and I'll drop this vehicle off tomorrow morning. And then I'll catch a train back to Sydney and a plane back to Brizzy. So a quick little trip, but looking forward to it. So as I clean the windscreen, so brand new windscreen wipers. So hopefully the camera won't struggle to give us good pictures today. So underneath the taxiways here at Brisbane Airport, the taxiways to the second runway. I believe it's taxiways Yankee and Zulu. So there we go. Let's not focus on the raindrops. It is raining. Fortunately, it's been quite a lot of water between Brisbane and Sydney over the last week, especially Sydney, I've heard. I'm going to stop here quickly because I have taped up my window where the antenna cable goes through. However, it's not it's not fully taped up, and it's annoying. So I'm going to just tidy that up. set back on. See that all the equipment's still working by looks. And get out of here before the feds that just drove past. Actually, the security guys pulled in behind me to move me on, but I'm already moving on, boys, so you can not worry about that. Alrighty, Brisbane Airport right in front of us, where the plane spotters hang out and video their the plane spotting from. There's people up there already. Plane spotters like to go up to level 9 at the P1 parking area there at B&E, and oof, all right. So that seems to work. All right. So Nina's not the best weather today, no. It shouldn't hinder. Hopefully it'll be a great drive. There's some technical hurdles. So this is a 2024, maybe it's a 2025 Hilux. I don't know. It's got 50 kilometers on the clock. It's brand new. It's automatic, but it's actually an EV. So it's has a bit of an electric motor thing happening, and I'll try and explain it a bit more soon. But let's just say the inverter that I'm using to power my equipment, if I use the starter motor, as in if I press the button and it starts conventionally, it will shut the inverter off, and then the router will shut down, and we lose the stream. So hopefully, but well, hopefully that doesn't happen unless unless I choose it to. Anyway, oh, good work! Oh, what a legend! We've got one already. Oh, you are an absolute moron, taxi driver. What a moron! Well, we 5 minutes into the trip already, and we've already had our first incident being cut off by a moronic taxi driver. Mate, if you're going to go the wrong way, you could just go down the road there and turn right, and you'll be back here. So, what an idiot. So, well, what can you do? You just got to avoid these people. I am on the telemarketer's headset at the moment. That should be working. Yep. And yes, the drive is just over 900 k's, so not quite 1,000 k's. But for all intents and purposes, you just say 1,000 k's. Just round it up. So Gold Coast. Let's make sure we get in the right lane. When I say the right lane, I mean the correct lane. Yes, Nina, an exciting start to the day. Thank you, 13 cabs, T58681. Always like to have those details just in case. I mean, I'm assuming he was that close when he cut us off that we probably got the rego. So that'll make a nice short for tomorrow. We've started already. So I'll explain why we're a little bit late to start. So I was going to try and start at about 6 o'clock. Nina, how is the sound? And can you hear the wind whistling through the open window? Hopefully not. It'll only annoy me for about 12 hours today, but worth it. I'm going to have to teach Nina how to do the 5x5 thing. So I have the light set up today. The light setup is the bare minimum. So one camera out the front, my laptop, the router, and the inverter. It's a small 200 watt inverter that plugs into the power socket. The power socket that it's plugged into is actually the constant power socket that's in the back of the center console in the Hiluxes. As we sit on like 90 kilometers an hour. And let's put some cruise control on. There we go. And there's one of my favorite Lexus, the RC, off to the left there in the first lane. Is it an RC 350? Give me an RC 500. Oh, well, not RC 500, RCF is what I'm trying to say. So we're travelling light today, 5x5. You can't hear it. It being the wind noise coming through the passenger side window where and I thought I'd put the cable through the front window. I think that was a bad choice. That was a bad choice. But if you can't hear it, then that's okay. I can live with it. As we are about to go over the Gateway Bridge. So this is like this is a nice start to the day. I know I put the Story Bridge on the thumbnail, but I'm not going to duck into the city and go across the Story Bridge. I will, however, endeavour to go across the Sydney Harbour Bridge this afternoon, and make my way to Shep's Mound at Sydney Airport. We're going to do a few things today. We're going to do introduction to the UHF, to the CB radio, which I have in my hot little hand right here. Set to channel 40, the trucker channel. Wow, the everyone channel. But yeah, it's like the public channel, you could say, that everyone can connect on, and then you can switch channels and what have you. So we'll see if we can get some CB action today. What else? Yeah, we're going to talk about this Hilux. So it's a hybrid. I hope my boss paid for the tolls. Yeah, so it's a hybrid Hilux, and the hybrid system on it, like it's got the EV sticker on the number plate, which is what alerted me to what it is, because there's no hybrid stickers or badges or anything on the Hilux. But I looked it up, and it's from what I can gather, it's a little motor attached to the engine. Bit of speed wobbles from the B double. It's a little electric motor. It's a 48 volt electric motor, I think, attached to the engine that through the belt system. So it's like an alternator, essentially. And from what I can gather, when you start the Hilux normally with the push button start, it uses the starter motor like normal to start the car. Now when that happens, it pulls so much load that it trips the inverter, it turns the inverter off, and then I lose my internet that I'm beaming out on, which sucks. And then I have to reset it as quickly as possible. So, however, this vehicle has stop-start technology in it, which means if I pull up at a set of lights, the car will stop. But when I take my foot off the brake to pull away from the traffic lights, it restarts and drives off. A lot of cars, a lot of new cars have that technology. Now, if it does that, it doesn't seem to use the starter motor. I think it uses the 48 volt electric motor to do that. So when it does that, it doesn't trip the inverter. So the stop-start technology, and my boss, Michael, if you're going to listen today, he said the next time we get to a set of traffic lights is going to be Coffs Harbour. He said we could talk about it then. Well, I can talk about it now, but we can experience it at Coffs Harbour when we hit a few sets of traffic lights. That the stop-start technology uses the 48 volt motor that's attached via the belt to the engine that will refire the motor without using the starter motor, is what I can gather. That the 48 volt battery is located under the back seat. Not that I've looked for it yet, but I might look for it tonight maybe. And so the stop start won't affect the transmission, but if I stop the vehicle for like when I get fuel, I'll have to stop the car. So hopefully I only have to get, did I say V-active technology? Is that what it's called? I don't know. Are you sitting there on Google looking it up? Nina, you little champion, you little moderator. I don't know what it's called. It's just a very, I couldn't even call it mild EV. Like you can't use it to drive on electric only mode. As we've got our first vehicle, this is going to be a constant thing because it is a constant thing. People just hogging the right lane. So the Ford Everest up ahead, I believe her name is probably Fee. Fee. Yeah, the right lane's the overtaken lane, mate. Yeah, it gives it an extra like 12 kilowatts, like 15, 16 horsepower. So it's supposed to just give the vehicle a little bit more oomph. So yeah, a little motor generator. So it's a motor when you want more power, and it's a generator, so it will regenerate the battery under the back seat. So the 48 volt battery will get charged by the 48 volt motor generator. But then when you want to use that power, it will then discharge from the battery through the electric motor and provide the engine with an additional 12 kilowatts, I believe. So this must be a Hilux SR I'm taking. It's not an SR5, or it's definitely not a Rogue. Yes, that's probably where I was looking it up yesterday. Oh, I see the problem. Fee is from, it might not be, I mean, I don't know if that's a personalised plate, but it seems to be a New South Wales plate. So that's a good question. Who's worse at not keeping left unless overtaking as I follow this New South Wales driver? Queenslanders or New South Welshmen? Clearly New South Wales at this point in time, but I'm about to spend most of the day driving through New South Wales, so we'll get a first-hand account. Oh, Fee, you're wobbling all over the place. Maybe you need to pay attention to the road. I have no idea. Is this person drunk or what? They're definitely not overtaking. This is not considered an overtake. I'll give them a flash just to do the right thing. I have no idea what this person is doing. They are all over the shop. I've not for a long time seen a car like moving from side to side across the lane as much as they are. No idea what they're doing. Oh, they like can't even keep the vehicle between the white lines. Like, what is going on here? I'll I don't know what the go is with this fella, but he's holding up traffic behind. I don't have a rear camera at this time, but he's holding up a line of traffic in the right-hand lane. He's just sitting in the right-hand lane, just being a right-hand hog. He's a bit of an overweight fella. I couldn't tell. Yeah, he's getting flashed. People are flashing him. He's getting flashed to move. Now people are having to go around him. That's a perfect example of how not to drive on a motorway, people. And I don't know if he's born in Australia or if he's an immigrant or if he has been driving in Australia for very long, but it doesn't seem like it because he has literally no idea. Everyone behind him has been flashed. He's just still sitting in the right-hand lane, has no idea. As I look to change lanes, let's hop in behind this Hyundai. And then take the exit towards the Gold Coast and then finally Sydney. Windy. No, it's not windy. Like, I can look at the trees. There's like no wind. He's not wobbling all over the road because of wind. Trust me, Nina. Not at all. He was a mobile roadblock, sitting on about 95 kilometres an hour in a 100 zone in the right-hand lane. Perfect example of ignorance. Someone who has no idea. That's not a person that's just wants to sit in the right-hand lane because they want to block traffic on purpose or anything like that. As now, the Nissan Juke, such an ugly car. And look, you know what? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I get it. But the Nissan Juke is definitely not an attractive car. It's just bulbous. And bulbous is not a good word. It's only windy. No, it's not windy. Nah, I just don't know if that person driving that vehicle in the right-hand lane is a very good driver. They're not. Like, when I looked across, I'll just tell it how it is. Very overweight. His stomach was basically pressed up against the steering wheel. So, take from that what you will. I can't see having your stomach pressed up, being so fat, being overweight, being unhealthy. I can't see that being a good thing for driving, having your stomach pressed up against the steering wheel. So, unfortunately, I don't have a camera out the side yet, but hey, the channel is only young. Well, I'll get back to the vehicle. Thank you, Nina, for describing the 48 volt hybrid system in the new Hilux as a as the Chinese Hilux imitation passes us. I'm gonna have to come across because we're gonna lose a lane soon. So I'll make sure I've got some space, no cars behind me. And you know me, I wait until the merge point before I actually merge across. But this Mazda's not They could be doing 100. It's all right. The speed has only just recently changed here through Springwood with roadworks. It has been 80 for quite a while, but now it's back up to 100. So what else have I done? Have I got ways up? I actually haven't got ways up. Oh, wow, silly me. Why don't I have ways up? Shep's Mound is where we'll, as another New South Wales driver in front of me, I can feel, because I've got the adaptive cruise control on, I can feel when the vehicle detects another car in front and it slows up from 100 k's an hour to like 95, whatever Mr. Hoodie is driving. People who wear hoodies in the daytime, criminals. Just my opinion. Just my opinion. Shep's Mound at Ross Smith Ave, Mascot. All right, so it's just you and me, Nina. You and me. So this says 9 hours from here. 9 hours. Look, we're going to take some breaks. We definitely have to fill up at one stage. So, thank you, Mazda. So yeah, thank you for describing the hybrid system in the new Hilux, and it's almost such a small thing. Like, it adds 12 kilowatts. 12 kilowatts. It adds 12 kilowatts when you put your foot down and you take off. I mean, it's already a turbocharged engine. It only adds 12 kilowatts. And you can't drive electric mode only. It almost seems pointless with the amount of money, research and development that technology would cost. Like, I get it, the stop-start technology is going to work better with it than just the alternator. Now, I'm assuming there's both, because Michael was asking, why does it sound like it starts with a starter motor when you first start the car using the push button, but it doesn't sound like it when it does the stop-start technology? And that's what I'm deducting, is that, so why even have a starter motor anymore, Toyota? Like, you could literally just start the vehicle on the motor generator, the 48-volt motor generator, unless the battery's flat. So there's the 48-volt battery under the back seat, but the car obviously still runs the 12-volt battery, because you've got all these 12-volt systems in the car, like your phone charger and all that sort of stuff. And so if the battery ended up being flat, the 48-volt battery ends up being flat, because it's only like 3.1 amp hours or watt hours or whatever the thing is. If it ends up being flat when you park the car up, then you wouldn't be able to start the car. But you still can start the car with the 12-volt battery under the bonnet. And then once the car's running, you can then charge the 48-volt battery under the back seat. All right. Oh, this BMW coming up behind me in the left lane. He's going to hit a bit of a roadblock. You watch. He'll fly in between. He's getting chased by the Golf. You watch him carve it up. P-platers. Well, at least the first one. Yeah. There you go. A bit of action. What do we got? A BMW and I'm going to assume they're probably friends and they're probably street racing each other. obviously we don't condone that sort of behaviour on public roads. Anyway, I will remember that there's no rear-facing camera today. So if I see anything in the rear-view mirror that's about to happen, I will preempt it. Alright, Waze is open now, so... Yes, Waze is on now. I had so much to set up this morning, and then things weren't working. Alright, so I'll get back to the slight issue I had and why I started at 6:30 instead of 6. Is firstly, I had my laptop upstairs last night, but I'd left the charger for it in the car to hook up this morning, and the battery got quite low, down to like 5% last night. So apparently, when I plugged not apparently, what happened was when I plugged both my laptop and the router into the car this morning, into the inverter, because the laptop was so flat, it was drawing more power than it does if it's just topping up the battery. And the router wouldn't fire up, and actually it couldn't do both. The little inverter couldn't handle trying to power both, recharging the laptop battery and running the router. So I had to disconnect the router as I drove from my place to the airport to start, disconnect the router and let the battery in the laptop charge as we go up to 110 kilometers an hour now. Well, I try to with the adaptive cruise control, but the vehicle in front of me, oh yeah, they've sped up. Yeah, so I couldn't run both because this poor little inverter is, I definitely need to invest in a slightly bigger inverter. And I say slightly bigger because I still want it to be able to plug into the power socket of the car instead of having to clamp it to the battery terminals under the bonnet. So, so that's why I had to wait an extra half an hour. And then when I was at the Acacia Street Loop there at Brisbane Airport, the laptop had got up to 50% charge. So then I tried using both the laptop and the inverter, and they worked. Then, for some reason, my streaming software wouldn't connect to YouTube. And as the Corolla in front of me is slowing us down, that's how far the radar can detect the car in front. It can detect it a little bit further than that, but it started slowing me down that far, and I'm set on the closest setting. So it's three distance settings. What do we got? Oh, okay. I think that's so I just heard a ding ding in my ear. It's from YouTube. It's Sid Squad, I believe, might have started streaming this morning from Sydney Airport. So I take it they won't be there by the time we get there this afternoon, as again, being slowed down by the traffic in front. 110 people. But admittedly, the little Yaris in front is probably sitting on 110 on their speedo, not using GPS. So, and what sticker do they have? It's something to do with my other car is an Uber. Well, that doesn't surprise me. As we need the right-hand lane to drive back up to 110. I keep getting all these messages from Seed Squad. Maybe they're starting a live stream. Well, how about that? So Nina was just saying, driving assist systems, only discovered these when I explained them last time. Yeah. So, well, obviously the router's not charging because the router, I don't know, maybe Sid Squad's having trouble getting connection because I keep getting emails, keep getting notifications. The router doesn't need to charge because it's just powered on. I didn't bring the big lithium battery because I wasn't sure about putting it on the plane tomorrow. So I'm dangling off a thread when it comes to powering up the equipment with this little inverter. Well, look, to be honest, I think I paid like $70 from JCar for it. It's just got a small lead that plugs into the power socket. It's just got the one GPO connector. The one GPO connector, so general purpose outlet, so plug. But I've got a double adapter plugged into that to run both the laptop and the router. Now, when everything's topped up, it seems to work, as it is right now. And as we pass Joy, all these New South Welsh people. So again, I'll say it. If you're driving and somebody overtakes you on your left, you should be left. If somebody has the ability to overtake you on your left, you're not doing it right. Doesn't matter. I understand the road rules, and that's fine. I'm not saying that Joy over there in her little Yaris is breaking the road rules, but what I'm saying is, if you practice good driving technique when traffic is light, like it is now, therefore when traffic gets heavy, moderate to heavy, and you still practice good driving technique, as I let the little Mazda 2 P-plater. The P-platers are in a hurry this morning. And but the Mazda 2 overtakes me on my right, as it should. But if you're being overtaken on the right, you're not doing it right. That's going to be my catch cry. I don't know that anyone can, disagree with me and make sense. Now this P-plater has hit the brakes all of a sudden and slowed right down for some reason. I've got my cruise control set. The ambulance is travelling slightly slower, so there's no Waze isn't saying there's any speed cameras around or anything like that, so I don't know why he just backed the hell off. As now I pull in front of the Mazda 2. But for some reason people don't like travelling in that left lane. When you think about keep left and less overtaking, that means keep left. Now I know the road rules say that all three of these left lanes are left lanes. This isn't a centre lane. The ambulance is in the left lane. The overtaking lane is the right lane. So now we have a speed camera alert for in a couple of 100 metres. Let's see if it's still there. There it is. Speed camera's still there. As I jump back into the left lane. Literally 110 kilometres an hour. Exactly. GPS speed, 110. And again, overtaking somebody on their right, you should be in the left-hand lane. Just saying. There'll probably be a little bit of quiet time on the drive today. I'm not going to talk the whole way. Well, or will I? My friends who know me will probably think I will talk the whole way. Nina's saying, do I need to get it back? Maybe I do need to get it back up. I was saying just before, I probably need to invest in a slightly better inverter for the light setup so that um, it doesn't, they're not just hanging on a thread, potentially about to lose power. Oh, hello, Sarah. Sarah, good to hear from you, mate. Sarah, Nina, Sarah. Those two will understand the joke because I actually introduced them face to face a week ago. So those two already know each other. At least they've been introduced. Thank you, Nina, for making Sarah welcome. This is, I don't know if she's ever chatted on a live stream before, so it could be her first time. I'm definitely keen. I won't talk too much about Sarah because I don't want to embarrass her or anything, but she is one of the coolest women I've ever known. All I'm going to say is this. I really want her on the channel to chat with her at some stage because Sarah's... I don't know too many women that have raced at Bathurst, and she's one of them. At the Bathurst 6 hour. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 6 hour. 6 hour? 12 hour. Oh, 12 hour. Bathurst 12 hour. Sorry, it was a long... I remember it was a long day. The Bathurst 12 hour back in 2012, if I got that, got the year correct. And second in class and top 10 overall in the Lotus. That was such a good day. I'm so glad that I was there for that. So yeah, Sarah's raced a few racing series back in the day. We might have to encourage her to get it. As the P-plater comes flying past me again, go little Mazda 2. I'd say predictability there is lacking. It's hard to predict what a car's going to do when they don't make sense. But anyway. Thanks, Sarah. I like being other people's favourite peoples. That's cute. Thank you, Bid Food Truck. Yeah, so, well, we'll talk about this section of road quickly. So, I believe it's from around, well, it's on the M1. I think maybe before the the Gateway Arterial joins up, but you'll see signs where it's 3 lanes. It'll say no trucks in the right lane, and when it's 4 lanes like it is here, there'll be signs saying no trucks to be driving in the right 2 lanes. So the trucks have the 2 left lanes, so lanes 1 and 2, as we see a whole stream of vehicles coming off, and that's a good point. If you can tell, they don't have a lot of gaps between them. So people are having to move out of their way so they can move across. When you come onto the motorway on an on-ramp, you have to have space in between the vehicles so that you can slot across into traffic without affecting the traffic already on the motorway and slowing down and speeding up and being a nuisance, being mobile roadblock. That's definitely something I haven't spoken about yet, but it's one thing to get up to the speed of the traffic on the motorway before you slot across. But if you've got a whole heap of traffic on the on-ramp coming onto the motorway and there's barely any gaps between those vehicles, you can't expect to get across. So anyway, we'll talk about that another time. So yeah, back to where I was. No trucks in the right 2 lanes here. I've driven this road a fair bit over the last 3 months, and trust some truck drivers don't give a crap. They will use the right lanes if they want to. So we'll do a few trips up and down the M1 motorway between the Gold Coast and Brisbane on the channel, and I'm sure we'll see it happen. So Nina's asking, Sarah, what's the longest drive you've done? Well, can I get in on that question too? Here we go. Here's a sign that says, trucks no right 2 lanes. So, well, it's a 110 zone, and if trucks are only supposed to be doing 100 kilometres an hour, if you had bloody 4 trucks wide all sitting on 100, then how's anyone supposed to do 110? My longest drive, are you talking about in one day or from start to finish? Or like, what's the, in one go on 1 tank of fuel? Hopefully Sarah will engross us on her longest drive. I know I'm going to say that my longest drive was from Perth to Brisbane. Probably getting close to, I don't know, 10 years ago now. I bought a car in Perth. I flew across, I picked it up and I drove it back. It took 7 days, but I overnighted a couple of nights in Adelaide and overnighted a couple of nights in Broken Hill at friends' places. So the trip was, I flew into Perth. I picked up my new second-hand V8 Volvo S80. I'll tell you what an understated, beautiful car the V8 S80 is. It was immaculate. White leather interior, beautiful bronze oyster pearl paint job. Oh, it was awesome car. I only had it for a year because I've got too many cars. So, and then a guy from Melbourne bought it, flew up, picked it up and drove it back to Melbourne. Kind of what I did. But getting back to Perth, I flew in, picked the car up. It was held at a car storage place for me. I went in, I picked it up, and I drove straight to, I think it was full of petrol for me as well, full of fuel. So I drove straight to a JB Hi-Fi to pick up some electrical connectors so I could connect my phone to the, I don't think it had, I'm trying to remember if it had Bluetooth or not, but it had a plug I could plug into the stereo. So I plugged a hardwired into the stereo. So, and then I left Perth. I was in Perth for an hour. Not my first time in Perth. It was actually my second time to Perth. All I'm going to say about Perth is that 1 hour is not enough time to spend in Perth. Obviously. And I drove to Kalgoorlie the first night, which was a Friday. It was what day was it? It was a Friday night, I remember, because the next day I did Kalgoorlie Park Run. It must be one of the most isolated park runs in the world. Kalgoorlie Park Run. Anyway, did Park Run, left there, drove to Border Village just into the South Australian border. Amazing drive. Across the Nullarbor Plain, across the, it's about 138 kilometres or something like that, and the road is straight. It's one of the longest straight stretches of road in the world. Yeah, it was a huge drive, but it wasn't in one day, Nina. I get to Border Village, spend the night there. Up early, up just before sunrise, because there's a lot of wildlife out there, so can't be you don't really want to be driving at dusk and dawn. So we I say we, me and the Volvo, Vicky, I named it Vicky the Volvo. We started out nice and early on the Sunday morning, And it was New Year's Eve. I remember New Year's Eve, and we went from Border Village to Goolwa, which is near Victor Harbour, south of Adelaide. So from Border Village, so it was pretty much just a South Australian drive day that day. So first 2 days Western Australia, next day South Australia. I overnighted in Goolwa, well 2 nights in Goolwa. I stayed with my friend Tracy. For those of you who don't know, I was on a reality TV show a few years ago. Tracy was an awesome person I got to hang out with for a few weeks, and we've remained friends ever since. And so I won't change lanes yet. Oh, there we go. Thank you. There's a Golf behind me in the middle lane, but they changed lanes because the MG wants to hog the right lane, not overtaking anybody. Again, if I'm passing you on your left and you're just not doing it right. Oh, now she speeds up. Yeah, good work, champ. Good work, champ. Well, I've done this road a fair few times in the last 3 months, working a lot on the Gold Coast. But I've been working at Broadbeach, which is some of the next exits coming up. So there was a trip to Byron Bay a couple of weeks ago, which we live streamed, didn't we, Nina? So we'll see if we drop out as these two vehicles try to occupy the same lane. The Forester and the Troop Carrier. The Forester from the Northern Territory, the Troopy from New South Wales. They look like they've had a fun trip for the camping rig. He hasn't had a shave for a while, a few days. Cheap wine and a 3-day growth. As we can now occupy the middle lane. All right. So Sarah, Victoria to Brisbane. Which racetrack was it? You forgot which one. Winton or Phillip Island? Let's say it probably wasn't the Melbourne Grand Prix circuit. So there's Winton near Benalla. It could have been that track. There's Phillip Island, but if it was Phillip Island, Sarah, you'd remember that. What other racetracks are in Victoria? No big ones. No, like V8 supercar tracks. Oh, Calder racetrack, where the Thunderdome is. I raced that one a couple of years ago as a part of Thunderbolt Run. Brisbane to Cairns is. I'm going to say Brisbane to Cairns is slightly longer. I think I measured this. I looked it up. Nina might look it up. Brisbane to Cairns is slightly longer than Brisbane to Melbourne. Brisbane to Marlborough. Yeah, Marlborough's, north of Rocky. That's not far. Rocky's like six hours. So Marlborough's only like 7 hours. That's a family member's place, if I remember correctly. How far is it from Brisbane to Cairns? I think Brisbane to Cairns, without even leaving Queensland, is a longer drive than Brisbane to Melbourne, which goes over 3 states. We don't quite go. You spend an hour in Queensland, which we are doing right now, and then you cross the border at that, just near Coolangatta Airport. Is Tezza on? Hey Tezza, morning brother. Good to have you here. I know you got to work later today, but hopefully you can be a part of the stream before and after work today. Yeah, so I'll finish my drive. So I did 2 days in Goolwa with Tracy and her family, which was awesome. And then I drove to Broken Hill, which isn't very far. And Broken Hill's in New South Wales, but they operate on South Australian time because it's just easier for them. South Australia time is half an hour behind the eastern states. But Broken Hill, being in the very western edge of New South Wales, operates on South Australian time. So that was a quick drive, but I did stop along the way and take some awesome photos of my car, new car, because I'd owned it like, 3 days, on a train line. Some really cool photos sitting on a train line. That was in between Adelaide and Broken Hill. Spent 2 nights at Broken Hill with some friends of mine. And then I drove from Broken Hill to Goondiwindi. And by then, I think it was Saturday morning again. I'm pretty sure I did parkrun there. And overnight I did parkrun and then finished my drive home. 7-day drive. 7-day drive from Perth to Brisbane. Could have been a 4-day drive, but I stayed at some friends' places. I swear I was following this ute with the trailer the other day. That number plate looks familiar. So Brisbane to Cairns is 17:03 and 18 hours. And what is it to Melbourne? Come on. It's not much in it. Brisbane to Cairns or Brisbane to Melbourne. Depends if you want to go and sip lattes and hang out in the crappy cold weather, or if you you want to drive north instead and hang out with the Irriganji. And the beautiful weather up in far north Queensland. It's amazing. Even when it rains, it's awesome rain. Alright, we have I was overtaking, so I know I was in the right, even though little Mazda here, appearing on our left, was carving it up through the left lane. Obviously, I wasn't overtaking the vehicles fast enough. I know you say Victoria to Brisbane, but I take it that's actually Melbourne. So there's like about 10 kilometres difference between Brisbane to Cairns or Brisbane to Melbourne. Yeah, Winton Raceway. That's a loud. Oh my, he's old too. So little Honda Civic Type R was quite loud and buzzy. You probably didn't hear it because no ambient, definitely no ambient mic today. And then I look across at the driver and he's probably 70. I kind of like that. I kind of want to be a 70-year-old still hooning around in a little Japanese buzz box. That would be fun. Oh, you're saying there's a few more K's difference in it. Well. Well, that's what happens when they put bypasses in. They shorten the highways. The trips. Like, I remember it was pretty much 1,000 kilometres from, like, Holsworthy Army Barracks in Western Sydney to Caboolture in North Brisbane. Was 1,000 kilometres. Now with motorways and bypasses and stuff like that, they've shaved quite a lot of kilometres. Like, I'm going to say it's close to 100 kilometres off the trip, maybe not 100 kilometres, but just not going through like the old winding roads. Now with the big motorways, like it's It's minimum dual lane all the way from Brisbane to Sydney and Sydney to Melbourne. I remember when it wasn't. I have never been to Winton. I've driven past. I know where the track is. I've driven past it. If I could go back and do my time again, I spent 2 years in Albury-Wodonga. And if I could go back and do my time again, I would have gone to Winton and watched motorsport for sure. Back in the day. But unfortunately, I didn't. What's the... So the weather looks like it's getting worse. It's definitely getting greyer as we head towards New South Wales. Not a metaphor, just talking about the weather. Winton's a great track, but it's a bit short. I don't know, when did you go there, Sarah? Because I know that they added some. They made the track a little bit longer over the years. Unlike tracks like Lakeside. You like Lakeside, I'm sure. And it's no longer. It's like a... if you're in a good, decent car, you're doing Lakeside in under a minute. Under 60 seconds. Yeah, when was the last time you were on the racetrack, Sarah? So I was watching this paper flying around on the road, and then I think it got pinned to the front of the Nissan Navara in front, because it got flicked out from the car in front, and then flew up. I reckon it stuck to the front of the Navara. Been a few race cars have paper stuck to their grills and their radiators that caused some havoc over the years, especially at Bathurst, as we hit an 80 zone. That's a good track. That's a good track. Oh, you reckon Lakeside's better than Phillip Island? I've raced at Lakeside and at Phillip Island. I haven't raced a bike at Lakeside, but they actually have the bus stop, that little extra corner at Lakeside for the bikes to slow them down. So I've actually never been on that part of the track, but I've driven a bunch of different cars around Lakeside. Such a fun track, but Phillip Island is awesome. Such a good track. Sarah, that's a brag. That's a brag. The last track that Sarah raced on was the Nürburgring Nordschleife back in 2016. So that's getting all. That's 9 years ago, mate. We're gonna have to get you back out on the track soon. Yeah, the clouds are getting dark. That's a brag. I have been to Nürburgring. Like, I've been to the track. It was just after New Year's. It was in the middle of winter. It was snowing and the track was closed. There was no cars on the track. But the area is beautiful. Area was beautiful. Castles and what have you. Amazing part of the world. But I was only there for a brief moment. I think I stopped and had lunch while I was on my way to Munich. Yes, it is a brag. So you say... Oh, Maxi, sorry. Good to see you here too, mate. So apparently Julia flights. Are they in South Korea? Might have. I'm going up against plane spotting channels. I thought I saw them. As I get cut off by Rav. I thought I saw Julia flights in South Korea last night. Definitely lights on weather, people. I'm not sure if the automatic lights will, I don't know if it's dark enough. Well, the street lighting's on up there. Well, most of it's on, so I'm going to say it's dark enough here for the, well done there, Land Rover Defender. That's a last second.com move. Yeah, morning, Maxi. Good to have you here, mate. Oh, so I'll say this now. I think Tezza might still be hanging around lurking. Tezza the lurker. Actually, I can tell when my automatic lights come on because my dashboard goes into dark mode, which it just did as I went under that bridge. So there you go. I can't tell because the light on the dashboard just say that my lights are. If you know Toyota, or at least the Hilux, you can't turn the lights off. You can turn it down to parkers, but you can't turn the lights off. Like, even when they're off, they're not. There's no off. It's auto, parkers, or on. So it's hard to tell, but the dashboard went into dark mode. So yeah, you're there. All right, so I can't do it at the moment, but Nina, we're going to have to connect on Messenger for a couple of reasons, but one is because I've made a group chat, and I know you don't have very good Wi-Fi at the moment at that cute little cottage that you're staying at out at, what's the name of the place you're staying at? Wongelbong. Wongelbong? All right, here is the New South Wales border, people. We are crossing into enemy territory. This, that red, well, it used to be really red. That's faded. It's faded quite a lot. That's, I don't know, weird-looking spire, inverted spire on the border. As we now are about to go underneath. So we've already been under the taxiways of Brisbane Airport. We're about to go underneath the runway of Coolangatta Airport. And then this afternoon, we'll be driving underneath the runway of Sydney Airport. What a day. What a day for a drive. Yes, we're going to have to connect on Messenger so I can add you to the group chat for the moderators, Nina. Because Max and Tez are already there. So we need to connect on Messenger. But it's probably, I've looked for you. I can't find you. You're going to have to look for me. You're going to have to look for me. Look for me and add me on Facebook or Messenger or whatever. Send me a message, please. And I'll connect when I stop for a break. Underneath the Coolangatta Airport. There you go. We've been under two airports today already, and one more to go. Alright, so apparently I'm back. But we will find out. Maybe I need a new pooter. Let's see. Let's see. YouTube. Oh, this is so much fun. Live streaming, long distance. All right. No, that's not. Let's go off that one. So apparently it says I'm live, but I just think the area I'm in is so crap. Yeah, and I can see Nina and Max here have now rejoined me, but I mean it could be like this all the way to Sydney. I know Tezza was saying it's like that north of Byron, and we're just about to pass the Ewingdale exit or Ewingdale Road exit into Byron and Bangalow. So this is where Nina and I got to a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, if that's the worst of it, then okay. But for some reason, I think it's probably not the last time it's going to happen. And my laptop, like, just had mental conniptions. I couldn't even hit Control Alt Delete. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't shut down. It wouldn't restart. I had to do a forced shutdown. OBS crashed. It's like everything that could happen to the laptop happened all at once. Except the battery's now full. We don't have an issue with the battery. Yeah, I did pick up before the first part of the stream finished, Max. You were saying that our communications, like our mobile phones and our internet and all of that, has seemed to have declined over the last couple of years. I can't say I've noticed. It might be one of those things. I mean, things like, you know, when you've got an older phone, I've been with iPhone now for quite some time, since iPhone 4. It's like when you've got a slightly older iPhone, it seems to get slower. And then it's like, well, is that because they want you to buy a new iPhone? They slow your your old iPhone down, so you go out and buy a new iPhone. I think Apple got found guilty or something of making that happen, slowing their phones down or making the batteries not last as long or stuff like that. Putting software in to make your battery to use more of your battery, so your battery doesn't last longer. We could open up a whole bunch of conspiracy theories. We've got time. Yeah, the rain's crap. Background noise? Could be anything. Probably the rain on the windscreen. It's pretty heavy. Cows in the house. Why is there a cow in the house? Why is my camera not focusing? Focus camera. Why is there water on the road? Morning to you too, buddy. Is it raining at home? Considering you live up the street from me. It wasn't too bad when I left. It's terrible in New South Wales. There's a car stopped up on the left here. I can only just see it. Unfortunately, my camera's trying to focus on the windscreen wipers because of the rain. Refocus camera, refocus. There we go. There we go. Nah. Oh well. Well, the mic is working perfectly because it's a different mic. I cheaped out and I bought a telemarketer's headset, so it's only got the one speaker on one side and the boom mic. I can't remember what brand it is. And it's a USB plug rather than plugging into the soundboard. So the soundboard's definitely something I'm keen to get sorted out. But because I'm flying home tomorrow, I didn't want to bring the soundboard. Just extra equipment to lug around at the moment. So I've just got a USB telemarketer's headset plugged into the laptop. The camera's plugged into the laptop. Again, feel free to focus anytime, laptop or camera. I mean, you can only do so much when Mother Nature turns against you. Just grin and bear it. Morning. Well, it's either Adam or Veronica. Either one of you or both of you. Morning, the restart. But hopefully, yeah, if that's the worst of it. Plus, well, the other thing is too, I don't know if Middo's back yet. I know he was turning on the coffee machine. Middo and I went through a few settings on the modem on Wednesday night before State of Origin and activated a few bits and pieces, but the proof is in the pudding. And yeah, I'm not sure if before was a connection issue or if it was a laptop issue. If it was a laptop issue, then maybe the modem itself, the router's doing okay. Maybe. It's flashing at me, which it should be. And obviously we're streaming, so that's working. We're streaming in the rain. Max, I would... How good... What? Seriously, Max, this channel gets up and running and starts kicking goals, live streaming, going over to the States and like setting up in a Storm Chaser's car through the Midwest or something like that would be freaking mad. I know they film their stuff, but I'm not sure that they live stream it. I'm not sure. Maybe they do. That would be crazy. We could definitely look at doing something like that in the future. That'd be sick. She's asleep. I'm staying in the Gong tonight, Adam. Well, I think. Apparently, I've got a plane booked for me for tomorrow and a hotel booked for me for tonight. But I haven't actually heard yet. I haven't got any email confirmation yet, so I'm not sure. I take it you guys didn't do parkrun this morning. Well, look, truth be told, I didn't do parkrun this morning either. I what do you call it? I sacrificed parkrun this morning. Hey, so Lexus do... What have they called this Lexus? So they've done a brand new Prado. So it's a GX 550. Is that it? A GX 550 is the Lexus version of the new Prado. I know they also do a Lexus version of the new Land Cruiser. Seen that. Is it just you? It's just you. I think it's just you. It actually looks pretty loud. I don't need to talk loud. Maybe you should start... Well, I can't say that. Nina's saying she's not getting any sound. Max is saying that the sound is excellent. Nina, I'd suggest that you do what I think Tezza say, and turn your app off and turn it back on again. It could just like... It seems to be... Yeah. Seems to be the way that you deal with technology these days. Turn it off and turn it back on. So, okay. So you're back. Nina's back. Well, Max, if you're friends with a few chasers over in the States, once the channel becomes self-supporting, then I think we need to go. I mean, we're definitely going to go to the States. We're definitely going to go to Japan. I've literally got tickets for Japan. Probably going to... go when the Formula 1 Grand Prix is on next year. So I have to wait for the next year's calendar to come out. See when the Formula 1 is in Japan, and then book book flights either side of that. And then by then, this channel will have grown so much that we will live stream through Japan. The goal will be to buy a car in Japan. So we'll hire a car. We'll have we'll call it a camera car. We'll have a hire camera car. And we plan on buying a Nugget, a Japanese, well, I mean, I know I want to buy a GTR if I can. So that's the plan. Hopefully buy a GTR and then we'll have the camera car and the GTR. And by then, I want to have a setup where we've got a camera in both cars and we can flip between the two and live stream at the same time. If you watch Only Planes, I'm pretty keen to see how James and Maddie do it, where they can flip between their two cameras even though they're remotely set up, because we want to do that, but do it in cars, not just at the airport. Cow, you're going to Japan in July, buddy. It's a good time to go. Japanese summer. Not so much snow. Hey, this is our first person coming up ahead in the left-hand lane. The first person to actually have their rain light on in the rain. Amazing, and good on you. I can see that brighter than anything else. I know the focus on the camera's not doing traffic justice at the moment. Oh, they're leaving. They're turning left at the big prawn. But anyway, they got their rain light on in the rain. Well done to you. I think that's awesome. And that's on an MG. One of those ZSTs. So, a lot of cars have rain lights on them these days. People just don't know. They either don't know that they're on there and they don't use them, or they turn them on without knowing and they drive around all the time when it's not raining with their rain lights on. I will jump in the right lane and give this P-plater in the Jeep some space. Look at that. Good job. So we are now past where we were a couple of weeks ago when we live streamed into Byron. So it is unknown territory with regards to communications with the network. So I'm beaming out on the Optus network at the moment. And the backup is the Telstra SIM. Hopefully we clicked the right buttons on Wednesday night, and if SIM 1 drops out, hopefully SIM 2 will take over. So if Optus drops out, Telstra will take over, hopefully. Yeah, I did notice, Maxie, you said that you linked the stream to some friends. The more the merrier. That's the whole idea of the channel. Well, I mean, the whole idea of the channel, as I just pop in behind the Kia Stinger. Not because I think it's a police car. It's got Queensland Rego on it. Definitely not a cop car. The idea of the channel. Well, the whole idea of the channel was that I thought, well, I was going around to car meets asking people like road rule questions. And what I found out was that even with car people, 80% of the people I asked don't know 80% of the road rules that I was asking. And like, at what speed do you keep left and less overtaking on a multi-lane road? Like, people get upset because people can't keep left and all of that, but then they don't even know the rules around it. So once I started to work out that a lot of people don't know a lot of the road rules, then the question is why? And there's obviously a few reasons, but one of them is that the transport departments all around the country and all around the world probably, because obviously, well, I had a look on the analytics, and 30% of my of people who watch this channel are from the United States, which is awesome. If I say keep left, well, then you keep right over there. But it turns out that the transport department are absolutely terrible at letting people know about road rules or the changes of road rules. It seems like they focus because people need to take initiative and look up certain road rules and bits and pieces. But the thing is, you don't know what you don't know. So if a road rule changes and you don't know it changed, well, how do you know to look it up? So for instance, when I've been riding motorcycles since I was 17 and got my license, and I didn't have a bike for a few years, and then all of a sudden all these motorcyclists start lane splitting, and I'm like, I had no idea. And it took 4 months before I was chatting with some friends of mine that said, oh, how good is it now that we can legally lane split, like lane filtering? And I was like, what's all this about? And they explained it, so then I looked it up. So that's a perfect example of you don't know until somebody says something, and then it's like, well, okay, I'll look back and now it makes sense why all of these motorcyclists have been lane filtering. Even the motorcycle cops have been doing it. And I'm like, motorcycle cops absolutely love it, for lack of a better word. There's a cop car. Hello, police. And they think it's awesome because they get to lane filter up between cars and bust people using their mobile phones. I've seen that. So yes. So you should probably put your phone in a quad lock phone holder so you don't get done, because it's over $1,000 for having a phone in your hand. Anyway, so this channel was about getting the rules out there for people that might not know certain road rules. Also, driver etiquette. Like, driver etiquette is something where you're not going to find in the road rules, but things like in Australia, one of our driving customs, our driving culture, is if somebody lets you in, you give them a wave. And the problem with that is you've got a whole bunch of immigrants that move over from other countries that don't grow up with our driving culture, and they don't know these things. So, and because of that, it's very important that if you go to another country, you adopt their driving culture. If I go to Japan, I'm going to read the road rules up in Japan, and I'm going to ask some of the locals, what's your driving culture like? What do you do? Like, what are the things that aren't in the rule books that you should do? Like letting people in traffic, flashing your lights to warn people of imminent danger, like, or flash your lights to let people in, or things like that. What's kosher and what's not. So driver etiquette is another thing, and then just motoring culture. So not only driving cars, but riding motorcycles, four-wheel driving and off-roading. We'll get into. We'll put the setup into a four-wheel drive, and we'll go off-road. I've got a bus, so caravanning and motorhoming, RVs. If you're in the States, you'll call it, an RV. So all of this, everything that drives on the road to get from point A to point B, is we want to delve into. Oh, and trucks. Sorry to all the big riggers out there. We'll, you know what? I just had an amazing idea. I know a few big riggers, but one in particular who, this would be amazing. I'll put this to my mate Pom. I'll ask him. So Pom is the truck driver for the Red Bull racing team. Live stream would it be if we put the setup into the Red Bull Ampol racing team truck, and we live stream a trip with the V8 supercars. Tell me that wouldn't be sick. I'll definitely, next time I'm in at 888 Race Engineering, I'll I'll ask. I'll see if we can do that. We'll live stream to a V8 supercar event. That would be like in the big rig, in the truck. And we'll see how truck drivers have to deal with traffic when they're driving long distance. Well, I mean, I've got a few other friends, like my mate Horse. He drives long distance, and a bunch of others. But I think the best fun would definitely be in the V8 supercar B double. That would be sick. Anyway. It is, I'll tell you what, just to have a bunch of people on the live chat is keeping me company. So thank you. Even though you guys are like chatting amongst yourselves. Newcastle. I'll be driving near Newcastle today, Cal. You know what? I watch the plane spotting channels, obviously, because they gave me some inspiration to take what was my older podcast and put it into the car and live stream it. Oh, what? It definitely died. Back. It just stopped. I did a quick reset, and we're still going, team. Not like last time where our laptop crapped itself. This time, it just stopped streaming. So, I've had to restart it. And look, this was expected. This was expected. So... So that's a question. Can you join? Can you join YouTube's together? There's a question. Hey, Nina. Yes, it was like a. What stopped then? So I think the last time what happened was OBS crashed. This time YouTube crashed. And but because OBS, so It was just like, the yellow line. The yellow line was there. And it just literally stopped. So I restarted it, and we're still going. So we're cool. I was expecting this. But the weather's good now. The weather is good. And this section of road's really nice. Well, at least it isn't anything we're doing. No, you're good. You're good. Nah, Nina, you're awesome. You're going to be going soon, though, so I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully you'll pop in later. And, well, fingers crossed, I might have to restart the stream a few times. You might pop your head in later and see there's like 6 or 7 different versions of the stream. Whatever. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your day, and chat to you later. Yeah, Maxi, back, mate. Yeah, it's pretty flat through here. The road is good. The weather is now good. I tell you what, if my antenna mounted on the roof, we'll see. We'll see how waterproof it is when we get to the other end. If we're I mean, it's a sealed unit. I mean, it's an antenna. It's supposed to be waterproof, or at least weatherproof. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I know that the only planes guys bring the weather radar widget up on the screen. I didn't think I'd need one, but maybe I do. I definitely would like a GPS widget. That's definitely something we can work on moving forward as a channel. And I really do want to work in with the Only Planes boys, because they've been doing their stream now for 2 years, and they've got an awesome setup. I want to start getting some emojis sorted out so that when we get the membership happening and people can become members, and we've got a whole bunch of emojis ready to go. I know Maddie's really good at that. And also, we're not really a competing YouTube channel. Like, we're not really a competing live stream. I'm trying not to live stream, or at least overlap too much, because even I enjoy watching the live stream from the airport. So yeah, Nina, thank you. Crazy drive as well. We've already had a couple of them today, but I need to go and enjoy your day, mate. Yes, the Only Planes guys, I want them to come for a drive. Once I'm set up in a vehicle that can occupy more than 2 people, because the 2 cars I've been using, obviously my Lexus, it doesn't actually have a back seat. The back seat was very disgusting when I got it. It was supposed to be off-white leather interior, but when I got it, it's a very yellowy color, and there's lots of urine stains from kids in booster seats and stuff. So I'm still yet to decide if I can get a really nice second-hand set of leather seats for the ISF. I'll put that. I'll grab that. One come up, but it was in Perth. It's a really good reason to go to Perth, and it was reasonably priced as well, but wasn't the right time. Anyway, the other idea for the Lexus is to keep the back seat out of it, put a half roll cage in it, turn it into a street track car, and have it re-registered as a two-seater. Kind of like a Porsche GT3 RS or the BMW M3 GTR, I think it was called, something like that, was a two-seater. There's a few high-end cars out there that don't have, or have had their back seats removed to have a half roll cage put in. So that might be an option. We will see. I think I might try something. So my friend Ototo, I'll try this, Nina, before you go, considering you just bought one of his t-shirts and then I accidentally left it in his car yesterday, but I'll have it for you next time I see you. I'm going to try and play one of his songs. Now, I've got permission verbally from him to be able to play this song. However, YouTube doesn't know that. So I've tried this before with Tezza and it was blank. So I'm going to try and play a song, and if it blanks it out, it's a YouTube copyright thing. But there's not a lot happening here. So I'm going to play this song. It's going to be on the stereo in the car. So I don't even know if you should be able to hear it. I'll turn it up loud. And we'll see how it goes. We'll see if we get we'll see if it ends up blank or if it comes across. I got to turn it up first. And that was Ototo. And I don't know what this song is, so I better stop. Oh, that was Ototo with You and I. Ototo is a watcher of the channel, a subscriber of the channel. And hopefully we'll get to catch up with him later. There was a little bit of a blank in there. I'm going to turn that down. There was a little bit of a blank in there because I realised very YouTube and watch a YouTube live stream at the same time. Well, not watch it, but like have it running. Yeah. So there was a little lull in the song, but that's okay. We'll see how long that stays up. We'll see after the live stream today if it gets omitted, if YouTube takes it away. But that's okay. Oh, the Stinger's pulling over, so we'll give him some space. When I stopped before, when the laptop decided to not work properly, I did try to go to the bathroom, and yeah, there was a lineup, so there was one cubicle. So I might have to stop soon again for a comfort break. Anyway, yeah, so Ototo was telling me last night his want to play at Tomorrowland over in Europe. Tomorrowland? Yeah, he was showing me videos of it last night. Looks pretty amazing. So you never know next year if he gets there. We might have to do a live stream drive through Europe. That would be awesome. The Lexus, that's the Gen 3 model. So slightly different curves to my Gen 2. They never made an ISF in the Gen 3. They did make a IS 500. They still made a V8 model. But it's just not an ISF. So we're on our way towards Coffs Harbour. We will see if there's any bypasses set up. If the bypass is, Maxie was saying stage 1 of the bypass is open now. I think that's north of Coffs Harbour, but we still have to drive through Coffs. Not sure. We'll find out. That's what these adventures are all about. Because not a lot stays the same. Roads change, cars change, people change. Yeah, this EV hybrid Hilux, to be honest, except for the stop-start technology it's got in it, drives like most of the other Hiluxes I've driven lately. We've now officially put 300, just over 300 kilometers on the clock on this new vehicle. So I'm breaking it in. I'm running it in. So good piece of road. This it is. It's almost like runway, like a concrete airport runway. It's got the same grooves in it that you'd have on a runway for water dispersion. And it's actually really smooth. It's actually really nice to drive on. Shame I can't play other music because of copyright infringement issues, but maybe I'll play that song again later. Like, later. I've got half a tank left, so I've gone, since I left, so I've done, we're a quarter of the way. Well, even less. Well, even like more than a quarter of the way. We've done 268 k's since I've left Brisbane, and maybe I should check out this rest area quickly, as a comfort break would be desirable because it'll be a couple of hours before I stop for fuel. So we will stop quickly, plus it's a good chance to stretch. Hopefully there might even be a coffee cart there, says the sign. We will see. No need to slow down until you actually get to the ramp, and then there we go. Wait till you get off the motorway before you slow down. Look at these off ramps are designed so that you can slow down to 40 k's an hour. We'll go this way. Let's deactivate the stop-start technology just because I want to keep this thing running. But the key's in my pocket, so no one's going anywhere. Oh, don't tell me that froze. Come back. Alright, let's see if we can pick up this stream again. Come on, Optus. A lot of time to think when you're out here on the motorway. I think I spend a lot of my times thinking how to make the channel better. I mean, we've only just started. Taken some ideas from some other channels and put in a car. And trying to drive across Australia. Well, you know, a little bit at a time. And I definitely think, and Middo hates me saying this, but I definitely think Starlink will be a good way to go. Especially out here on the open road where Telstra, Optus and Vodafone don't do the best job. I mean, you know. It takes a fair bit to put infrastructure in, I get it. But these are companies that earn billions of dollars. Like, I think Starlink would be awesome. Just have to work out how to use both 5G, well 4G, 5G and Starlink, like, and have a switcher so it can switch between, because obviously driving through tunnels might not be very well. Obviously Starlink's not going to work through a tunnel or whenever we're driving under anything. So like under overpasses and stuff like that shouldn't be too bad. Obviously there's a few tunnels. And things like that. So we'll have to have a switch to be able to switch between using the conventional 4 and 5G to the Starlink. But out here, Starlink's going to kick butt. With the new Starlink mini antenna, I can only assume that they had it set up, because I know that that's got GPS in it. Obviously it has GPS so that the satellites know where you are. So anyway, so it knows how fast you're going, and I think they would disable the internet if you went over 10 miles an hour. But I've been reading it lately and everyone's getting super excited because they've enabled Starlink to work up to 160 kilometers an hour. That's mad. Not that I'm going to be doing 160 kilometres an hour on the public road, but easily get up to 160 on the racetrack. And if I was to live stream at a racetrack, which is going to happen, I'll definitely be taking one or two of the cars out to a racetrack to give them a good fang. And so getting over 160 will be easy. And you can mount the Starlink. If you've got a sunroof or a glass roof, you can mount the Starlink Mini underneath the sunroof. If it's a glass see-through sunroof, that is. Not like the sunroof in the Subaru SVX. You can't see through that one. Middo, sounding like an expert. In what? Starlink? All I'm saying is that once we get our... Now that's a bit close. Watch this. This guy's pulled in front of me. He's like 2 car lengths in front of me. And now my adaptive cruise control has slowed me right down. Well, slowing me down. So that's a perfect example of why you don't just cut back in front of somebody. They've got this whole open road. They could have gotten 2 seconds in front of me before they moved in front of me. There's no other cars around us. The next car behind me is like 300 meters behind me. And they literally cut me off. And therefore, the adaptive cruise control had to take over and slow me down. So, because it's thinking I'm about to crash into a car. Yeah, not cool. Yeah, Middo. It doesn't matter. You can be a semi-trailer, B-double, towing a caravan. You could be a motorcyclist. And people who do that will do it to anybody and everybody. It's like, I just don't understand. It's like, do they not understand the situation? Do they not have situational awareness? Like, if I was to do it to them, they would probably believe, oh, geez, that's a bit close, isn't it? But then yet they do it. Too many people in the world live a hypocritical life. Yeah, no, absolutely. If, for instance, they've pulled in front of you and then for some reason jump on the anchors, you're not going to stop, not when you're towing your caravan. I mean, it's only an innocent patrol, for Christ's sakes. Like, it can't perform miracles. Yeah. I could almost hear you laughing from here when I said that. And I know you'll respond. I know you'll be onto the keyboard super quick. If you go back to the start of the stream, Meadow, I had a taxi driver. I hadn't even left the airport area, and I had a taxi driver full on change, like was taking an off ramp, and then decided to not take the off ramp, hit the brakes, and then cut me off to get back on to the road in front of me. So yeah, so that was within the first 5 minutes, I'd say. So the day started. Day started with some action straight away. I got, and then not long ago, as we got a car in the stopping lane. Is it a police car? I don't think so. Not anymore. That's a pretty old one, that one. It might have been a police car back in the day, that car. Yeah, what else? We've had somebody try to enter on an on-ramp at about 60 kilometres an hour, maybe 50, whilst the traffic was doing 110. Yeah, 6 tonnes worth of petrol and caravan. I definitely agree. Mido and I were chatting about there's no endorsement for um, towing caravans or big boats or something. Like, I think like you can use it on weight. You can go on weight. What about axles? As we hit another wall of rain. Yeah. Caravan brakes aren't very big, and they're usually like if you've got what if you got a single axle or a twin axle caravan, Mido? Um, and usually even on twin axle caravans or twin axle trailers like car trailers and boat trailers, only one axle will have brakes. And like Mido's saying, the brakes aren't there to stop the vehicle or to stop the trailer. They're there to help. They're usually hooked up to the handbrake, so when you park the trailer, they act as a handbrake. Obviously, you chock the wheels and stuff as well. And but yeah, then they're designed to help keep the trailer straight. We know if you've got a trailer and the balance isn't quite right, you can get a little bit of a tank slapper going. So if you touch the brakes, and the trailer can then help straighten both the trailer / caravan and vehicle out. Sherbert, I think that's what that number plate means. Sherbert. Yeah, anything that requires brakes, yeah. But like you said, the brakes on the trailer, they're not designed to, like, I know trailer brakes on trailers, like I drive, heavy combination. As I make sure I've got enough space from the car behind me. I don't want to cut them off. Yeah, it's single axle. Yeah, okay, 750 kilos or more. Yeah, okay, I agree. So your little 6x4 trailers and stuff like that, their max capacity is like 750. They don't have brakes and stuff like that. So obviously, sometimes you'll see them overloaded though. I swear I've seen, a ton sitting in the back of a 6x4. No, okay, it makes sense. So not going on axles, but going on GMV or GVM. Gross vehicle mass, is that what that is? $80Ks. There'll be a reason why speed has been reduced to 80 through here. 80 kilometres an hour means that you don't need to keep left unless overtaking. Smiley face on the sign. I know that you can't see what speed I'm doing, but if I pass one of those SAM signs, not that they call them SAM signs down here, but if it's frowning at me, I might get into trouble. No, I'm not towing anything. Actually, I forgot to check if this one's got a tow bar. I'll have a look next time I get out. Oh, the SRT 8 failed. Failed at what? It's the 300C Chrysler with failed number plates. Maybe it should be jailed. Could potentially get a 300C. I don't mind them. I mean, they are very American. I've never owned an American car yet. So the 300C could be the first American car. Could end up being a project. Well, I've got too many projects at the moment, so that doesn't need to happen anytime soon. I don't know that this one's got a tow bar, Middo. I haven't really checked. It might. This one hasn't been set up to go off-road. This one's like for the company, Masters Surveying. And whilst we're on that, I do need to say thank you to Masters Surveying for supplying me with some equipment. And obviously they're helping make this this trip happen. The fact that the boss of Masters asked me to run it down to Wollongong for him, so I was like, well, okay, well, if I'm going to drive to Wollongong, I might as well chuck a camera and film it. The thing is, we don't have a requirement at Masters Surveying to tow trailers all that often. And when I say all that often, I mean almost never. Oh, there's a caravan getting towed by a 300 series Land Cruiser. Oh, yeah, I can do 110. I'm not towing anything. You're not used to. You definitely need to look up things like how fast can you tow a caravan in New South Wales when they're over 4.5 tonne. Thank you for bringing that up, Middo. Definitely not the same in Queensland. You've got all these little rules that are different between the states. Now, I don't mind that the states operate separately, but the fact that there's different road rules in each state doesn't make sense, because it's not like a 4.5 tonne load in Queensland is any safer than a 4.5 tonne load in New South Wales. So the fact that, or is it just that drivers are worse in New South Wales and therefore they need to be ruled a little stricter? Is that why? I definitely know that Queenslanders are better at manual driving. Driving manuals, or at least owning manuals. The percentages of people in Queensland that own manuals versus the rest of the states, it's pretty cool. Proud that Queensland is keeping the manual dream alive. Yeah, I know it's stupidity. So I can understand that the road rules, not road rules, but having different road rules in each state doesn't make sense. So you can have the same road rules and they can be written in the same way. Like, for instance, keep left unless overtaking in Queensland is from 90 kilometres an hour or more, but in New South Wales it's over 80 kilometres an hour. Now, even just that writing of that rule, different between New South Wales and Queensland, confuses people. And it confused me when I first looked at it, because I thought it meant 80 and over. Like, I'm used to Queensland, it's 90 and over. I quickly read over the New South Wales and it says over 80. So most people think 80 and over, but it's not. It's 90. All right, Middo, take care, mate. Thanks for keeping me company and talking about caravans. We might end up camping sometime. Take care, mate. Hear from you later. Oh my God, it's like we're struggling with connection just there. It's still struggling. I can see YouTube is trying. There we go. And then we stop. And there's the yellow line of death. Might bounce back yet. Might bounce back. Come on, YouTube. I know you're trying. Not sure if you can hear me. I know that YouTube is glitching. It's struggling. I'd say the bandwidth is quite... Well, the communications is probably struggling through this section. Not as bad as Byron. But it's... Keep stop, start, stop, start. It's almost like a strobe. But that's okay. Is that double digits of people watching? That's crazy. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I mean, definitely like. It doesn't, literally, it doesn't hurt. Actually helps. Will help this channel grow. That's for sure. Maxi. Maxi's back. All right, Bostock Road. We haven't got to Coffs Harbour yet, mate. Unless the... Probably good, because you're an IT guru, but... There's a... I've got the yellow stripe across the YouTube, which has error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain a smooth streaming. That's what that yellow line means. I mean, it's still on, and I get it. It's not smooth. I definitely would like the next time I drive Brisbane, Sydney to have Starlink and see how much different it is. Yes, Maxi, the roads are great, as in the amount of traffic on the roads at the moment is amazing. This is what I like to... This is my favourite place. Out on the open road, keeping the morons to a minimum. Don't even mind a little bit of weather here and there, as long as it's not crazy bad. All right, OBS is disconnected and reconnecting, so reconnected successfully. I swear when it says that, because the other night, when I was on State of Origin night when I did a test, and I said, oh, OBS disconnecting, reconnecting, I swear that it was, when I went back and I watched it, that it glitched out about a minute or two before it actually said that. So I'm thinking it did it here. That's how it works. It's passing a caravan. Being hauled by a Toyota Land Cruiser. Glad Mindo's not here. He'd be offended by that. So a lot of infrastructure problems because of the bad weather. Yeah, I mean, how often do you get a cyclone in the Gold Coast? When was that? That was, I think it was about it was mid-March. So it was 2.5 months ago. Max. Wait till I get, I need to get like the Nightbot up and running to say all of that stuff. Then you can just hit the exclamation mark. You know what to do. Right. Alright, okay. Well, I'd hate to buy it. Okay, so talking about Starlink not being suitable for streaming. I think it, well, might depend on what package as well. Like I know that if you buy the cheap package, it's definitely not. Oopsie daisy. Right, well, I mean, that's something to check out because, I mean, there's live streaming. So, I mean, if you were out in the middle, well, I mean, so you're saying the upload isn't very good. So but not uploading? Because, I mean, this is definitely something we're going to have to check out. Hey, we might end up pioneering something, but I can definitely say in the last 6 weeks I've uploaded way more than I've downloaded, which is, I guess that's when you know you're a streamer, when you're uploading more than you're downloading. I think I've uploaded 4 times more data than I've downloaded in the last 6 weeks. I think I've uploaded 4 times more data than I've downloaded in the last 6 weeks. So, yeah, upload's not good enough. Come back to me. Yeah, it's glitching. It's dropping out. But, yep. And as I look, the yellow stripe comes up again. The yellow stripe of death. Yep, that's still there. But we're back. Right, so we're going to have to, yeah. Well, I mean, I understand. I think the difference between the router that I have and the router that the boys have is that I think Maddie said it was their routers bonded. I think that's the terminology, bonded, where all of the SIMs are uploading all at the same time. And then all of the data, like if you get bits and pieces, it can like, I'm assuming it sort of joins the packet of data up together at the other end, and it can make sort of one healthy connection. I don't, well, that's not the case with what I bought. What I've got is what I believe is a single modem inside a twin SIM router, and that if one drops out, it will kick over to the other. Which it's never really done that before. And though me and Middo, I was there watching Middo change some settings on the modem on Wednesday night to hopefully that if Telstra or if Optus drops out, it'll flip across to Telstra. But it's not done that yet, not that I've seen. It's not like stopped using SIM 1 and started using SIM 2. It's just gotten glitchy. So I definitely think I can upgrade my router to a better item. It's just they're not cheap, right? So I know even bigger now, a big box with all of these little aerials hanging off the top of. I have no idea what brand that one is. I'm assuming it's better. Yeah, I'm for pioneering too. Mate, like, if the main reason why people aren't live streaming whilst driving is because it's too hard to remain connected, I get it. But we're just going to keep working at it until we got it right. And then when other copycat channels pop up, we can watch them struggle until they get it right. Or unless they ask. You never know. I'm a nice guy. Ask me nicely. I did have a steak for breakfast. I made sure I cooked a barbecue steak breakfast before I left. But there might be some beef jerky when I stop for some fuel. So I'm down to about a third of a tank left. I'll look at the range. Which way is that? That way. My driving range is still 246 kilometres. So yeah, I think I can definitely utilize a better router. I'd be interested to know if James would lend me his older router, if he still has it available, to see if it works, and if it does, then I could purchase something similar, or if not, what he's using at the moment. I'm assuming it's going to be expensive, but I'd hate to buy something, well, I'd hate to buy something again that was expensive and didn't work. That would suck. But if the channel gets bigger, then, well, I mean, when the channel gets bigger, got to be thinking positive, when the channel gets bigger, to be able to approach a business and say, hey, I'm really keen to try this product. Would you give us a trial period or something like that to see how well it works? And if it works, we'll buy it, or you could donate it, and you can sponsor the channel. Yeah. I understand live streaming, staying connected, depends where you are. That's why well, I mean, it's like no one's really doing it, right? Even the people that have driving channels will pre-record it and then upload it later when they've got a good connection. What copycat channel? I mean, if you're talking about when Maddie drove from the loop down the road. That was really good. That was a really good really good footage. I know it was only driving from Acacia Street Loop down to like airside services or whatever it is, and the fact that the cameras they're using are like awesome cameras for plane spotting. Obviously, I don't need to use cameras that awesome to do what we're doing here. 4K would be good though. 4K would be good. Well, Max, I see what you're writing about. There's any number of options for getting equipment to test. Yeah, like this is... Just need to get to a point where we okay, here's a piece of equipment. We think this is going to work. Like, for instance, Starlink. We could say, okay, we need to get Starlink, but we need to be on the highest... we might need to be on the highest plan because we'll get more bandwidth that way. If that's the case. Once the channel's self-supporting and can afford it, yeah, awesome. Don't mind trying that. But you don't want to buy the equipment if you don't need it. Like, I don't... Well, actually, I am building a motorhome. I could definitely use the Starlink on my motorhome, so it's not like I'd be buying it for, and then if it doesn't work for streaming, I'd still use it. So that's not a problem. Oh, copycat live streaming in Perth. Interesting. Well, I mean, are they copycatting? Because have they seen mine? And then, I mean, it's only a copycat if they've seen what I'm doing, and now they're trying to do the same thing. Definitely let me know in our group chat what the channel is, mate. I'm definitely keen to check it out and see what they're doing. The other thing is too, if you got heaps of money, you could just buy anything you wanted at the start and just test every day until you got it right. Here I am testing like once or twice a week. Yeah, 100%. If we're gonna, that's definitely gonna happen. Like, to do a live stream from across Australia. So there was one guy, Max, I don't know if you saw it, and when I was researching this, there was a guy in America who live streamed driving across the states, and he... Excuse me. Well, we're back. So we're 40 k's from Coffs Harbour. We've just come south of Grafton. Now that Grafton has a bypass, so I didn't even see it. And yeah, just dropped out. So I think this is like the third or fourth edition of the continuation of the trip to Sydney. Weather's better here. So you're not far from Coffs Harbour. So the posts that we're driving through were wildlife bridges. That had nets that went across them so that wildlife could climb, like koalas and possums could climb from one side of the highway to the other. But there's no more bridges up there anymore. There's no more netting. The comms coming through from here is shocking. Halfway Creek. I don't know if I've seen it yet. I'll let you know when I see it. I won't miss it now that you've mentioned it. Cassons Creek. I'm at Cassons Creek. I do remember. I know that there's a Midway Creek because I've driven this road so many times, and I always wondered if that was midway between Brisbane and Sydney. Yeah, rain's good. Well, there's no rain here. There's actually blue sky just up above us, just up ahead of us. The sun's the sun's shining on the bridge up in front of us. So, Maxie, the weather is looking better and better as we leave southeast Queensland. Big servo at Halfway Creek. Yeah, mate. Well, I mean, so Waze has us 578 kilometres to Shep's Mound. I should check to see if that's going through Sydney. Sydney. Yes, that's going over the Harbour Bridge. I mean, it's actually going through the tunnel, but I will go across the bridge. So it's got us getting to Shep's Mound at about, as Waze tells me, there's police ahead. Which I don't need to worry about. All these cars are slowing down in front of me because maybe they're using something to tell them that there's... I can't see anything, team. I did not see a speed camera or police or anything. So... and 576 kilometres, so not quite halfway yet. Nambucca, yeah. Nambucca. Oh, I always thought exactly halfway was Maxville. Halfway between Sydney and Brisbane. If, like back in the day, I remember breaking down there once. And I remembered that it was like 480 kilometres from Brisbane to Maxville and 480 kilometres from Maxville to Sydney. Obviously, it depends where in Brisbane and where in Sydney as well. But as you know, today we're literally talking Brisbane Airport to Sydney Airport. To be even more specific, the loop to Shep's Mound. I'll be taking the Cahill Expressway, my friend. Absolutely. I've actually spent most of my adult life in Sydney, and I lived in Randwick. My girlfriend at the time lived in Paddington. I've lived in St Leonard's up on the north side, so I lived at St Leonard's and I worked at Randwick, so I drove the bridge and the Kale Expressway heaps, and also the tunnel. Just depended how I felt at the time. If I wanted to take the bridge, well, it also depended on traffic. But I'll be in the left-hand lanes on the Harbour Bridge, mate. I'll make sure I get in the left-hand lanes before I cross the bridge. I'll be in the left-hand lanes by Falcon Street. How's that? At North Sydney. Oh, there's some houses up on the hills up around here. Geez, it must be nice to live up there. I'm assuming they've got a really nice view out to the ocean. Not that we can see it here. YouTube's still hanging in there. Well, it should get better around coughs, you'd think. You're in Brawning Crow's Nest, mate. We got a crow's nest up here in southeast Queensland as well. Very different. The crow's nest in North Sydney is very different to the crow's nest in out near Toowoomba. Oh, isn't that cute? They got the little... Is that a little soft top Fiat 500 that they towing around? That's cute. That's very cute. Little retractable sunroof thing. Yeah, Crow's Nest is alright in North Sydney. I mean, you know, all that whole area was alright. I didn't mind it. North Sydney, Kirribilli, hung out at Mossman and Manly a little bit back when I was in the military. I was on a course. I did my Army dive course over at Middlehead, so I've definitely dived a lot in Sydney Harbour. You can't see much there. Visibility is pretty low. That is a really nice tow truck, mate. I just jumped on the UHF after we passed the tow truck. I don't know if he's listening on his UHF. Yeah, Willoughby. Chatswood, is it? Chatswood's where Westfield is. That's a big Westfield. Neutral Bay. I had a friend for a little while that lived in Neutral Bay. That was a nice place to visit. I mean, plenty of restaurants and cafes around there. No need to ever move to Melbourne. Yeah, Willoughby. Always remember Willoughby because it's near the TV towers there. Well, I mean, I think that's pretty sure that's where they are. So, what did I go to? Oh, I went to a recording of the footy show once at Channel 9, up that way, underneath the big TV tower. Yeah, it is a rabbit warren, that way. Well, I mean, aren't they all? Anywhere there's a Westfield, it's just they are literally built like around rabbit warrens, for rabbit warrens, and are rabbit warrens. What else? So Emerald Beach is just off to my left. And there's a broken down car on the other side of the road. The AU Falcon. Oh, it's a shame to see the AU Falcon broken down. I think we need, that's something else, hey? Like, I mean, that car might have just broken down this morning or later last night, but, like, areas definitely need to have, like, tow trucks, like, ready to go just to pick up vehicles, get them off the highways. I mean, there's been people killed. You know, cars have hit stationary cars, trucks, all that sort of stuff. Because they've been broken down on the side of the road and then left there. I mean, the poor AU Falcon, I mean, they're becoming an icon. It's incredible to think that one of Australia's most ugliest cars ever built is so popular. Do you think living underneath the TCN 9 transmitter helped turn you into an IT guru? You know, there's a throwback line to the people living under the high voltage power lines getting cancers. Not the smoothest of video. But we are getting super close to Coffs Harbour now. Yep. Alright, so not far from clocking up 400 kilometres this morning so far. We've only dropped out like 3 times. Still 550 to go, so not quite halfway yet. We'll get to the south side of Coffs Harbour and heading towards Kempsey. But I'll see how close to halfway creek, how close to halfway we are when we get to halfway creek. How's that? How's that for good English? Mooney Beach. And it's so it's 10:30. I probably should put a clock up, hey. I thought about, well, I've had a clock. I had a clock when I first started the channel about a month ago. I had a clock. It was just like an analog clock that sat up there. I didn't think it was necessary. I thought, yeah, I'll get rid of that. We don't need it. You know what? Now I think the channel needs it. I think the screen needs a clock up there, especially if the video freezes. that's a very good way to tell. Or if it's live streaming and there's a clock there and you can look at your own watch or what have you, look at your phone, and you can check to see if how live it is. Alright, there's probably a few reasons I'll put a clock up there. So we'll give that a go. I won't put an analog clock up there. They're always a bit hard to read, so I'll find a spot to put a clock. I also... not sure if you look at the live chat. Maxi, are you looking on a TV or on a computer screen with the live chat? Is your live chat up the right-hand side? Because I'm trying to remember who it is as I take evasive action. Again, the adaptive cruise control slows me down. And then speeds me back up again. Yeah, Max, what are you watching this stream on? I know you've got some cool setup there. Hopefully I'll get to see it one day. But I know for those that are watching this on a TV, the live chat scrolls down the right-hand side, which is why I've avoided putting any of the overlay on the right-hand side. I think Mel, GR Yaris Mel, mentioned it to me. Said that he quite often watches it on his TV, and that when the live streams put things up on the right-hand side, it gets covered by the live chat. Yeah, exactly right. So I've avoided putting any of the overlay on the right-hand side so that it doesn't get covered by the live chat for anybody watching on the TV. Obviously, for those watching on their phones and tablets and what have you, that's not an issue. Now we're coming into a really nice area of Coffs. There's a house up on the hill. I can just see it through the trees. So a whole bunch of my friends and I went to Perth over 10 years ago and hired this house. It was down at Yellingup near Margaret River, and the house was incredible. It was like living in the Big Brother house. There was 3 guys and 8 girls, and it was very fun. We had an amazing time, and there's a house right up on the top of the hill. The camera probably won't pick it up. But after we did that one, we started planning. Our next was like, okay, we're going to do this again next year. Let's book a year ahead and secure something. And we actually secured this mansion up on the hill here. There's some big houses up on the hill here, but there it is. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a mansion halfway up the hill. It's got like arches. There's actually a helicopter pad and everything up there. We booked it and put deposits on it. But then as the time went on, someone dropped out and somebody else dropped out and somebody else dropped out. And then, well, it just wasn't going to be the same when you had only half the people going. So we decided to cancel that and we never did it again. And that was a shame. Because I look up at that house now every time I pass Coffs Harbour, up there. It's massive, and it's you can rent it out, like you can let it out, like at least used to be able to. I might look it up and see if it's still available because, well, who's to say we don't do it in the future? That would be cool. Right, so plenty of roadworks through the north of Coffs Harbour here. I mean, they are building a bypass, so what do you expect? You're gonna bypass the Big Banana. Well, that's gonna be a shame, isn't it? I guess that's what happened to the big cow and the big pineapple up in Queensland. That's what's happened to the big prawn. The big merino. You can barely. I don't even think you can see the big merino at Goulburn from the highway now. You have to take the exit and go up into the service station. But you should do that anyway. because there's a great pie shop there at Grafton. Grafton? Goulburn. I always get those two towns mixed up. Goulburn is what I meant. Yeah, the pie shop there where the big merino is. Oh, here we are. The big banana. The big banana. Zoom in quickly. There's the big banana. Icon, tourist attraction. Oh, look at all the guys up there in their yellow, in their orange high vis getting photos. Oh no, they're monks. Oh, that's a bunch of monks. Oh, I think they're legit too. That's cool. Good on them. I don't think it's a footy trip gone wrong or anything. All right. Let's make sure that our stop-start technology in the Hilux, we will get stuck at a set of traffic lights for sure. We'll see if the stop-start technology interferes with the router and the modem. Oh, what is it? The inverter that I'm using, which has been chugging along back there quite nicely. Might just give myself some more space here. I broke down here once. I was towing my race car, so I'd only just recently moved back to Brisbane, but I still was involved with the WRX Club of New South Wales, and we had a race on at Goulburn, at Wakefield Park. That's right. Here we go. We're going to use the stop-start technology now. Let's hope when it restarts it doesn't shut the inverter down. Otherwise, if this goes blank, you'll know why. Anyway, I had an EB Falcon. I'd bought it off my grandparents, and the car is... Now, stop-start is unavailable because it's doing a DPF regeneration. Of course it is. Thank you, Toyota. DPF regen in progress. Therefore, stop-start technology is not working. Of course. Anyway, no biggie. So I had bought this Falcon that my grandparents had towed caravans around, towed a caravan around Australia with. So it was on gas, and I thought, oh, I'll buy it off them. They got a new car, so I bought the Falcon off them. And I was towing my race car, and I got here, or got just past Coffs Harbour, and it blew a head gasket. The Falcon blew a head gasket. So I limped it to a friend's place. It wasn't a friend's place, it was a friend's uncle and auntie's place. I limped it there, and because my race car, my WRX race car, was actually still street registered, I pulled it off the trailer, repacked my bags into the Rexy, and then by this time it was night time, and I drove it, and I got as far as Maxville. Well, I didn't quite get to Maxville when it broke down. Apparently, some magician at Mercury Motorsport, who now works just down the street from where I hang out, he tuned my car, but he didn't do it right, and there was a checkbox in the software. All he had to do was check it, and then the alternator would have charged the battery, but he didn't check it, and he told me my alternator was faulty. And so we changed the alternator, and then he tuned the car. We also recharged the battery, and then he tuned the car, but we didn't fix the problem. And the problem was, in the software, he just needed to check a tick box. Anyway, so next to me here is the showgrounds. The next day, I got a lift back. The next day, I come here and I bought another Falcon for like $3,000 from the showgrounds, because that's what they do here. If you've got a car, hello police car. Oh, that's good. We need to talk about what that police car's doing. Like, he's waiting to turn across traffic, but he's out in the intersection. That's definitely something we need to talk on the channel. Anyway, I ended up buying this EL Falcon. It was a Ford Falcon Futura. I call that one Foxy. Foxy, the Ford Falcon Futura. Anyway, I had two cars to rescue, so I drove back to the uncle and auntie's place, picked up the car trailer off the broken EB Falcon, made my way to Maxville, filled the Falcon up, loaded the Rexy onto the trailer, and then started making my way back to Brisbane. And by the time I got to Coolangatta, it was quite late at night, and I ran out of fuel because the fuel gauge in the new car I'd only purchased earlier that day didn't quite work properly, and I ran out of fuel. Fair enough, the fuel gauge doesn't work very well in that car. I shall remember that for the future. The next week, loaded the car trailer back on the Futura, drove back down here, picked the broken Falcon up. I filled up here in Coffs Harbour, not in Maxville, but in Coffs Harbour. So I had so I knew I knew at least I could get to Coolangatta before I ran out of fuel. And I had my partner with me that this particular time. Anyway, we start driving, and I kid you not, we ran out of fuel at exactly the same place. Even though I had some kilometres up my sleeve, the distance between here and Maxville. The problem is the WRX weighed 1,000 kilos and the Falcon weighed 1.7 tonne. So I was like, that extra weight chewed up more fuel, and I literally ran out of fuel at the exact same spot. But what I didn't say, the first time I ran out of fuel is I siphoned fuel out of the race car to put into my road car. Well, I had to do that again at the exact same place, which was near Tugun, because all I had to do was roll down the hill, take the exit, turn right, and there's a BP right there. And funnily enough, I turn up a week later to fill up again after I'd run out of fuel, and the lady behind the counter at the service station was the same lady, and she looked at me and she goes, "I remember you. Did you run out of fuel again?" Oh my God, so funny. Jimny, such a funny set of circumstances. Let's just say I never made it to my race weekend that weekend. And it took a bit of rescue, and yeah, I was gutted when I learned a little bit more about the Haltech computer that was running my race car, and that the guy that tuned my car was supposed to be a Haltech expert, and he destroyed me that weekend. And now he's tuning diesel cars because he blew up so many petrol cars. He decided to get into tuning diesel. And we have a truck broken down in the left-hand lane, northbound, and I don't know that the tilt tray is going to be able to do anything. And there's another tilt tray down here. Maybe the big blue tow truck that I passed earlier is on their way here to tow that B-double up and out of the way. That's all happening here in Coffs Harbour at 11 o'clock. Well, almost 11 o'clock in the morning. Anyway, there's one of my stories around this area. Running out of fuel on the way home twice at exactly the same spot. Yep. We're not going to run out of fuel today, people. We've still got 170 Ks left in the tank. Plus an extra... Well, I was going to say there's a little electric motor on this car, but can't use it. Otherwise, we could probably get another couple of kilometres. Oh, yep, that's cool. Just had to check and make sure that the... Actually, I will zoom in for a bit. just to get a perspective of being zoomed in. And Maxi, I know you're hanging out, so maybe let me know, zoomed in or zoomed out, what's actually better? Or, I mean, I can almost see what the person in front of me had for breakfast. Yep, I'm right in Coffs. Well, passing, like we're on the southern side of Coffs now. Bunnings, it's very commercial around here. Oh, what's here? I've been to something around here. BCF. I think I've definitely been to that KFC. Geez, hasn't GYG taken off? There's one to my left. Oh, the stop-start technology. It just stopped. So I take it the DPF has finished regen. And I take my foot off the brake. It starts back up. The inverter's still working. We're still going. I'll drive with zoomed in. That's as far as that zoom on this camera has. So Jimny. Oh, I'll come back a bit. Cool. Oh, I'll just leave it there. I just don't want to miss anything. But then also want a good view, so. Yeah, there's a fair bit of action going on around here with the regards to roadworks and what have you. Oh yeah, I'd say, is that where the bypass is coming from? Oh yeah, there's plenty of roadworks getting done over there. So the bypass is coming in from our right. And we'll join in up here as we get a little bit more rain. Follow the 200 series, the V8, the big V8 Land Cruiser. Oh wow, okay, so they're not even using the road to our right. They've already bypassed that. Okay, so there's some stuff getting done. It was better zoomed in a bit. So which way is that way? That way? All right, let's go there. Let's go there, Maxi. We'll keep it there. Yeah, so, well, that's only the northbound lanes there that they've just changed. Just, it's like a diversion at the moment. A friend of mine, Jarmo. I wonder if he still lives around these parts. Was it Corindi? Well, we're back. Conked out again. But this is why we're doing this stream. It conks out between Brisbane and Sydney. Well, I'm back for those 4 people watching. Well, at least I was back for a little while. Here we go. We're back. Come on, internet. Glitchy, but still here. Glitchy, but still here. As my car says, rest reminder. So, my car's telling me that I need a rest, but what it doesn't realise is because I didn't turn it off earlier, I kept it running when I had my brake. Well, I've had 2 brakes and I kept it running both times. So the car doesn't know that. So it's telling me I'd like to take a break. I'm good until I get fuel. I'm sitting on a quarter of a tank with 139 kilometres left on the range. Plenty of Queensland number plates down this way. Henry, hello buddy. How are you? Welcome to, I think this might be the first attempt of live streaming between Brisbane and Sydney ever. I'm just going to say it is. We've already cut out a few times. But happy to have you on board, Henry. I hope you're doing well, buddy. Maxi, I know you think we're right now, but we're going to glitch for the next 492 kilometres. So I've done 444 and I've got 492 to go. So in the next 20 Ks, we'll be getting around the halfway mark for today's journey. Well, not today's journey, today's stream, because I've still got to go from Sydney to Wollongong. Henry, I reckon you should know Maxi. What do you guys think? I definitely want to hit Kurt up from Sid Squad soon. I think the next time we come down to Sydney and actually drive around Sydney, I think we should see if Kurt wants to come for a drive. We'll mic him up, and I mean he's got to want to come and do it. But I think having Kurt on board for an hour or two driving around Sydney would be pretty awesome. I mean that'd be pretty fun. Get his take on road rules, driving around Sydney, all of that. So Maxi, did you know that Lady Gaga was the Queen of Pop? I think we said last weekend that she's not the Queen of Pop, that there's women out there that are definitely more Queen than Lady Gaga. Yeah, I knew you two knew each other. I will endeavour to make sure the boys know I'm flying in tomorrow night into Brisbane when they're streaming. I can only assume they're going to do their typical normal Sunday night stream at B&E. So, fingers crossed. If they do, I'll let them know what flight I'm coming in on, and I'll bump up and see them. I know Maddie was keeping dry last night, up level 9. Yeah, so Maxi, he jumped on quickly last week as well and said exactly the same thing about Lady Gaga being the Queen of Pop. So I don't quite know what that means. Keen to find out though. Yeah, Henry, it's wet as here, mate. So just to fill you in, buddy, I've come through Coffs Harbour, heading, well, Nambucca Heads is the next exit. So like Maxi was saying, Nambucca Heads is about the halfway point between Brisbane and Sydney, which I concur, pretty much is. Nambucca Heads, Maxville, that area. It's definitely very grey. But great to have you on board, Henry, for, well, basically we're doing, as much as we know, the further it cuts out, and it comes Gets a bit glitchy sometimes, but doesn't cut out, and other times it just drops straight out. Zero connection. I can see the clouds are broken up a little bit ahead, so hopefully, like you were saying, Max, the rain from kind of here on in will get better. So Port Macquarie's in 110 kilometres. And I've got 124 Ks left in the tank. I don't think I'll run it that close. I mean, I have in the past, but there's no need to do that today. But I can stop anytime from now and be right to get at least to Shep's Mound on fuel. I did have some drinks. I put some drinks. Oh, that's cool. So the top, there's 2 glove boxes on the Hilux, and the top one has a little air vent so that air conditioning air goes in there and keeps the drinks cool. That I do appreciate. Yummo. A bit of mango green iced tea. Don't mind if I do. Again, and I like where the cup holders are. You pull the cup holder out, it's right underneath the air conditioning vent in the Hilux, so you can have the cold air blowing onto your cool drink. Yep, so we've passed, well, we're pretty much in line with Nambucca Heads, so you see Urunga. So almost at Maxville. Yeah, we've already passed Urunga. So that little patch of ranges there is south of Urunga. So passing Nambucca Heads now. And Maxville is not far. So 460 done. 494 to go. Almost halfway. Maxville. Oh, hello. Oh. Nina's sending me stuff that I'm going to have to check out later. She's, where is she? What? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Henry, are you... What's Henry saying? The Pacific Air Show is cancelled. Are you kidding? I was just on the top of the Meriton building in the Gold Coast on Thursday, looking out at how awesome... Like, I was on the roof because I had to throw myself off a rope. Just thinking that is going to be one of the best spots to watch the air show. And as I was thinking that, that training jet, that military training jet out of Amberley flew past, literally at the same level we were, hanging off ropes at about level 71 at Surfers Paradise. And I was just saying, we have to come and do this when the air show's on. And now Henry's saying the air show's cancelled. Seriously? No. Really? That's huge. Yes. Max, I think that's a good place to stop. Yeah, the rain's past now, Henry. So, are you going to drop into the big servo off the roundabout outside Kempsey? I think so. I think I've been to that one before. Just looking at where Kempsey is. Oh. We'll get there. So at this point I'm due in to Shep's Mound at about 4:15. However, that's not including anywhere near what it was before the cyclone. Anywhere near what it was before the cyclone. It's like almost like a tumbleweed. Little branch. There's a little bit of a wind around here, but it's not bad. Not like old mate driving this morning all over the road. I don't know, you two, if you'll go back to, I don't know, like sort of 15 minutes into the stream, well, into the first part of the stream this morning, there was a guy sit all over the road. It was kind of crazy. Not all over the road, just not driving very well. And sat in the right-hand lane and got totally blasted by people trying to get past him. Yeah, Henry, the audio will cut out before the video cuts out, funnily enough. And the video's struggling right now. Yeah, Henry. If you missed me, I said the audio cuts out before the video glitches. So if I start to sound a bit glitchy, that's a good chance that communications are getting flimsy. I don't mind that service station. Oh, can you remember, what side is it on? Is it on the eastern side or the western side of the freeway? If it's the Kempsey one I'm thinking of, it's on the western side, yeah? So you have to go like across the bridge to get to it. But I think that's a good place to stop. Last time I was down here, I was driving a new Hilux as well. A couple of months ago, again to Wollongong for our same reason I'm doing this one today. Also got to drive the new Prado, which was pretty cool, except for the camera that looks at you from the dashboard to make sure that you're awake. And I drove back, and I'm pretty sure I stopped at the exact servo that you're talking about, Max. I don't mind the amp hole. Like, it doesn't faze me today because I'll be using the work credit card. Normally our Hiluxes have a fuel card, but this one doesn't today. So I don't really mind what diesel, but when I'm driving, I always stop at BP's when I'm driving my own cars. So 460. So what have we got? Well, I've done 474, and I've got 479 to go. So in the next 2Ks, I'll be halfway for the stream. So 478 to go, 475 down. So in 1.5 Ks. Imagine if it was like right on Midway Creek. Keep left and less overtaking. Funny that. Just a reminder sign to remind all those people who have no clue. We're going to hit it at 477. So Kempsey's 40 Ks away. So that's about 20 to 25 minutes away. We'll stop. 477 to go. Almost 477. And here we are. So officially halfway for today's stream. We've made it halfway and already fallen off the network 4 times. So there you go, 477 down, 477 to go. All right, second half begins. Eastern side, yeah, cool. Oh, we've got 40 Ks to go. We're good. I'll find it. Some of these service centres you can't even see. Like, the ones that you can see are cool, or at least they've got good signage. Oh, and so see these cars crossing the main road? So it's 100 kilometres an hour through here. I had somebody ask me a while back, why does it go from 110 back to 100? And it's because there's road crossings here where people actually have to try and get across traffic. So there's another one just here where cars will be sitting in the middle of the traffic island there trying to get across. There's no traffic lights here or anything, and it's yeah, so that's why it's 100. So obviously traffic engineers have decided that dropping the speed from 110 down to 100 makes it a lot safer for people that are trying to get across the road into the side road. Yeah. Okay. Max, yeah. I like what you said, so I'll say it. That Sydney is so big now that it depends, like, what halfway is between Brisbane and Sydney, because Sydney's so big. And look, Brisbane is too. Like, but you know, I've already stated today, it's from B&E to SYD, from the Loop to Shep's Mound. So halfway was 477. Oh, there we go. Got a bit of UHF action. Actually, the CB radio's been very quiet all day. I would have thought I'd hear a lot more. I'm assuming maybe because it's a Saturday, there's less truckers on the road. Oh, there's an old EH Holden. That was nice. You know, for a Holden. So what's grade separation warning signs? So some places along there have grade separation warning signs. Grade separation. As we climb back up to 110. Yes, from YBBN to YSSY. 100%, mate. Because we're all plane spotters as well. Like, it just made sense. Plus, I haven't been to Shep's Mound forever. I used to live in Randwick. I was only 10 minutes away. I remember the first A380 flying in. I rode my motorcycle over to the end of the runway near the canal. Parked the bike. I still got the photos. I took a couple of photos of the bike. I've still got those photos. I didn't take any photos of the plane. But I was there with a whole bunch of other plane spotters, and this is before I even knew what plane spotting was. I like planes. I didn't realise I was a plane spotter. I've met plane spotters that write down like all the regos of all the planes they see and everything like that. Like that's keen. I'm not that keen. Oh, the Concorde coming in. Maxie, you're showing your age, buddy. It's a shame I'll never get to see a Concorde fly. I mean, I know you can go to like Heathrow Airport and see one, but it doesn't count. To go to a museum, it doesn't count. His and hers cuts. Are these guys... Is this a mobile hairdresser in the caravan? See, if I wasn't by myself, we'd ring them and just say, "G'day." I mean, they might be on the UHF, but... Oh, what? Grade separation is a fancy name for an intersection. Again, it's disappointing to see all of these wildlife crossing poles without the actual crossings still attached. I'm assuming they were all torn down in the weather, but the fact that they haven't been replaced yet. Doyleson, yes. Near Newcastle there, just south of Newcastle. Morisset, Dawson, all that area. Need 3 lanes south of Newcastle with the amount of traffic. How was that truck a few weeks ago that was spilling shards of metal all over the freeway between like south of Newcastle? Like, I heard there was like hundreds of cars had punctures and stuff. Shredded tyres. Truth be told, I had a shredded tyre yesterday. I tried to drive one of my other cars with a flat tyre, and it it didn't last very long. Lasted 200 metres. But I had it changed and a new second-hand tyre chucked on the car within an hour. So, all good. Wasn't this one. Yeah, Henry, there are a bunch of places to eat. The thing is, I've been carnivore now for about a year. As Julia Flight starts a members-only live stream. I didn't realise I'd be going up against Julia Flights today. Obviously. I don't think they're here, are they? Are they in South Korea or something? I think I saw something last night. Company pay for new tyres. Look, you know what? That's a great boss. That's a dude. If that seriously happened, all right. So I'll say it for those not looking at the live stream. All 8 people of us. So Maxie's saying in the live stream, because we talked about the truck that dumped a whole bunch of scrap metal on the road south of Newcastle, that the trucker's boss said to everyone get in touch and he would pay for new tyres for everyone. That is what just should happen. Like that shouldn't be negotiable. That should just be, all right, bring your car in and we'll fix it up. Like, that's mad. Is Sid Squad still going? Yeah, well, I figured, oh, there you go. We've got a wildlife bridge still up here. That's nice. Good on you, koalas. I figured when I saw them start up this morning, but I didn't have a choice. This was an opportunity that I was going to take, live streaming between Brisbane and Sydney. I can't see Sid Squad still being there when I get there. That's the problem. Otherwise, I'd just rock in and say, hey, guess what, boys? Finished my live stream at your live stream. I did it once a couple of weeks ago. I finished a live stream literally looking at James whilst he was live streaming on level 9. But unfortunately, I think the stream dropped out as I was going up the car park. Yeah, well, I mean, he has. What's the longest stream that Kurt's done? It's like a 10 or 12 hour stream. Honestly, I'm waiting for one of these plane spotting channels to do a 24-hour non-stop stream. And I'm not talking about the AI channels which literally go 24/7. I'm talking about Kurt or Maddie and James doing like a live stream for 24 hours, like a fundraiser one or something. Oh, he's at Shep's Mound, seriously. Damn. I'm still 6 hours away. I don't think he's going to be there in 6 hours. If I'd have known that, would I have left earlier? If I had have known... Nah, because I just wanted to drive during daylight hours today. It'll be close to, be between 11 and 12 hours. Oh, so it was about 12 hours? 11 and a half hours? Yeah, I knew that he'd done a long live stream. If he was to do that again today, that would be amazing. Imagine that. I mean, if I knew him well enough, I know Tezza knows him. If I knew him at all, I could have contacted him and said, hey, dude, let's finish our streams at the same time, at the same place. Yeah, I reckon he doesn't have long to go. I reckon he'll probably call it around lunchtime. I mean, it's not like there's no traffic there. I mean, Sydney Airport will be, you know, busy right up till curfew. Curfew. Oh, YouTube restricts streams to 12 hours. Actually, you know what? I think you're right, Max. Which I didn't even think about when doing this one. I just knew that I'd do it within 12 hours. I didn't even think that... Well, the other thing is too, it keeps dropping out. So it doesn't really matter for me, because this stream's only been going for, you know, 40 minutes. I'll have to see if there's some way of joining them together so it becomes one 12-hour long stream. Parking at Shep's is a nightmare. Well, I don't need to worry about parking so much. Like, that's parking to get out and leave. Like, by the time I get there, I don't care if I just pull up and sign off and then drive away. Oh, I mean, it'd be nice to get out, stretch my legs and have a bit of a squiz. So what do you mean by that, Henry? That you would have seen Kurt and Maddie in August? What cyclone? We had a cyclone here in March. Do you mean that cyclone? How did that affect August? See, I know you got other plans. Otherwise, yeah, it would have been great. I was checking because I know that this was a little short notice. I plan on having more notice in the future for other long distance streams. And I know where you're going. Hopefully catch up with you tomorrow. That'd be mad. But yeah, I was letting you know what the deal was. So if you had the opportunity, it would have been awesome to meet you out at Shep's Mound this afternoon. But you go and enjoy your afternoon, your evening where you're going. So is the work going on the weekends as well? Oh, gotcha. Ah, now that makes sense. Yeah. All right. So the cyclone changed the plans because of August, and now the air show's not happening. And yeah, fair enough. Gotcha, Henry. Thanks for explaining that. That makes total sense. Oh, am I coming? Is this my servo? Is this where I'm going? Um, is this my servo? Is this where I'm hopping off? Yeah, I knew you meant Sid Squad, Matt. Yeah, no, that's cool. All right, am I going to get some fuel? My driving range is only 70 kilometres, so... So you can't even see it from here. Is this it? All right, time for a break. Time to grab a bit of food. Is it here? No. Is it not this one? Well, that was a nice pit stop. So not there. Yeah, there's a lot of water out there. The rivers are up. And this viaduct's definitely... we're glad that the highway's raised these days. Although the roads down there look okay. South Kempsey. Yeah. I'll get there. All right, so I'm just testing something. This is me live. I just turned the volume down on the live replay, and I'm having a chat. So for anybody who is out there, Cal6, I know you're there, and whoever else is out there listening, yes, I've sort of taken over the voice on the stream. So I'm just testing to see if this works or not, and I think it does. So I will return us back to our normal program. Uh, I will, but I'll be here for a little while, so I can actually say hello physically as well as textually. Anyway, I'll let you get back to it. Might fix that up too. Yeah, Max. Well, mate, there is a car stop there. It's a good drive. There's a few reasons I'll come and do this drive again over the next 6 months. Maybe Bathurst. Oh, that's right. Smiley faces. There's a few smiley faces been painted on a couple of bridges down this way. Like that smiley face. And inside too. It's a pretty decent smiley face. More smiley faces. Oh, what? So, Cal, I'll have to do a Sydney run, trying to follow as best as I can the Old Pacific Highway. I do know a little bit here and there of the Old Pacific Highway. The pie in the sky was not too long ago that I drove the Old Pacific Highway, the older bridge across the Hawkesbury River, which has now been done up and repainted. It took a while, but seems though they've pretty much finished that. Mount White, awesome for motorcycling. So when I used to live in Sydney, I used to motorcycle up that way occasionally if I wasn't going down to the Nasho. And absolutely go through all the bypass towns. I like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Radiator Springs in the movie Cars, how it gets bypassed, and you just have to make a reason for people to continue going to the towns. So, and for me, live streaming is a reason to go through these little towns and check them out. So yeah, I think it's a great idea, mate. Great idea. My equipment, check the laptop, OBS and YouTube, and they still seem to be working, even with the, oh, how's the sun now? Hello, sun. And then, yeah, it came back. So it glitched big time, but we rescued it. And now the sun is out. As you said, Max, blue skies above. About to pull in and refuel. 50 kilometres left in the tank. So I definitely need to just trying to read the number plate. Oh, I can't read that. Oh, I don't know what that means. Here we go. Next exit. Now, can I refuel without turning the car off? I don't want to turn the car off. I have tried before to refuel, and because I can't turn the lights off, it depends if the console operator is like looking at the car. Caltex. Yeah. Yeah, I've stopped here a few times, eh? Where do I want to go? Oh, Caltex and Ampol. Well, I might go to the Ampol, I think. Can I get there this way? Oof. Yeah, I remember being here only not long ago. And then I got to remember which side the fuel is on. So it's on this side. And there's diesel here too. Good O. Good O. Alright, I'll be back. Hopefully this works. Alright, well, this is me again live. It looks like I stepped out of the vehicle for a few minutes to put some more fuel in. Geez, I can't even remember where I was at the time, but... Oh, can I read it? Is that South Kempsey? So there you go. It's written on the Ampol sign. South Kempsey. And, yeah, it's like 6 months ago I did this stream now, so... And it took 7 goes. Huh? I should turn that down. Yeah. This was not a time I was wearing... I don't think I wore the microphone into the service station at this time, so I did that for the first time a little bit later. A couple of months later, which was pretty funny. Anyway, for those that are watching the stream, this live replay, I hope you're enjoying it. I will be live again tomorrow from, let's say, 6 a.m. Driving to Gladstone to pick up some stuff, and then out to Billawheeler to continue doing some more work for Horizon. So yeah, so I'll try to be as quick as I can in Gladstone, and then drive out to Billawheeler and have that as a stream for tomorrow. That should be all right. Slim Dusty. Is that where he was born? Yeah, good old Slim Dusty. Yeah, so these streams get quite boring when I get out of the car to refuel. I didn't realise how boring they get. So that's I'm kidding, not so boring. I know that everyone is usually in the chat, chatting away with each other. So, but Cal 6, I will be doing 360 stream tomorrow. Yes, excuse me. I will 360 stream tomorrow, and then from Billawheeler to Mackay on Friday. So Monday and Friday. So what I'm looking at doing, I think I'm in the same hotel room for the week. So what I will do is I will put together some more of these live replays, and after I finish the stream on tomorrow, I will look to just run. I'm just going to run a live stream, a live replay for as long as I can. Oh, there I go. Look, there's me walking off to go pay for fuel. If it was a BP, I would have been able to pay for it at the pump. because I use the BP app. But when I'm driving the work vehicles, like I will be tomorrow, um, I have to use the work fuel card. So I have to go in and pay. So no biggie. But yes, I will be 360 streaming tomorrow. I'll 360 stream the next few streams, to be honest. Um, Now that I'm getting good at changing the resolution from 1080p through to 5.6K. So it's not 4K, it's not 8K, it's 5.6K. And I will, yeah, I'm getting good at changing between the two now, so I'll be able to easily set that up for tomorrow. I'll probably just let this stream run till 5 in the morning, then change my settings, and then by 6 we'll hit the road. Yeah, I think so. Awesome. Yeah, it will be awesome. Look, the best part about it is that traffic is going the other way. So some of the things I like to look at is the amount of traffic, especially around the North Lakes area on the Bruce Highway heading north. Um, it gets mental, and I enjoy not being on that side of the road.
I'm struggling in the little.
And when I'm working down the Gold Coast, it usually gets quite stop-start by the time I get in towards the Gold Coast proper. But heading north, we should be fine. So it should be an uneventful drive. So let's make an event out of it. I will. I don't know. We'll definitely talk some facts here and there and blah blah blah. Oh, if I remember, I think there was a guy. Was he?
All right, live streaming will continue. But I'm going to go get some food and go to the toilet, and I'll be back soon.
I can't remember. I'm trying to remember. I think there was some guy who was having difficulties, and I asked him if he needed a hand. Yes, you are going to have to wait for part 2. The Moreton Bay, yes, we'll do. Yeah, like I said yesterday, We'll start from Brisbane and we'll drive up the highway, and go to Beachmere. And if I try to be clever about it, I might try not to take the Bruce Highway at all. So depending upon what day it is. Sometimes I like to not take the highway at all. Just use back roads, and then get up to Beachmere. Check out Beachmere. I haven't been there for a little while, probably a year. I sold a car to a friend who lives in Beachmere, and then I bought it back off him. So I think that was the last time I was in Beachmere. So that was about a year ago. So I will check it out. We'll go for a drive. We'll check it out. It has definitely grown. We'll have a look at where the beaches are. Well, beaches, where the water is. I don't know if you can call it a beach. And then we'll make our way around to Galwin Beach, and then all the way to Sandstone Point, and then over the bridge, and we'll check out a few spots both in Bongaree and Wurrum. So yeah, should be good. But you will have to wait. I'm only gone for a week, and that'll give me time to hopefully, because we want to do it in the convertible again. So that'll give me some time to hopefully diagnose what the issue is with the EOS, and then get the top down and go and have a cruise. Actually, what I'm really keen to do would be go and have a cruise in the afternoon, that into the evening, so that we can see the effects of the camera and how good it transitions from day to night. And I think that'd be pretty cool, especially in the convertible. A good time to go out in the convertible is definitely in the afternoon into the evening, and then drive home at night. Nah, I've been busy today. I had to go pick up the work vehicle. I had to go and help put a security camera up for my for a friend of mine, and a few other things. I do need to move a few cars around downstairs, so I just thought probably not today, to be honest. There's nothing I don't need the car for a week. There's nothing I could do really with it today anyway. So Anyway, that's about it, I think. I have V8 supercars. The V8 Supercar Championship is on. I'll be watching it slightly delayed, so no spoilers. This is a no spoiler live stream. So, am I about to jump back in the car? I believe so. So I'll get back to it.
Back.
I'll definitely drop in for a coffee, mate.
We won the footy last night. I haven't even looked yet. Yes, I did grab some refreshments, and I did get your text, and I was looking at some of the things that you sent me. I should talk into the microphone.
There we go.
There's the microphone. I have to position in a way where I can still
Eat.
Nana's been a clown. Is that a Model T? Nina's in the back of an old Model T Ford. That's awesome. But I'll tell you what, the photos of True Blue, is that literally True Blue? No, that's a replica. That is actually a road registered replica of True Blue with the number plate XD17. Yeah. Oh, next to Brocky's car. There's some cool photos. Thank you, Nina. I'll quickly read some of this.
Yeah, so Henry, I was discussing this earlier. So this car. So what happens? Because the inverter that I'm using to run the router and run my laptop. Oh, hello. The car just turned itself off. There we go. It's got the stop-start technology. So the car just did turn itself off, but like the headlights or the parkers and stuff are still on. Aircon's still on and stuff like that. So it does. It has a 48-volt battery in the back seat, and it can turn off and on to obviously save fuel and get more range. So, which I'm resetting my trip meter now. Oh, the wrong one. Whatever. Or was that the right one? That was the wrong one. Whatever. Anyway, if I was to stop the car and then restart it conventionally, it'll turn everything off. As in, it'll turn the inverter off, and then the router will shut down, and then I'll lose connection. So, but I was able to refuel without turning it off. So happy. All right. Let us depart. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I have to do a U-turn. Oh, I can go this way.
I'll just go this way. All right, so we're over halfway. We've dropped out about 5 times now. When I expected, well, the expectation is to probably not drop out as much as we get into more populated area like Sydney. Let's see if the mighty Kia Carnival can merge at 110. They're not doing a very good job. Come on. We're merging at 90. And they're going straight. Well, they're avoiding damage. They're avoiding crap on the road, so that's fair enough. Yep, there is still stuff there. All right. So we're back on the road. Sun is out just now. Happy, happy. I have food. I have drink. I have good company. We have connection still, luckily. I've reset the trip meter for the fuel. We have a motorcycle ahead of us. Have not seen many motorcycles on the road today, let's be honest. Looks like a peep later. Yep. Restricted. The red P's, so they restricted to 100 or something like that. Good to see. Maxie, did you just do a cowism? If Cow was lurking, you would have fished him out for sure. It could be challenging between Tari and Newcastle. Oh, is this a Mahindra? Oh my god, this Mahindra, it's like 150 metres in front of me and I can tell what it is because it's a terrible looking vehicle. I mean, good on the Indians for having a crack, but they are not a good looking ute. Near 100 k's an hour. But that's one thing I need to be aware of is that learners and P-platers down here in New South Wales are restricted to doing like 80, 90 kilometres an hour on the motorways. I'm sorry, New South Wales. That's an absolutely stupid idea. Who thought of that? And whoever that left-wing woke person is, they need to have a good hard look at themselves. Although I don't think that'll help. That was the intent. That was the intent. Fish out the cow. Fish out the cow. Here comes a Jeep on the right side as I fish for some chicken.
It's the Jeep Gladiator. I mean, it's a cool colour. I like it. It's very, very military. It's got the little doggy window in the back. I like them. They're cool. If you're gonna have a ute and a dog, you definitely want to have a little window where they can stick their snouts and slobber all over the back seat. Yeah, Maxi, I understand that a lot of rules, and a lot of rules are created around raising revenue. Yes, I understand. Um, yeah, yeah, you just said that. If some bureaucrat can come up with a rule, the Gateway Bridge. Why is this ASX weaving all over the road in the right-hand lane? Again, not keeping left unless overtaking. Um, they don't look like that. They could be tourists. It might be a hire car.
I'm still eating chicken.
So I did have, up until yesterday, have a general chat, but my moderator Henry changed it around a little bit, so we don't have one anymore. But I'll have a chat. I'll have a chat with him about it probably tomorrow, and he'll probably be moderating the chat tomorrow morning because he's not at school anymore. So we'll have a chat to him about that.
Said so we can sit in there and have a chat while watching these live replays.
My question is who you're chatting to, and I'll explain. You won't be chatting to me because I will only be listening to a moderator or two. Otherwise, it gets too confusing, and then I lose track of what's going on. So, but if it means just chatting, just jumping in, a whole bunch of people just chatting and chatting, yeah, I'll have a chat with Henry about it tomorrow and see what's going on. See if we can put it back in there because it was there up until yesterday. So anyway, unless overtaking, moron, whack that on you. Yeah, whack that on your car. That is true. He was getting right into Forza yesterday. Yes.
Plus he is playing Forza Horizon again.
I do like these smiley faces though. This one's a green one. what? Please still be here. Are we still live? I think so. Please come back. One more.
Yeah, Maxie. Waze has me literally 3 hours 58 minutes. So you're spot on. Excuse my phlegm. Yep. So just under 400 kilometres and just under 4 hours. All the way through to Shep's. Beauty. All right. All right, so lunch is downrange. Jimny. Weather is excellent. A little bit of cloud, but mostly sunny here. And heading south. Our destination, only 4 hours away. Taree is coming up. Last time I was in Taree was last time I drove to Wollongong, which is only a couple of months ago. We stopped in Taree for the night, my mate and I. There's a car on the on-ramp. Not going fast enough, so no need to change lanes. And we got out in the morning and we refueled. And we're at the petrol station, putting diesel in the Toyotas. Anyway, only about 10 metres away was this woman standing next to her car at the Bowser having a cigarette. And I'm a bit of a smart ass. And I said loud enough for her to hear. I was just like, well, that's a bit stupid. I was like, that's a bit stupid smoking near a Bowser at a petrol station. And she sort of looked at me, finished her cigarette, said something to her driver in a car, and then hopped in the car. And then as they started the car, these two classy Indigenous ladies decided to throw abuse at me. The First Nations. Anyway, they were yelling and screaming as they pulled out of the chimney, as they pulled out of the service station and tore up the road in their piece of crap Lancer. Yeah. I copped an earful because I called out a stupid person smoking a cigarette within a few metres of a petrol Bowser. What's the world come to? Maxie, that's... I don't think that was her plan, to be the first human on the moon without a spacecraft. No, it's situational awareness, isn't it? It's just some people are so moronic. It's like... So here's the thing, right? Every animal species on the planet, except for human beings, the strong survive and the smart survive. And it's a struggle of the fittest, right? Except for humans. For some stupid reason, us humans take pity on the stupid ones and protect them. We protect them by constantly changing the rules and the laws to accept the lowest common denominator. Like, this has only been going on for a few hundred years. Maybe not even that long. Maybe the last 100 years. But before that, like, if you were unfit, dead. If you were stupid, dead. If people really didn't like you, dead. Like, now, like, to, you know, like, it's just, and the worst part about keeping the morons and the stupid people alive by protecting them, by creating rules that stop them from dying, they're the ones breeding. I don't have to say anything else.
Or maybe I do.
Maybe something stupid like the baby bonus that happened 20 odd years ago just encouraged the stupidest of people to produce even more stupid people. Because smart people knew that an extra $5,000 for having a baby isn't worth it. If you're ready to have a baby, have a baby. If you're not, because of finances, an extra $5,000 isn't going to change the mind of a smart person. Stupid people, however, see, there's a learner doing, is it 80? 90 kilometers an hour they're allowed to do. I think they were doing 80 before they took the exit. And again, we've got more. What did you call them before? I can't even remember the weird name that you called them for. Was it gradient changes? Freaking highway intersections. Mate, it does speak volumes. But the worst part about it is you can't even call out stupid behaviour these days because the left will criticise you. Like that whole, like I think it's swinging back towards the right now. Like the whole body positivity movement. It's like, love fat people. No, you're unfit and unhealthy and you're a burden on our health system. Sorry, just saying it how it is. Body positivity is good when people have positively awesome bodies. A healthy body is a reflection of a healthy mind in most cases. An unhealthy body is a reflection of an unfit and unhealthy mind. And a lot of these people need help for sure. But you can't help people. There's one thing I've learned being a personal trainer for the last 15 years. You can't help someone who's not prepared to help themselves. And I'm there to help those that can help themselves. But you got to help yourself. People can't care about somebody more than the person cares.
All right, I'll interrupt myself here. I get a bit as a personal trainer. I've been a personal trainer for 15 years, and I'm all for people who try and help themselves. Absolutely, it's just when people play victim. I just can't respect that. That's all. So, but anyway, g'day Baz, how are you, mate? I'm just interrupting my live replay. This is. I thought about this earlier. I thought, you know what? I could probably actually interrupt my vocals on the live stream replay this way, and it worked. I got home and I was like, oh, let's try this, and it worked. So I can actually voice over the live replay, and which is kind of cool. So I can actually, communicate like I normally do with you guys when I'm actually properly live streaming. So, hey, Aussie Baywatch, are you still up north? Because I'll be cruising past. I'll be cruising past tomorrow morning on my way to Gladstone. So, but anyway, depends where you'll be. Depends where you'll be, mate. Oh, I've just started watching the V8 supercar replay. Oh, it's carnage. Of course, they're race car drivers, always all trying to win. Yeah, Cal sex. I'm trying to say 6. Yeah, I think I kind of went off a little bit with my rant. This is what happens when I'm put in a car by myself for 12 hours. Excuse me. Oops. I just had a coughing. Just had a cough. Barry, you're 52 kilos. Well, look, I can't say I'm the picture of perfection when it comes to fitness because I'm 108 at the moment. But, 95 is probably a really good weight for me at the moment. So,
Oh, Tornado at Adelaide. Actually, little story. I was on Craig Lowndes' pit crew back in 2018 with the Lowndes Autobahn team. Not doing wheel changes or anything like that, but helping out in the back. It was pretty cool.
Said yep, so
At
we can
Adelaide.
Tuesday,
It
okay.
was awesome. Um, well, I'm probably not gonna make my way off the highway that far. So, but only because I'm driving up north for work. So it's my boss is good with me if I'm not going like too far out of my way. So, but I'll have a look on the map. Actually, I got the map up at the moment because I was looking at Telegraph Point and Buckets Way. So, Buckets Way, there it is. Anyway, I will have a little look at the map, but it's hard to. I'll tell you what's hard. It's hard to multitask. Doing a live replay, watching the V8 supercars. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. I'm having some fun. Where am I? Let's get back. Let's get back here.
I had to tape up the gap in the window, and I've used the front window today. I probably shouldn't have done that. I probably should have used the back window, like I've done every other time in the Lexus. And yeah, my tape job I thought was pretty good. It barely, when it rained before, there was like almost zero water coming in. So the Kia Carnival, which sort of took off on us before, has definitely slowed down and just sitting in the right-hand lane. I will admit, because you've got turns that go across the highway up here, sometimes a vehicle might be in the right-hand lane getting ready to actually make a right-hand turn. So that's something along this stretch of road we need to be mindful of. If a vehicle's jumped in the right-hand lane because they're going to slow down and take a right turn and take a side road. As we come into Q with a K. Full Drive Superstore? I'll try online first. I know that, I think they were like vents. But there'll be something. And you know what? If it doesn't exist, we can 3D print it. Oh, Maxi, tell me you have a 3D printer. You would be the kind of guy to have a 3D printer. I have a friend back in Brizzy who has a 3D printer. And I would definitely ask if he would like to help create a panel that locks into the window that you can feed cables through. That is weatherproof, weather resistant, and wind resistant. Because that's the big thing for me. The wind noise today's been yuck. But I'll have a look at the full drive Superstore for sure. As we slow down again. No. Don't know if this ambulance is going anywhere in particular, but they don't look slow. They don't have their lights on yet, but I definitely won't be getting in their way. Let's get in front of this. So, I don't mind these little Toyotas, the CHR. Don't know what CHR stands for, but I've made it stand for Corolla Dash High Rise, because they're like a high rise Corolla. But there is actually a Corolla Cross, which is also a high rise Corolla. So, anyway,
let this ambulance come past. Yeah, I don't mind a shower or two, Maxie. That's fine. I'm assuming they've probably got a patient in the back, paramedic in the front, driving. Obviously, the one in the front is driving. I would say that the other paramedic would be in the back with a patient. And even though they don't have their lights on, they are definitely doing more than 110, so... Maxie, you don't have a... Well, I can tell from the tone of your text that you would like one. 3D printer, that is. Rubber or plastic? The ones that I saw for the WRX, I think were made of metal with like a rubber strip around them, something like that. But like I said, those were like vents, so it's like it was a way of having your window up, but still have air coming in. And they were pretty cool. I should be able to find them easy because I know they exist. So, but I will see if there is any types of window aperture weather guard thing. It's hard to know what to call something if you don't know what it is, to then be able to... That's the whole thing about Google searches, isn't it? You got to need to use the right words to find it is that you're looking for. So, if you don't know what something's called, it's hard to find. But anyway, I'll do that later. I'll do that tonight. Yeah. Let's just watch the vehicle in front of the truck. So that ute in front of the truck, like, just cut in way too close. Didn't even use their indicator. Well, I didn't see him use their indicator. So, if it was a quick flash... Well, that was something. Indicators. How do you use an indicator? Well, I know coming up to a corner and a turn, it's 30 metres prior to making that turn. But if you're indicating to change lanes, like what a lot of people do is they just do a quick flick and then dart into the next lane and basically gives nobody an opportunity to take evasive action if they need to. But I was reading about indicating because there's certain things like what does indicating to change lanes, like how long should you indicate to change lanes? I would think at least 30 metres. But at 110 kilometres an hour, 30 metres goes in a quick half a indicate. So I don't think that would be the case. OBS is disconnected, reconnected. Maybe the network here is a bit crap. Hasn't kicked us off yet. Come back, YouTube. I think we're back. I might just reset my
YouTube.
Yep. We're back. And we're gone again. And we're back. And we're gone again. Discovering a way of live streaming the whole way is going to be it's going to be adventure. Yeah, very glitchy around here, but I can't help but think maybe the flooding had something to do with that. Maybe the towers aren't, not all the towers are operating or something. Manning River's definitely full. Yeah. Maxi, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, if there's one thing, if there's a few things that emergency services like to try and get up and running quickly, it's obviously water, sewer, get that happening. But communications is up there as well, so we'll see. We'll see how glitchy it is through here. He's pretty slow. Oh, that's why. Only 90. Oh, it's a terrible idea. I'm so glad that our learners and P-platers in Queensland can actually do the posted speed. I just think it's an abomination of a rule. Like, if the kids are taught I didn't add this before, so I'll recap. I was talking before about learner drivers in Queensland have to do a mandatory 10 hours of night driving, and that doesn't make sense that they don't have to do a mandatory 10 hours of wet weather driving. It's stupid to say that night driving, which is mandatory, is more dangerous than wet weather driving, which is not mandatory. And then, but what I forgot to say is what I've thought about is that the first 10 hours that learners do should be on a closed circuit. It shouldn't even be on the road. Learning how to operate a motor vehicle shouldn't happen on the road. It should happen on a closed circuit. I know when I was a kid, I learnt to do it out in the pine forests, so that when I was driving on the road, I could concentrate on road rules, driving position, like road position. I didn't have to worry about what does a clutch do, what does this gear stick do. I've got 3 pedals but only 2 feet. Like it's the first 10 hours should be on a closed circuit at a driving training facility like what we got up in Brisbane. Our racetracks are road driving driver facilities. Like, that's what they get used for a lot of the time, to help people learn how to control a motor car. First 10 hours on a closed circuit. And a part of that can be an hour or two on a wet skid pan. So that when they do start driving on the road, and then they have to do their mandatory 10 hours of wet weather driving, then they'll be more prepared for it. I mean, you can get special dispensation for places that doesn't rain, for sure. Like if you say, I live in an area, it rains once a year. Like, it's hard for me to get 10 hours of wet weather driving. Sure, fine, I get it. That's fine. You can have that. Can happen. That can be a thing. You know, it's the same as when a P-plater who's not allowed to drive a V8 or a turbocharged vehicle gets a special waiver to drive one of those vehicles if it's for a special reason. Case by case, for sure. But if you got no reason, just do it. Oh, the little A-Class Mercedes. Aren't they cute? They're basically an oversized smart car. What's this one, an A200? Oh, it's a B. It's a B200. Ah, well. I definitely can't say that I know my small Mercedes-Benz very well. Well, the channel's glitched all day. Was expecting this. Nothing out of the ordinary. It's actually glitched out about as much as I thought it would. Like, it's actually gone according to plan. Knowing I'd have to reset and restart the stream a bunch of times. Like, it's still struggling right now. It's trying to end, and it's kind of, it's buffering. It's thinking. It's probably not hearing anything I'm saying right now. But just in case it is, geez, there's a lot of fire trucks. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all rural fire brigade. All SES stuff. Ah, Victorians. apparently back. What's the next place? So we've passed. We refueled in Kempsey. We passed not long ago the turn off to Port Macquarie. Is that Hastings River Road? We passed that. So Port Macquarie's off to our left. Foster, Tuncurry. We're coming into that area. There is well, I do have some friends that live close by here. Rich and Rin. They're not far from here. Is it Nabiac? What was that place that we went to for breakfast, Rick? It was like a farm. It was like a paddock to plate place or something. It was nice. It was good breakfast. It's like a big cafe in the middle of nowhere. We'll pass it. We should see it. We should see it. Yeah, Nabiac. I just can't remember the name of the cafe slash restaurant. I don't even know it's like what is it a restaurant? Is it a cafe? I don't know. I just know it's got I think it's got a butchery in there. Kalongaluk. I'll see it. It'll be on the right. I remember driving my Subaru SVX to Subinats last year. And I stopped there. Met Rich for breakfast. The National Motorcycle Museum and Villa d'Este Winery. Sounds good. I think I definitely need to stop there. Is it here? Here it is. What's it called? It's a bakery, deli, cafe, bar. Can't even really read the name of it. Anyway, we just passed it on the right there. It's a cool place. That would be cool to see the National Motorcycle Museum. The fact that it's not in a city, the fact that it's... Well, I mean, there's a motorcyclist in front of me might be going there. What was that? Little GSX 500? Oh, yeah, I remember I stopped here. Right, so that's where it is. As the Harley tries to speed up to highway speeds. I say tries. Hey, I guess Harleys don't fall apart as much as they used to. I'll say that. A little bit more DPF burn. It's near Falford. Falford. I know. Is there a place called Falford? I know Falford Road. That was back on the left, about 10 k's back. I think I've taken that road to go to Foster before. Oh. So 300 kilometres to go. That's a clean Harley. Not my style. He's cut me off a little, but that was a nice bike. At least you know the adaptive cruise control works with motorcycles as well, because it it made me slow down when he cut in front of me. So why, there's no need to just cut in front of people so close. I don't know what it's all about. Is he like trying to show off his exhaust pipe or something? Yeah, I don't like the word Failford put together. Because I'm a Ford guy. Oh, look at this. Oh, what oh, well done. Jeez, I hope I got that. Well done, legend. That was very close to... Who does that? He's just done a U-turn. He's heading back the other way. He, her, whatever. Like, I'm about to make an overtake on a little Hyundai, and then they just cut across in front of me to take the right-hand exit. That's one dangerous thing about the don't have overpasses. But it's just some more social media content, isn't it? Just some more live stream content. I'm looking forward to when the channel's grown that we do road trips with a few of us in the vehicle, and the person who is controlling the laptop can do like action replays and stuff. That'll be cool. Oh, there's so many plans for this channel. For those 5 people out there listening. We've been going for like 5 or 6 weeks now. We're just going to grow into some awesomeness. Like, I know I'm trying to live stream. Definitely trying to get across the Nullarbor. That will be interesting. Seeing chuck some Starlink or whatever it is at the time when we get there. See if we can live stream across Australia. We'll make it happen. If it's not tomorrow or next week, next month or next year, we'll make it happen. Henry's back. Good on you, buddy. Except I'm not. I'm frozen up again. Woo. I'm frozen up again. The yellow stripe of death. Oh, it keeps coming and going. But Henry, yep. Good to see you back, buddy. If you can hear me in between glitches.
More fire trucks. The Golf R. I mean, honestly, one of the best shopping cars around. Absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt. I bet you she doesn't even understand how good that car can go. She doesn't look like she would drive it how it's built. Let's just say that. Glitchy, glitchy, glitchy. It's glitchy, but it's working. Just. Yeah, you can hear me? Yeah, that's fine. It's hard to know what you can and can't hear because it's about 10 seconds delayed, so I'm not going to be trying to listen in. That would be awkward. Anyway. The rain's holding off. Kalongaluk. Here we go, Maxi. Like you said. I've stopped at these servos. Actually, when was I here? Oh, the Canberra Festival of Speed. So, 2 trips ago, I was driving back with my mate Vaz. We had been to the Canberra Festival of Speed. I was in the Lexus. We were driving back. He was in his 911 Turbo. And I remember stopping here. And because we were driving north, I had to try and cross the road to get to the BP. That was a hassle. So busy. Just to try and get across the road to get to the BP was hectic. Hectic. More fire trucks. So many emergency vehicles. It's crazy. That's not a fire truck. That's a police car that's pulled somebody over. Just pulled them over too. Oh, the coppers getting to drive BMWs in New South Wales. Well, the positive is, if he's not pulling, if he's pulling them over, he's not pulling me over. Oh, I've got you loud and clear, mate.
Cheers, bro. Have a good day.
You too, brother. You too. Nah, that's the first radio check for today. We haven't really spoken about the UHF yet, but well, that's there. There you go. There's an introduction into UHF. So somebody's just asked for a radio check. I had them loud and clear. I don't know where they were, but they were pretty close. Considering I've got a very small aerial on the front of the Hilux here. The bigger aerial's actually in the back, on the back seat. But I didn't think it necessary to change it over for this drive. If I'm going to speak to anybody, they'll be in close proximity. I think I've stopped at like all of these rest stops, eh? Definitely. Well, there's a family having a bit of a picnic. So, Henry, you're saying it's been raining. Yeah, we knew the rain was coming, Henry. It's I couldn't work Friday, so Thursday I was hanging off the Meriton building. Oh, I can put my speed back to 110 now.
I was hanging off the Meriton building, working, and we were going to go back and work yesterday there, but I was on my way to work and it rained out. It was basically my boss messaged me half an hour beforehand and just said, nah, it's not going to work, because we would have got an hour. We would have had panels stripped off the side of the building, and then it would have started raining, and then we wouldn't be able to get back on there until who knows when, and we would have had it open. So at least it's all closed up at the moment. So I got to spend most of yesterday actually preparing for today. I changed the overlay for, like, I've called it the light setup, so I don't have the rear view mirror on today's overlay, and I've modified the Driving Live Australia logo. I've sort of just shortened it up, so as it starts to rain here again, Henry, so you're not the only one getting wet today, mate. Wooten, I guess that may be how you say it. Then Bulahdelah. Yeah, Bulahdelah's not far away. More fire trucks. There are so many fire trucks, the Bush Fire Brigade, so many emergency services vehicles heading north to that affected area that we drove through just previously. You could tell they got KO'd. I like that you call them villages, Max. The next village is Wooten Village. That's cute. Back to rainy weather, Max. I tell you what, I hope you're a better IT guy than you are weatherman. I say that with tongue in cheek, mate. I say that with tongue in cheek. I think it's pretty incredible how meteorologists can say what a day, like in a week's time, the day's going to be X amount of degrees, X amount of chance of rain. It's going to be foggy, it's going to be this, it's going to be that. It's like, it's an awesome science, meteorology. Nelson's Bay? No rain south of Nelson's Bay. Oh, Port Stephens. I haven't been there for a long time. Les Norton books, where Les Norton went to Port Stephens in one of his adventures. Good old Les Norton. Apparently there's a Les Norton movie out now. I definitely need to see that. I got so many Les Norton books at home. I believe Robert G. Barrett used to live on the Central Coast, so, or maybe he still does. I don't know if he's still around. Bless his cotton socks. Geez, he wrote some good books. I'll tell you what, if you have to drive alone, live streaming is a really good way to keep company. And looking at you two with your YSSY and your YBBN, You guys are, well, Terry used to be YRED, but he took that off. What's the time? 1:30. Oh, let me check. What time did Terry say he was working till today? Working from 9 till 4. So we won't see Terry back on the channel until, well, maybe about the time that I hit Shep's. Jubes. Are they like jelly lollies? Jubes. I'm pretty sure that they're like jelly lollies or something. Is that right, Henry? I don't know if I've ever had them. Or if I have, it's such a long time ago. Definitely haven't had them in the last 12 months, that's for sure. Don't be sorry, Max. Lots of rain at home. I believe, Henry, are you on the south side? Are you on the south side? I'm not quite exactly sure where you are, but I think I might know. Down the south side somewhere. So I like looking at cars like this Ford Ranger. Like, it looks just stock mag wheels, stock tires. The whole thing looks stock. Then it's got a cool flat roof rack, a little bit like what the boys use at OPN on the bread van. And then he's got 4 Max tracks up on top. I bet those Max tracks have never been off since they've been put up there. Because nothing else about that Ford Ranger looks like it goes off-road. Nothing. Yeah, Max, I know. The occasional shower. You did say we'll get the occasional shower. Absolutely. Okay, then maybe you are as good a weatherman as you are an IT guru. Bullet dealer exit 4Ks. So not far there. Another emergency truck. He's pulled over. Oh, what's going on here? There's a boat. There's a boat truck. Oh, it's a tow truck. Right. The boat looks fine. The boat trailer looks fine. Looks like the car's broken down. Oh, the old patina truck, the old Ford. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, it looks like someone's car's broken down whilst towing the boat trailer. Jeez. I know what that's like. Cow's back. Where are we, Cow? We are heading towards Newcastle. Did I say that correctly? Oh my God, Max. So we're approaching Mooladilla, heading for Newcastle. You guys have cracked me up. You reckon Newcastle will be the worst part of the trip? There's a sign, Newcastle, Bulladilla. We're getting there. I know that whole section of highway where you go over the bridge and then you got to come down and stop at the lights. Well, you don't have to stop at the lights coming north, but you have to stop at the lights going south, turning west. And the roadworks there at the moment, I'm sure. Haven't really improved since I was here last. Any sparkage? What's sparkage? Oh, right. Sparkage is in lightning. So apparently B&E got hail. So out at the airport at B&E. Hopefully not heavy, because I've got a couple of cars sitting outside. Oh, Henry. Chips don't faze me anymore, Henry. I went a whole year with no chips. Was it last? It was last year? The year before, I think. Or last year, I went the whole year with no chips. So, just to try and push the limits of my self-discipline. But I probably ate more biscuits. Like, I didn't eat chips, but barbecue shapes aren't chips. Yeah, I thought that's what you meant by sparkage. When I realised you're talking about hail out at B&E. My All River. Wow. Oh, wow. There's water. Oh, wow. The river's over the banks here. Yeah, crazy. So it's still flooded here. Oh, wow. There's lots of water here. Wow. It's incredible sometimes to think how much water can flood. It's like we're human beings. We go, oh, okay, well, there's a river here, and if there's lots of water, it'll flood. So let's not build where it floods. And then we build where it floods because we're human beings. Like, it's okay if we were beavers. They build where it floods. But we're not beavers. Curra. Is that how you say it? Curra, Hexham, Newcastle, Sydney. Of course it's cheaper. No, we build where it floods because humans are idiots. Lazy idiots. Not all humans, obviously. I like this saying. I heard this one years ago and it stuck with me. It's that a person is intelligent, but people are stupid. One human being is intelligent compared to the rest of the animal kingdom for sure. But you stick a bunch of people together and they become morons for some reason. I don't get it. Obviously not all humans. Maxi's continuing with his meteorology degree with so no lightning, just thunder. I do agree though, Max. It's not often that you get hail without lightning or thunder. Absolutely agree. Oh, it's been a good drive though. I've lost count how many times we've lost reception, lost connectivity through the network, but I'll be able to, I don't even need to count because I can look back. especially the people in government. Well, I used to be in government, the federal government. But I will agree that back in the day, the army didn't try and employ too many morons. They definitely had used to be a very strict entry testing criteria, but I can't say that it's as strict as it used to be. Having the stream on makes the drive better. It is. I'll tell you why it makes it better, Cow. Because I've got nobody sitting next to me, so it's like I've got you guys here. Like I'm having a conversation like there's people in the car, but there isn't, which is kind of weird. But you get used to it because I know I'm talking on the stream, so I know that there's people listening, and if they're not listening live, I know I might have, maybe if I do an hour-long live stream, I might have 10 people bump in, but then I'll have 90 people watch it when it's not live at the moment. So, whilst the channel's still young, I know that the content is being, hopefully a lot of those people, and this is a good time to say it, a lot of the people that are watching this not live, obviously subscribe, hit your notification bell, and set it so that it tells you when I do go live, otherwise you'll keep missing it. It's not often I'm going to do a 12-hour stream. Yeah, but the thing is, that was the same as when mobile phones and hands-free became a thing, and you couldn't talk on your mobile phone anymore. People are just in their car chatting. Like, people don't know that I'm just not talking on the phone. Like, windows are all up, just cruising down the highway, heading to Sydney. If someone looks over at me and sees me talking, like, they have no idea that I'm on a live stream. They just think I'm on a phone call. Weather's getting better again. Oh, it's been very patchy. A bunch of rain, and then a bit of blue sky and a bit of sun, and then a patch of rain, and it's done that all day. The stream the other day was, so Nina jumped in and we drove up to Harvey Bay, and in the last bit we had the people that were on the stream said come and swing past our house, so we did, because it was like one street off the main road, so we just turned down the street, did a U-ey. We drove past 3 times. We didn't know which house they were in, and I don't blame them for not, like... But apparently they were out the window waving, and I thought that was mad. And then, after we drove off, they said, thanks, nice black Lexus. Thanks for driving past, and then started to give us some advice about some of the intersections through Harvey Bay. It was awesome. I reckon I've seen 2 or 3 cows, especially as you drive over the raised highway that goes over the floodplains. I've seen a few horses and a few cows. Of course you were going to ask me that, Cow. Well,
Well, I'm looking forward to driving down the Gore Highway. I remember doing that not long ago, and I'm surprised that you can't really see. I remember you used to be able to drive down from like down heading towards the northern end of the harbour bridge, and you could see it was a really good view, but I don't know that you can see it very well anymore. We'll find out this afternoon. I tell you what, my camera is on slight bit of an angle. It's annoying me. I thought it was pretty straight when I set it up last night in the dark with my eyes closed. But apparently there's just the slightest little lean down on the left. And it's annoying. But it is what it is today. Oh, damn it, I hate that. I hate that saying. Henry, we've passed Bulahdelah and we're on our way towards Newcastle. What's before Newcastle? I know it. It's got Raymond Terrace. I knew it was named after somebody. So we're probably not far from Raymond Terrace. Yeah, Kempsey. I did see a couple of cows at Kempsey, and I saw one or two a little earlier today as well. Nobody knows Wooten. Oh, there's a C8 Corvette. That's a pretty sleek looking machine. I never really like. What's at Wooten that is it famous for anything? Because it's like not a landmark for me. I think that's a good idea, Cal. I am toying with the idea of having a map on the screen, whichever map we use, like whether it's the Waze or whether it's something else. I'd probably prefer something else, a different map. Narong, yes. We're not far from Narong. Then Raymond Terrace. Sydney Airport. Let's have a look at Waze. Sydney Airport is 2.5 hours away, or 232 kilometres to Shep's Mound. It's 2.5 hours, or 2 hours 28 minutes. 231 kilometres. Just passing Narong. Then it'll be Arm Cove. Oh yeah, Raymond Terrace is still a little whiles away. A little bit of UHF action on Channel 40, but a little too far away for my little aerial to pick up properly.
Oh, Sarah, hello. Good to have you back, mate. I'm travelling well, but you know I travel well. This is one of my favourite places to be, out on the road. I'm sure Wooten has a lot of cows. Most places out here has a lot of cows. The drive itself has been smooth. The live stream hasn't been, Nina. But do I see double figures up there on the 12 people watching at the moment? Oh my God, I'm going to get stage fright. Yes, bypass Curragh. Yeah, there's patches of blue sky. What else? Yeah. We don't drive through a lot of towns anymore. We'll miss Radiator Springs. We don't get to go through Radiator Springs. They've definitely built a bypass there. 14. It's exciting. I think that's close to a record. There's that like breaking even with our record. I'm going to be excited when we hit 20 in the 20s. I look at Only Planes after 2 years, and they'll have like 1,000 people watching at one time. That'll be exciting. What's the occasion? What's the occasion for this? James, I've been asked to drive a vehicle to Wollongong, so I thought I'd live stream from Brisbane to Sydney, from B&E to SYD, from the loop, which is where I started from this morning, to Shep's Mound. We wanted to know, I think we're all a bit curious as to how far or how many times the signal would drop out in between Brisbane and Sydney. I get to drive this brand new Hilux to Wollongong, so I'm happy. I'll be flying in tomorrow night if you're streaming, so I'll probably see you when I get off my plane. Hopefully I'll be on a Wi-Fi plane. Fingers crossed. Plus, there's a few people in the house, like Cow and Nina and Henry and Maxie. Tez is at work at the moment, but we might pick him up towards the end of the stream. Yeah. I just thought I would chuck together a laptop, a camera, a headset, and a router and see how far we can go before we drop out. Oh, Nina, you're... Not only do you... seriously. I don't have favourite moderators. So I can't say you're it. What time tomorrow night? I think, well, I'll be honest. I don't know yet. I was asked when did I want to fly out, and I was given some times, and 6 o'clock was the time. So I don't know. I haven't seen my flight yet, but I'm hoping to find out when I get to Shep's Mound, because I'm supposed to have a I thought I had a hotel room booked for tonight as well, but I haven't heard about that one not yet either. I hear you, Jimmy. But we needed to try it. Someone needed to try and live stream from Brisbane to Sydney. So I was going this way anyway, so I thought I'd give it a crack. And yeah, I've dropped out like 5, 6, 7 times. It's either stalled and then reconnected, or it's just dropped out. So either way, what's going to be incredible is we do this one, we watch it back, we see how many times it dropped out and where it dropped out, because obviously everything's being recorded, so we can track it all, trace it all. And then we work on the hardware side. Maybe a better router. Not maybe, definitely. Maybe we try Starlink. I know you've said that it's not very good for uploading, but obviously they can do it because Starship and Falcon 9s upload their footage live to Starlink, and that's going at thousands of kilometers an hour. So it's not impossible. It can be done. The hardware exists, and the software exists. Yeah, well, Henry, I know what you mean about getting out to the airport. The weather is not the best. Well, I mean, you never know. I mean, the channel takes off, we become self-supportive, and, you know, it all depends on how many people watch the channel. If you got enough people watching the channel like Sid Squad or OPN or whatever, you've got 1,000 people tuned in watching. Like, I think you've got something to barter with. A lot of companies don't want to give their stuff away until you can prove that they're going to have reach. They're going to reach customers, potential customers. But you never know. So Starlink is good to up to 160 kilometers an hour, James. I've been researching it, and it was like people using Starlink were getting all excited that that you could use Starlink up to 100 miles an hour. And if you were to go, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to go to the heads of Starlink and go, hey, this is what we're using it for. We've got a vehicle set up. We're live streaming. We've got a driver. We've got a laptop operator. And we've got a moderator or something, all sitting in a vehicle together, live streaming as we're driving, keeping the roads safe, identifying crap driving, talking about road rules and driver etiquette. Alrighty, I just want to thank. How do you pronounce this name? Vivian Nason Chillian. I just want to thank you for subscribing, because what it's done. Oh, I thought the subscriber count went up. What's going on? I swear the subscriber count went up to 1,001, and now it's popped back down to 1,000. I was going to say, Kels, 6. It popped up to 1,001. I saw it. And then it dropped back to 1,000. Anyway, I just want to say thank you for the new subscription, and hope you enjoy the channel. Anyway, I'll let us get back to the live replay. Is that what you're saying, Cow? Because I was going to say, if you're just talking about Qatar as the country, I'm pretty sure they've got Starlink there, yep. But if you mean the Qatar Airways... camera gear. Yeah, no, I'm keen to give it a crack because I'll use the Starlink on my motorhome if it doesn't work for live streaming at 100 kilometers an hour, 160 kilometers an hour. So I'm happy to try, but I do understand that's the difference between picking up a download or sending up an upload. I know that I know it's $200 a month, but I don't know that the cheapest package will do it. Might have to go to a better package. The Qatar 777 uses Starlink. That's cool. Did we cross the Kara River crossing? Wasn't looking. I was too busy looking at this nice black Prado in front of me. Yeah, but, okay, so you're saying that Qatar Airways uses Starlink, but they're downloading, like hardly anybody on they'd be hardly uploading. You'd think that the download capacity there'd be more of a need for downloading. That's what most people are going to be watching movies and all that on a Qatar flight or any flight. I don't think there's going to be too many people sitting on a Qatar flight trying to upload. So maybe the bandwidth for upload mightn't be as good. Yeah, probably am cutting out a bit. Just remember we found out since live streaming at 110 k's an hour that my voice tends to cut out. The audio tends to cut out before the visual actually cuts out. So if the voice starts cutting out, then we can expect maybe the video might start to cut out a little bit too. Well, someone's driven into the fence right there. That looks terrible. But that's the fun part of it. Doing this trip, it cuts out, it drops out. We try as much as we can we get a feel for how it works, and then we come back with better equipment and see how much better it goes. But next time, hopefully we do this trip, I'll have a vehicle kitted out. So, like a vehicle that we'll drive down and drive back that's fully kitted out, roof rack, Starlink, all of that stuff by the next time we do a Brisbane-Sydney drive. All right, that's the first sign for low military aircraft, so we're getting close to Williamstown. Stroud and Gloucester. Buckets Way. Drove Buckets Way not long ago for Thunderbolt Run. Buckets Way and Thunderbolt Way. Yes, we are getting into Newcastle soon. As we pass Moodowie Rest Area. Oh, I'm glad they put a sign up that says no reversing to safety station. you know that's a knee-jerk reaction sign where a truck has stopped and reversed back to take the exit to go to the weighbridge. There's the only reason why that sign exists, because somebody's previously done it. About as stupid as the guy that ran the wind turbine under the bridge west of Brisbane. Oh, Nina, you like the Moo Castle? Yeah, if you know Cow, you know that he can turn almost anything into a mooism. I'm surprised there hasn't been any hoof jokes. So, yeah, Williamtown is off to the left. Nelson Bay. Oh, it's so good up there. Back to 110. Port Stephens. It's actually a nice part of the world. Seriously, Australia is an amazing country. And I know that a lot of people from overseas watch this channel. Actually, only about 20% of the channel is Australians that watch this. So, whereas I like to say keep left, only about 30% of the countries in the world drive on the left-hand side. 70% of the countries drive on the right-hand side. And so, when we're talking about that, obviously I mean the opposite of what I'm saying. If you live in a country where you're driving on the opposite side of the road, just keep an eye on this car that is stopped. I'm not going to change back into left lane until after I passed. The Mini Cooper S. I tell you what, I'm surprised the boss hasn't checked in yet. Or maybe he's lurking. He might be one of the 10 people lurking. I'm not feeling a little confident about... Oh, yeah, okay, I spoke too soon. The yellow stripe of death just appeared on the YouTube on the laptop, so... It'd be nice to not cut out again. That would be cool. The last... Less than 200 kilometres to go now, team. 2 hours, 8 minutes. 195 kilometres to Shep's Mound. Can somebody let me know that Sid Squad, or that Kurt, has actually finished his stream? I'm assuming he would have finished about 2 hours ago. Maxi, thank you, mate. I like it when I see. This is one thing that I've done is I've been very fortunate to pick up a couple of moderators that from that have moderated for I don't even know how long for. You and Terry, that you guys already know what to do. Nina's picked it up like a champion. What a legend. What did I say? I can't remember what I say half the time, Max. That's all right. Terry said something this morning too that I need to need to have a chat with him about. It was pretty funny when I read it. Oh, is that a Mini on a trailer? Is that a Mini? No. What is that? An old Look like an old FJ Holden. He's ended. Oh, yeah. So he finished only an hour ago. So he went for about 6 hours. That's all right. Well, that means there's more car parking for when I get to Shep's Mound. You wait, mark my words. The day that Kurt from Sid Squad and Driving Live Australia combined forces, we put him in the car and we drive around Sydney and we interview Kurt and we get him, we're doing his Kurtisms on. I think that's going to be mad. But Jimmy and Maddie are first. Jimmy and Maddie are definitely first. We'll grab you guys soon. We'll go for a lap. We'll lap around Brisbane. We'll go for laps around Brisbane. That'll be fun. I reckon Maddie should drive. Put some headsets on you guys because you're not used to that already. You guys rock. Seriously. Everyone's there. Seriously. I'm looking forward to creating a really awesome community like all of the other live streams that I watch. I mean, it's already started. Chucking you guys, like all of us guys together, this is awesome. You do try. I don't know that you do try, Nina. I think it's natural. I think it's your gift. I hope you've had a good day. Probably not finished. Probably got some awesome dinner to go to tonight. I've got some roadworks coming up. Surprise, surprise. Oh, I think she's got it. I actually haven't. Well, I haven't seen too many comments. Have I seen any comments get deleted today? Not today. I had to delete some a few weeks ago when Nina was driving, and somebody asked a weird question I didn't think was appropriate, so I had to work out how to delete comments as a moderator. So I worked that out. Oh, we've got some roadworks through here. And it's still very wet. Lots of water on the side of the road. It's like a dam. This raised roadway has acted like a dam by the looks. Well, this is all new. I've definitely not been on this little piece of road before, as they're rebuilding the highway underneath. Oh, Tessa, good to see you. At least having a break today, not working, getting work to the bone. Yeah, we're definitely in Newcastle area now. Yeah, Saturday. Oh, this has been an amazing day to come for a drive. Just everything's just fallen into place. Everything's gone according to plan. Even these raised white stripes, which, oh, how bumpy are these things? I'm just letting you know. There we go. Seriously, how bumpy can a bunch of white stripes be? You're not going to Coral. You're going to Barrel. Max is on his way to Barrel. Heather braised pies. So you're heading to, is that Artvo? You've already teased me enough. You don't think that blue Falcon earlier wasn't art enough? Oh, traffic light. It's been a while. Oh, I haven't had a traffic light since Coffs Harbour. Oh. The Hilux is going to come to a complete stop and it's shut off. And there's a counter on the dashboard that tells me how long that it's been shut down for. So like 6, 7, 8. I haven't seen that on any other car with the shutdown. I do think the yeah, we go. And then away we go again. So 18 seconds the engine was off for then. Outpost Canungra, so not far from where you've been staying. Lots of potholes just there. Outpost at Canungra, yeah. We had breakfast just next to that yesterday at that other cafe. I was looking at Outpost thinking that could have been a spot. But your spot was nice. And here's the highway. The new highway being built on our left. So yeah, all through here, the new bypass to bypass this stupid intersection over the bridge at Newcastle. Oh, Heatherbrae pies, yeah. Like, there's the occasional pie shops that are awesome, aren't they? Like, I think the first time I ever had a Ned Kelly pie was at a pie shop at San Remo before you go over the bridge onto Phillip Island. So for anyone who's been to Phillip Island, San Remo is just before you go over the bridge. And there's a pie shop there. Renowned. Yeah. First time I ever had a Ned Kelly pie. Amazing. Heatherbrae's is good. Obviously, Yatla Pie Shop's good. I don't tend to eat too many pies these days, though. Heiferbrae. There's a cow joke that doesn't use the word cow or moo. Good job, cow. Oh, the boys are working on the weekend. Oh, well, I mean, so am I. This is oh, that's a big wing. I'm getting paid to do this. So does that mean this is paid promotion? Do I need to mention Masters Surveying, the Hilux that I'm driving to Wollongong? And supplied the Telstra SIM that's in the router that we haven't even used yet today. More traffic lights. Oh, I can't understand why they're building a bypass here. What's a national highway without traffic lights? Oh, it's so quiet. Here we go. The traffic usually starts... Yeah, mate. But you know what? I've had such a good run today. A little bit of traffic doesn't faze me. Here we go. Here's the bridge. Or is this a different bridge? No, it's a different bridge. Oh, it is. It is the bridge. Yeah, a solid line means no changing lanes. These are some morons. They've just been cutting traffic left and right for the last couple of minutes, so I don't expect anything less, to be honest. Oh, pole position. How did that happen? 10 cars in that lane and I get up pole position. Sick. Oh, yeah, this is a cluster, isn't it, this area? This has been like this for so long. This has been a nightmare and a headache, especially for truckers doing long haul between, well, Sydney and anywhere north of Newcastle. Bit bumpy in the left lane. That's smoother. I tell you what, 60 k's an hour feels mighty slow when you've been sitting on 110. And here's, oh, they've been building this for so long. So this bridge that we're about to go under is a new section of the Pacific Highway. I'd like to do the posted speed though, we know that. Ranger drivers are basically Mustang drivers that have a family or a trade. We know how Mustang drivers drive. I hope you've got that copied somewhere so you can just copy and paste it, Max. I can take the tolls in Sydney today because this is a work trip and it's on the work toll account. So, yes, I shall be taking tolls. I'll lose reception in the tunnels, you think, Cow? Well, I don't lose reception in Brisbane tunnels. So why are Brisbane tunnels worse than Sydney tunnels? Or better than Sydney tunnels? I mean, I'll take your word for it. I mean, I don't have to. Well, I don't have to take the tunnels. I mean, I could go overground like I used to. I'm not going to take the. I'm not going to take the Sydney Harbour Tunnel. I'm going to take the Sydney Harbour Bridge. Oh, so much work around here with all of the roads. Crazy. All right, at least we're up to 80 now. Max and Nina are doing some good work there on the chat. Using our group chat to do some copy and pasting. That is brilliant. But Nina, don't forget to put your little bit of flair in there with your emojis. Because it's cute. And it's you. Oh, I've run out of drink. A modding kit. Oh, I'm learning everything every day. I do this stream. It's awesome. You lost your Spotify when you came through the North Connects. Yeah, Black Hill Road. Black Hill Road's right here. Well, how long's a cow, Luke? How long's a cow? Cow. How long is a cow? Let's just say a cow's what? 2 meters long? Then however many meters divided by 2 is how many cows it is. So what did we say? 477 was halfway. So 2 times 477 is 9 something. Divided by 2 is how many? Oh, no, not divided by 2. Times that by 1,000. And then divided by 2. And that's how many cows how many cows long this trip is. You reckon 2.5 meters on average. Oh, calculator. That's actually a good one. A calculator. Alright, so we've gotten past Newcastle, now we've got the Central Coast. Places like Wyong, Wallsend, Toronto. Oh, we go through Mooney in Brooklyn, across the Hawkesbury.
Doyleson, Morissette. So what's that? 375,600 cows. Minus the one that I had for breakfast. Triggers, yeah, we can do that. I already showed you the only trigger I have. How's that? Well, that is an awesome piece of information. That's the kind of information we like to talk about. The next set of lights is just as I'm pulling into Shep's Mound. Is that near the Krispy Kreme factory? I think there's a Krispy Kreme factory near there. If there is, I'll smell it. GR Yaris Mel. Woohoo! G'day, mates. Oh, join the party, mate. Join the party. Next question would be how many GR Yaris's is it between the loop and Shep's Mound? And you have audio back. Henry, I didn't know you lost it. Oh, it's been a good trip. So let me do a check. So I have done about 810 kilometers, and 157 to go, something like that. It's been 275 since I fueled up on diesel and chicken. The car itself is about to clock up 850 kilometers. I still haven't run this car in yet, but it's quite smooth. I don't mind the new little layout, like the stereo. Oh, not the stereo. That's fine. That's still the same. The climate control. I know where the stop-start button is, so I can turn that on and off. Dashboard's the same. The steering wheel hasn't changed in a Hilux for like, God knows how long. Since Nina's Hilux. Oh, so I don't mind this little drive. I remember riding along here once. It was summer. I had my VTR Firestorm, the Honda, the V-Twin 1000. I'm trying to remember why. We just went up to the beach. So a friend and I, we rode up on the bike. On the trip back, it was so hot. It was like when you ride a motorcycle, as Nina could tell you, if it's a hot day, as long as you're riding and you got airflow, you're okay. But I was riding back along here and it was not okay. It was so hot. It must have been, I don't know what month of the year it was, but January, February. And it was so hot, even riding, the heat coming off the road was so hot that it was like being like a hairdryer in
open your helmet and stick a hairdryer in the helmet. Is this Veloster going to want to come across? I am anticipating. No. Not now. Yes, now. No, now. Yeah, there you go. Put your turbo into action. How did I know you were going to do that? How did I know that was coming? Anticipation. Anticipating someone driving like that. Nina, have a good evening. Take care. Enjoy your day. What is it? An art? You going to an art thing? Sounds fun. I guess that's one thing about doing a near on 12-hour stream is people can come and go as much as they want over 12 hours. But fingers crossed, we stay intact, online, on the network, connected, all the way. All the way into Shep's. Do I take the tunnel or do I take the Pacific Highway through the northern suburbs? I'm not in a rush. And if it saves some tolls, I'm sure my boss won't mind. Yeah, I might just stay above ground. Plus, it's more interesting to talk about the suburbs we're going through. Like, you know, Ryde, French's Forest. I think that's which way I'll go. Anyway. Before that tunnel was even there, I've taken the tunnel a couple of times now, but before that tunnel was even there, I still remember how to get down. How to get down through the suburbs. Actually, last time I was here, driving north after the Canberra Festival of Speed, so when was that? That was in January. I actually drove past a vehicle that was live streaming. I don't know what. It was a blue Rav. Morning. If we are live, I'm not sure yet. It's still too early to tell. Still too early to tell. Usually I get an email saying that that I'm not signed in, so maybe. Let's go on YouTube and have a look. Morning. If we are live, I'm not sure yet. It's still too early to tell. Still too early to tell. Usually I get an email saying that that I'm not signed in, so maybe. Let's go on YouTube and have a look. Yes, okay, I'm live. All right, hello, good morning to at least 3 of you out there. Oh, hang on, I'm one of them, so 2 more. I'm going to attempt to live stream from Brisbane to Sydney today, as the thumbnail suggests. We'll see how it goes. All we can do is give it a crack, I guess. So let's. So I'm starting here at Brisbane Airport. I thought an appropriate place to start would be here. So I see Nina's up. Yes, Nina. Thank you for texting. Yeah, I just had a technical issue with a flat battery in the laptop. I'll explain it a bit later, but when we get on the road, so I am going to join the chat. There we go. All right, we got some plane spotters just out there outside, and they're enjoying watching the planes landing at 6:30 at Brisbane Airport in the morning on a Saturday morning. So, all right, let's go and let's see how far this equipment gets us before before we stop. All right, just leaving the loop, the Acacia Street Loop at Brisbane Airport, the plane spotting place for people in Brisbane that want to watch planes. Things are kind of working. Yep, all right. Excuse my cough. All right, so today I've got the opportunity to deliver a brand new Toyota Hilux to Wollongong today. From Brisbane to Sydney and then just down into Wollongong, and I'll drop this vehicle off tomorrow morning. And then I'll catch a train back to Sydney and a plane back to Brizzy. So a quick little trip, but looking forward to it. So as I clean the windscreen. So brand.
Apparently back. What's the next place? So we refueled in Kempsey. We passed, not long ago, the turn off to Port Macquarie. Is at Hastings River Road. We passed that. So Port Macquarie's off to our left. Foster, Tuncurry. We're coming into that area. There is well, I do have some friends that live close by here. Rich and Rin. They're not far from here. Is it Nabiac? What was that place that we went to for breakfast, Rick? It was like a farm. It was like a paddock to plate place or something.
As we need the right-hand lane to drive back up to 110. I keep getting all these messages from Sid Squad. Maybe they're starting a live stream. Well, how about that? So Nina was just saying, driving assist systems, only discovered these when I explained them last time, yeah. So, well, obviously the router's not charging because the router, I don't know, maybe Sid Squad's having trouble getting connection because I keep getting emails, keep getting notifications. The router doesn't need to charge because it's just powered on. I didn't bring the big lithium battery because I wasn't sure about putting it on the plane tomorrow. So I'm dangling off a thread when it comes. All right, so Cal 6, how's that? Is that better? Hopefully I've got us back to about where we would have been. I have no idea what happened then. It went through part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then instead of going to part 7, it went back to part 1 to the start. So yes, I magically went from somewhere on the Central Coast back up to Brisbane within a split second. So that wasn't supposed to happen that way. So anyway, yes, Baz, probably catch you for a coffee tomorrow, mate. Looking forward to it. Have a good one. I'll be on the road by about 6 a.m. and hopefully the rest of this stream will continue into Sydney, over the bridge, and into Sydney Airport. So I'll let us get back to it. If you're driving and somebody overtakes you on your left, you should be left. If somebody has the ability to overtake you on your left, you're not doing it right. Doesn't matter. I understand the road rules, and that's fine. I'm not saying that Joy over there in her little Yaris is breaking the road rules, but what I'm saying is, if you practice good driving technique when traffic is light, like it is now, therefore when traffic gets heavy, moderate to heavy, and you still practice good driving technique, as I let the little Mazda 2 P-plater. The P-platers are in a hurry this morning. And but the Mazda 2 overtakes me on my right, as it should. But if you're being overtaken on the right, you're not doing it right. That's going to be my catch cry. I don't know that anyone can, disagree with me and make sense. Now this P-plater has hit the brakes all of a sudden and slowed right down for some reason. I've got my cruise control set. The ambulance is travelling slightly slower, so there's no Waze isn't saying there's any speed cameras around or anything like that, so I don't know why he just backed the hell off. As now I pull in front of the Mazda 2. But for some reason people don't like travelling in that left lane. When you think about keep left unless overtaking, that means keep left. Now I know the road rules say that all three of these left lanes are left lanes. This isn't a centre lane. The ambulance is in the left lane. The overtaking lane is the right lane. So now we have a speed camera alert for in a couple of 100 metres. Let's see if it's still there. There it is. Speed camera's still there. As I jump into back in the left lane. Literally 110 kilometres an hour. Exactly. GPS speed, 110. And again, overtaking somebody on their right, you should be in the left-hand lane. Just saying. All right. Obviously, I still need to fix something up. There'll probably be a little bit of quiet time on the drive today. I'm not going to talk the whole way. Well, or will I? My friends who know me will probably think I will talk the whole way. Nina's saying, do I need to get it back? Maybe I do need to get it back up. I was saying just before, I'll probably need to invest in a slightly better inverter for the light setup so that it doesn't, they're not just hanging on a thread, potentially about to. Apparently back. What's the next place? So we've passed. We refueled in Kempsey. We passed not long ago the turn off to Port Macquarie. Is that Hastings River Road? We passed that. So Port Macquarie's off to our left. Foster, Tuncurry. We're coming into that area. There is well, I do have some friends that live close by here. Rich and Rin. They're not far from here. Is it Nabiac? But I'm surprised the boss hasn't checked in yet. Or maybe he's lurking. He might be one of the 10 people lurking. I'm not feeling a little confident about oh, yeah, okay, I spoke too soon. The yellow stripe of death just appeared on the YouTube on the laptop, so it'd be nice to not cut out again. That would be cool. The last less than 200 kilometers to go now, team. 2 hours 8 minutes, 195 kilometers to Shep's Mound. Can somebody let me know that Sid Squad or that Kurt has actually finished his stream? I'm assuming he would have finished about 2 hours ago. Maxi, thank you, mate. I like it when I see. This is one thing that I've done is I've been very fortunate to pick up a couple of moderators that from that have moderated for I don't even know how long for. You and Terry, that you guys already know what to do. Nina's picked it up like a champion. What a legend. What did I say? I can't remember what I say half the time, Max. That's all right. Terry said something this morning too that I need to I need to have a chat with him about. It was pretty funny when I read it. Oh, is that a Mini on a trailer? Is that a Mini? No. What is that? An old, look like an old FJ Holden. He's ended. Oh, yeah. So he finished only an hour ago. So he went for about 6 hours. That's all right. Well, that means there's more car parking for when I get to Shep's Mound. You wait, mark my words. The day that Kurt from Sid Squad and Driving Live Australia combined forces, we put him in the car and we drive around Sydney and we interview Kurt and we get him, we're doing his Kurtisms on. I think that's going to be mad. But Jimmy and Maddie are first. Jimmy and Maddie are definitely first. We'll grab you guys soon. We'll go for a lap. We'll lap around Brisbane. We'll go for laps around Brisbane. That'll be fun. I reckon Maddie should drive. Put some headsets on you guys because you're not used to that already. You guys rock. Seriously. Everyone's there. Seriously. I'm looking forward to creating a really awesome community like all of the other live streams that I watch. I mean, it's already started. Chucking you guys, like all of us guys together, this is awesome. You do try. I don't know that you do try, Nina. I think it's natural. I think it's your gift. I hope you've had a good day. Probably not finished. Probably got some awesome dinner to go to tonight. We've got some roadworks coming up. Surprise, surprise. Oh, I think she's got it. I actually haven't. Well, I haven't seen too many comments. Have I seen any comments get deleted today? Not today. I had to delete some a few weeks ago when Nina was driving, and somebody asked a weird question I didn't think was appropriate, so I had to work out how to delete comments as a moderator. So I worked that out. Oh, we've got some roadworks through here. And it's still very wet. Lots of water on the side of the road. It's like a dam. This raised roadway has acted like a dam by the looks. Well, this is all new. I've definitely not been on this little piece of road before, as they're rebuilding the highway underneath. Oh, Tessa, good to see you. At least having a break today, not working, getting work to the bone. Yeah, we're definitely in Newcastle area now. Yeah, Saturday. Oh, this has been an amazing day to come for a drive. Just everything's just fallen into place. Everything's gone according to plan. Even these raised white stripes, which, oh, how bumpy are these things? I'm just letting you know. There we go. Seriously, how bumpy can a bunch of white stripes be? this area. This has been like this for so long. This has been a nightmare and a headache, especially for truckers doing long haul between, well, Sydney and anywhere north of Newcastle. Bit bumpy in the left lane. That's smoother. I tell you what, 60 k's an hour feels mighty slow when you've been sitting on 110. And here's, oh, they've been building this for so long. So this bridge that we're about to go under is a new section of the Pacific Highway. I'd like to do the posted speed though, we know that. Ranger drivers are basically Mustang drivers that have a family or a trade. We know how Mustang drivers drive. I hope you've got that copied somewhere so you can just copy and paste it, Max. I can take the tolls in Sydney today because this is a work trip and it's on the work toll account. So, yes, I shall be taking tolls. I'll lose reception in the tunnels, you think, Cow? Well, I don't lose reception in Brisbane tunnels. So why are Brisbane tunnels worse than Sydney tunnels? Or better than Sydney tunnels? I mean, I'll take your word for it. I mean, I don't have to... Well, I don't have to take the tunnels. I mean, I could go overground like I used to. I'm not going to take the... I'm not going to take the Sydney Harbour Tunnel. I'm going to take the Sydney Harbour Bridge. Oh, so much work around here with all of the roads. Crazy. All right, at least we're up to 80 now. Max and Nina are doing some good work there on the chat, using our group chat to do some copy and pasting. That is brilliant. But Nina, don't forget to put your little bit of flair in there with your emojis. Because it's cute. And it's you. Oh, I've run out of drink. A modding kit. Oh, I'm learning everything every day. I do this stream. It's awesome. You lost your Spotify when you came through the North Connects. Yeah, Black Hill Road. Black Hill Road's right here. Well, how long's a cow, Luke? How long's a cow? Cow. How long is a cow? Let's just say a cow's what? 2 meters long? Then however many meters divided by 2 is how many cows it is. So what did we say? 477 was halfway. So 2 times 477 is 9 something. Divided by 2 is how many? Oh no, not divided by 2. Times that by 1,000, and then divided by 2, and that's how many cows how many cows long this trip is. You reckon 2.5 meters on average. Oh, calculator. That's actually a good one. A calculator. Alright, so we've gotten past Newcastle, now we've got the Central Coast. Places like Wyong, Wallsend, Toronto. Oh, we go through Mooney in Brooklyn, across the Hawkesbury. Doyleson, Morisset. So what's that? 375,600 cows. Minus the one that I had for breakfast. Triggers, yeah, we can do that. I already showed you the only trigger I have. How's that? Well, that is an awesome piece of information. That's the kind of information we like to talk about. The next set of lights is just as I'm pulling into Shep's Mound. Is that near the Krispy Kreme factory? I think there's a Krispy Kreme factory near there. If there is, I'll smell it. GR Yaris Mel. Woohoo! G'day, mates. Oh, join the party, mate. Join the party. Next question would be how many GR Yarises is it between the loop and Shep's Mound? You have audio back. Henry, I didn't know you lost it. Oh, it's been a good trip. So let me do a check. So I have done about 810 kilometers, and 157 to go, something like that. It's been 275 since I fueled up on diesel and chicken. The car itself is about to clock up 850 kilometers. I still haven't run this car in yet, but it's quite smooth. I don't mind the new little layout, like the stereo. Oh, not the stereo. That's fine. That's still the same. The climate control. I know where the stop-start button is, so I can turn that on and off. Dashboard's the same. The steering wheel hasn't changed in a Hilux for like, God knows how long. Since Nina's Hilux. Oh, so I don't mind this little drive. I remember riding along here once. It was summer. I had my VTR Firestorm, the Honda, the V-Twin 1000. I'm trying to remember why. We just went up to the beach. So a friend and I, we rode up on the bike. On the trip back, it was so hot. It was like when you ride a motorcycle, as Nina could tell you, if it's a hot day, as long as you're riding and you got airflow, you're okay. But I was riding back along here and it was not okay. It was so hot. It must have been, I don't know what month of the year it was, but January, February. And it was so hot, even riding, the heat coming off the road was so hot that it was like being like a hairdryer. Open your helmet and stick a hairdryer in the helmet. Is this Veloster going to want to come across? I am anticipating, no, not now. Yes, now. No, now. Yeah, there you go. Put your turbo into action. How did I know you were going to do that? How did I know that was coming? Anticipation. Anticipating someone driving like that. Nina, have a good evening. Take care. Enjoy your day. What is it? An art? You going to an art thing? Sounds fun. I guess that's one thing about doing a near on 12-hour stream is people can come and go as much as they want over 12 hours. But fingers crossed, we stay intact, online, on the network, connected, all the way. All the way into Shep's. Do I take the tunnel or do I take the Pacific Highway through the northern suburbs? I'm not in a rush. And if it saves some tolls, I'm sure my boss won't mind. Yeah, I might just stay above ground. Plus, it's more interesting to talk about the suburbs we're going through. Like, you know, Ryde, French's Forest. I think that's which way I'll go. Anyway. Before that tunnel was even there, I've taken the tunnel a couple of times now, but before that tunnel was even there, I still remember how to get down. How to get down through the suburbs. Actually, last time I was here, driving north after the Canberra Festival of Speed, so when was that? That was in January. I actually drove past a vehicle that was live streaming. I don't know what. It was a blue Rav. Apparently back. What's the next place? So we've passed. We refueled in Kempsey. We passed, not long ago, the turn off to Port Macquarie. Is that Hastings River Road? We passed that. So Port Macquarie's off to our left. Foster, Tuncurry. We're coming into that area. There is a... Well, I do have some friends that live close by here. Rich and Rin. Alrighty, so Junior, how are you, buddy? I thought I would break transmission and go live on a live replay, which is kind of cool. I worked that out earlier today. So anyway, mate, moving the Falcon around now, but I don't think I'll start on it until I get back next week. And you know what, the EOS, I've got plenty of other cars at the moment. I've been driving around in the little Mercedes today and the Passat wagon, so I didn't have to worry so much about that. Plus I'm packing and getting ready to go away for the week. So anyway, that is what's happening at the moment. Just rearranging the garage at the moment, and I'll get to everything when I get back. So, but tomorrow morning we have a stream from Brisbane to Billawilla via Gladstone and via coffee in Maryborough. So yeah, hopefully you'll join us tomorrow, mate. I don't know. I just know it's got I think it's got a butchery in there. Kalongaluk. I'll see it. It'll be on the right. I remember driving my Subaru SVX to Subinats last year, and I stopped there, met Rich for breakfast, The National Motorcycle Museum and Villa d'Este Winery. Sounds good. I think I definitely need to stop there. Is it here? Here it is. What's it called? It's a bakery, deli, cafe, bar. Can't even really read the name of it. Anyway, we just passed it on the right there. It's a cool place. That would be cool to see the National Motorcycle Museum. The fact that it's not in a city, the fact that it's... Well, I mean, there's a motorcyclist in front of me might be going there. What was that? Little GSX 500? Oh, yeah, I remember I stopped here. Right, so that's where it is. As the Harley tries to speed up to highway speeds. I say tries. Hey, I guess Harleys don't fall apart as much as they used to. I'll say that. A little bit more DPF burn. It's near Falford. Falford. I know. Is there a place called Falford? I know Falford Road. That was back on the left, about 10 k's back. I think I've taken that road to go to Foster before. Oh. So 300 kilometres to go. That's a clean Harley. Not my style, and he's cut me off a little, but that was a nice bike. At least you know the adaptive cruise control works with motorcycles as well, because it it made me slow down when he cut in front of me. So why, there's no need to just cut in front of people so close. I don't know what it's all about. Is he like trying to show off his exhaust pipe or something? Yeah, I don't like the word Failford put together. Because I'm a Ford guy. Oh, look at this. Oh, what oh, well done. Jeez, I hope I got that. Well done, legend. That was very close to... Who does that? He's just done a U-turn. He's heading back the other way. He, her, whatever. Like, I'm about to make an overtake on a little Hyundai, and then they just cut across in front of me to take the right-hand exit. That's one dangerous thing about the don't have overpasses. But it's just some more social media content, isn't it? Just some more live stream content. I'm looking forward to when the channel's grown that we do road trips with a few of us in the vehicle, and the person who is controlling the laptop can do like action replays and stuff. That'll be cool. Oh, there's so many plans for this channel. For those 5 people out there listening, we've been going for like 5 or 6 weeks now. We're just going to grow into some awesomeness. Like, I know I'm trying to live stream. Definitely trying to get across the Nullarbor. That will be interesting. Seeing chuck some Starlink or whatever it is at the time when we get there. See if we can live stream across Australia. We'll make it happen. If it's not tomorrow or next week, next month or next year, we'll make it happen. Henry's back. Good on you, buddy. Except I'm not. I'm frozen up again. Woo. I'm frozen up again. The yellow stripe of death. Oh, it keeps coming and going. But Henry, yep. Good to see you back, buddy. If you can hear me in between glitches. More fire trucks. The Golf R. I mean, honestly, one of the best shopping cars around. Absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt. I bet you she doesn't even understand how good that car can go. She doesn't look like she would drive it how it's built. Let's just say that. Glitchy, glitchy, glitchy. It's glitchy, but it's working. Just. Yeah, you can hear me? Yeah, that's fine. It's hard to know what you can and can't hear because it's about 10 seconds delayed, so I'm not going to be trying to listen in. That would be awkward. Anyway. The rain's holding off. Kalongaluk. Here we go, Maxi. Like you said. I've stopped at these servos. Actually, when was I here? Oh, the Canberra Festival of Speed. So, 2 trips ago, I was driving back with my mate Vaz. We had been to the Canberra Festival of Speed. I was in the Lexus. We were driving back. He was in his 911 Turbo. And I remember stopping here. And because we were driving north, I had to try and cross the road to get to the BP. That was a hassle. So busy. Just to try and get
across the road to get to the BP was hectic. Hectic. More fire trucks. So many emergency vehicles. It's crazy. That's not a fire truck. That's a police car that's pulled somebody over. Just pulled them over too. Oh, the coppers getting to drive BMWs in New South Wales. Well, the positive is, if he's not pulling, if he's pulling them over, he's not pulling me over. Oh, I've got you loud and clear, mate.
Cheers, bro. Have a good day.
You too, brother. You too. Nah, that's the first radio check for today. We haven't really spoken about the UHF yet, but well, that's there. There you go. There's an introduction into UHF. So somebody's just asked for a radio check. I had them loud and clear. I don't know where they were, but they were pretty close. Considering I've got a very small aerial on the front of the Hilux here. The bigger aerial's actually in the back, on the back seat. But I didn't think it necessary to change it over for this drive. If I'm going to speak to anybody, they'll be in close proximity. I think I've stopped at like all of these rest stops, eh? Definitely. Well, there's a family having a bit of a picnic. So, Henry, you're saying it's been raining? Yeah, we knew the rain was coming, Henry. It's I couldn't work Friday, so Thursday I was hanging off the Meriton building. Oh, I can put my speed back to 110 now. I was hanging off the Meriton building, working, and we were going to go back and work yesterday there, but I was on my way to work and it rained out. It was basically my boss messaged me half an hour beforehand and just said, nah, it's not going to work, because we would have got an hour. We would have had panels stripped off the side of the building, and then it would have started raining, and then we wouldn't be able to get back on there until who knows when, and we would have had it open. So at least it's all closed up at the moment. So I got to spend most of yesterday actually preparing for today. I changed the overlay for, like, I've called it the light setup, so I don't have the rear view mirror on today's overlay, and I've modified the Driving Live Australia logo. I've sort of just shortened it up, so as it starts to rain here again, Henry, so you're not the only one getting wet today, mate. Wooten, I guess that may be how you say it. Then Bulahdelah. Yeah, Bulahdelah's not far away. More fire trucks. There are so many fire trucks. The Bush Fire Brigade. So many emergency services vehicles heading north to that affected area that we drove through just previously. You could tell they got KO'd.
I like that you call them villages, Max. The next village is Wooten Village. That's cute. Back to rainy weather, Max. I tell you what, I hope you're a better IT guy than you are weatherman. I say that with tongue in cheek, mate. I say that with tongue in cheek. I think it's pretty incredible how meteorologists can say what a day, like in a week's time, the day's going to be X amount of degrees, X amount of chance of rain. It's going to be foggy. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. It's like, it's an awesome science, meteorology. Nelson's Bay? No rain south of Nelson's Bay. Oh, Port Stephens. I haven't been there for a long time. Les Norton books, where Les Norton went to Port Stephens in one of his adventures. Good old Les Norton. Apparently there's a Les Norton movie out now. I definitely need to see that. I got so many Les Norton books at home. I believe Robert G. Barrett used to live on the Central Coast, so, or maybe he still does. I don't know if he's still around. Bless his cotton socks. Geez, he wrote some good books. I tell you what, if you have to drive alone, live streaming is a really good way to keep company. And looking at you two, with your YSSY and your YBBN, you guys are, well, Terry used to be YRED, but he took that off. What's the time? 1:30. Oh, let me check. What time did Terry say he was working till today? Working from 9 till 4. So we won't see Terry back on the channel until, well, maybe about the time that I hit Shep's. Jubes. Are they like jelly lollies? Jubes. I'm pretty sure that they're like jelly lollies or something. Is that right, Henry? I don't know if I've ever had them. Or if I have, it's such a long time ago. Definitely haven't had them in the last 12 months, that's for sure. Don't be sorry, Max. Lots of rain at home. I believe, Henry, are you on the south side? Are you on the south side? I'm not quite exactly sure where you are, but I think I might know. Down the south side somewhere. So I like looking at cars like this Ford Ranger. Like, it looks just stock mag wheels, stock tires. The whole thing looks stock. Then it's got a cool flat roof rack, a little bit like what the boys use at OPN on the Brad van. And then he's got 4 Max tracks up on top. I bet those max tracks have never been off since they've been put up there. Because nothing else about that Ford Ranger looks like it goes off-road. Nothing. Yeah, Max, I know. The occasional shower. You did say we'll get the occasional shower. Absolutely. Okay, then maybe you are as good a weatherman as you are an IT guru. Bullet dealer exit 4Ks. So not far there. Another emergency truck, but he's pulled over. Oh, what's going on here? There's a boat. There's a boat truck. Oh, it's a tow truck. Right. The boat looks fine. The boat trailer looks fine. Looks like the car's broken down. Oh, the old patina truck, the old Ford. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, it looks like someone's car's broken down whilst towing the boat trailer. Jeez. I know what that's like. Cow's back. Where are we, Cow? We are heading towards Newcastle. Did I say that correctly? Oh my God, Max. So we're approaching Mooladilla, heading for Newcastle. You guys have cracked me up. You reckon Newcastle will be the worst part of the trip? There's a sign. Newcastle, Bulladilla. We're getting there. I know that whole section of highway where you go over the bridge and then you got to come down and stop at the lights. Well, you don't have to stop at the lights coming north, but you have to stop at the lights going south, turning west. And the roadworks there at the moment, I'm sure, haven't really improved since I was here last. Any sparkage? What's sparkage? Oh, right. Sparkage is in lightning. So apparently B&E got hail. So out at the airport at B&E. Hopefully not heavy, because I've got a couple of cars sitting outside. Oh, Henry. Chips don't faze me anymore, Henry. I went a whole year with no chips. Was it last? It was last year? The year before, I think. Or last year, I went the whole year with no chips. So, just to try and push the limits of my self-discipline. But I probably ate more biscuits. Like, I didn't eat chips, but barbecue shapes aren't chips. Yeah, I thought that's what you meant by sparkage. When I realised you're talking about hail out at B&E. Mile River. Wow. Oh, wow. There's water. Oh, wow. The river's over the banks here. Yeah, crazy. So it's still flooded here. Oh, wow. There's lots of water here. Wow.
It's incredible sometimes to think how much water can flood. It's like we're human beings. We go, oh, okay, well, there's a river here, and if there's lots of water, it'll flood. So let's not build where it floods. And then we build where it floods because we're human beings. Like, it's okay if we were beavers. They build where it floods. But we're not beavers. Cara. Is that how you say it? Cara, Hexham, Newcastle, Sydney. Of course it's cheaper. No, we build where it floods because humans are idiots. Lazy idiots. Not all humans, obviously. I like this saying. I heard this one years ago and it stuck with me. It's that a person is intelligent but people are stupid. One person, one human being is intelligent compared to the rest of the animal kingdom for sure. But you stick a bunch of people together and they become morons for some reason. I don't get it. Obviously not all humans. Maxi's continuing with his meteorology degree with so no lightning, just thunder. I do agree though, Max. It's not often that you get hail without lightning or thunder. Absolutely agree. Oh, it's been a good drive though. I've lost count how many times we've lost reception, lost connectivity through the network, but I'll be able to, I don't even need to count because I can look back. Especially the people in government. Well, I used to be in government, the federal government. But I will agree that back in the day, the army didn't try and employ too many morons. They definitely had used to be a very strict entry testing criteria, but I can't say that it's as strict as it used to be. Having the stream on makes the drive better. It is. I'll tell you why it makes it better, Cow. Because I've got nobody sitting next to me, so it's like I've got you guys here. Like I'm having a conversation like there's people in the car, but there isn't, which is kind of weird. But you get used to it because I know I'm talking on the stream, so I know that there's people listening, and if they're not listening live, I know there's that I might have, maybe if I do an hour-long live stream, I might have 10 people bump in, but then I'll have 90 people watch it when it's not live at the moment. So, whilst the channel's still young, I know that the content is being, hopefully a lot of those people, and this is a good time to say it, a lot of the people that are watching this not live, obviously subscribe, hit your notification bell, and set it so that it tells you when I do go live, otherwise you'll keep missing it. It's not often I'm going to do a 12-hour stream.
Yeah, but the thing is, that was the same as when mobile phones and hands free became a thing, and you couldn't talk on your mobile phone anymore. People are just in their car chatting. Like, people don't know that I'm just not talking on the phone. Like, windows are all up, just cruising down the highway, heading to Sydney. If someone looks over at me and sees me talking, like, they have no idea that I'm on a live stream. They just think I'm on a phone call. Weather's getting better again. Oh, it's been very patchy. A bunch of rain, and then a bit of blue sky and a bit of sun, and then a patch of rain, and it's done that all day. The stream the other day was so Nina jumped in, and we drove up to Hervey Bay, and in the last bit we had the people that were on the stream said, come and swing past our house. So we did, because it was like one street off the main road. So we just turned down the street, did a U-ey, we drove past 3 times. We didn't know which house they were in, and I don't blame them for not, like, but apparently they were out the window waving, and I thought that was mad. And then after we drove off, they said, thanks, nice black Lexus. Thanks for driving past, and then started to give us some advice about some of the intersections through Hervey Bay. It was awesome. I reckon I've seen 2 or 3 cows, especially as you drive over the raised highway that goes over the floodplains. I've seen a few horses and a few cows. Of course you were going to ask me that, cow. Well, I'm looking forward to driving down the Gore Highway. I remember doing that not long ago, and I'm surprised that you can't really see. I remember you used to be able to drive down from, like, down heading towards the northern end of the harbour bridge, and you could see it was a really good view, but I don't know that you can see it very well anymore. We'll find out this afternoon. I tell you what, my camera is on slight bit of an angle. It's annoying me. I thought it was pretty straight when I set it up last night in the dark with my eyes closed. But apparently there's just the slightest little lean down on the left, and it's annoying, but it is what it is today. Oh, damn it, I hate that. I hate that saying. Henry, we've passed Bulahdelah and we're on our way towards Newcastle. What's before Newcastle? I know it. It's got Raymond Terrace. I knew it was named after somebody. So we're probably not far from Raymond Terrace. Yeah, Kempsey. I did see a couple of cows at Kempsey, and I saw 1 or 2 a little earlier today as well. Nobody knows Wooten. Oh, there's a C8 Corvette. That's a pretty sleek looking machine. I never really... Like, what's at Wooten that is it famous for anything? Because it's like not a landmark for me. I think that's a good idea, Cal. I am toying with the idea of having a map on the screen, whichever map we use, like whether it's the Waze or whether it's something else. I probably prefer something else, a different map. Narong, yes. We're not far from Narong. Then Raymond Terrace. Sydney Airport. Let's have a look at Waze. Sydney Airport is 2.5 hours away, or 232 kilometres to Shep's Mound. It's 2.5 hours, or 2 hours 28 minutes. 231 kilometres. Just passing Narong. Then it'll be Arm Cove. Oh yeah, Raymond Terrace is still a little whiles away. This area. This has been like this for so long. Be near there. If there is, I'll smell it. Yeah, so the next instruction that Waze is telling me is to take the North Connects Tunnel towards Parramatta, Canberra, Sydney. Yeah, not going to do that. That's in 81 kilometres. Still got another 80 k's before that happens. We've got to go over the Hawkesbury yet. So Boundary Street. So if I turn onto Boundary Street off the Pacific Highway and miss the Willoughby traffic, is that what you're saying? We'll see. We'll see what happens when we get there. I'll tell you one thing that streaming has done whilst driving is it's made me a lot calmer, because now most of the idiots on the road I get frustrated with, but now it's like I got it on video. We can choose to do with it what we want. I don't know, it just makes me less angry on the road at morons. Like even this morning when the taxi driver cut me off 5 minutes into our drive, I don't think I overreacted. I think I was pretty calm. Because I'm expecting it, because I'm actually paying, I think I pay more attention. Like I've always paid more attention than the average person driving, which is why I like doing this so much. But I think streaming while driving, because we're literally talking about it as we're doing it, we're discussing road rules and driver etiquette and motoring culture, We're talking about roads that places we've been to before. We're reminiscing. I'm kind of ready for stuff to happen. Like that little Hyundai Veloster Turbo that, like, I was ready for that person to cut in front of me. And so when it happens, it's not unexpected and it's not a surprise. So I'm not shocked. So I just deal with it. I can deal with it a lot more patiently, I guess. Is that so, Henry? Yes. So the rule is you must drive to the road rules of that state. So a New South Wales person who comes up over the border, who's been stuck doing 90 and 110 zones for as long as they've had their learners, are now allowed to do 110. So I would suggest that anybody in New South Wales that lives up nice close to Queensland should come across the border and get your skills up, as I pass another learner right now in a high ace van who's only allowed to do 90. It's just, seriously, it's stupid. So, but to reverse that and to answer your question, anybody from another state, so for instance, a learner from Queensland drives across the border, they are now only allowed to do 90 kilometres an hour. I know that because I got done for a parking fine in America, in Sacramento. Well, now you're going to come across. In Sacramento. And the sign, we parked and the sign said you couldn't park there after 7 a.m. So, and it was like 6:30, so we were going to go for a walk. We went for a half-hour walk, and we come back, and it was like 3 minutes to 7. There was a state trooper putting a parking ticket on our hire car, and I was like, "Oh, mate, what's going on?" And he's like, "You're getting a parking fine," and I'm like, "Yeah, but we can park here. I've still got 3 minutes." The sign says you can't park here after 7, and it's not after 7 yet. And then he looks down at the gutter and he says, "Yeah, but that yellow line says you can't park here at all." And I was like, "Well, that's really stupid. You've got a sign here that says you can park here between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m., but then a yellow line to say you can't park here at all. How stupid is that? How misleading is that?" Yeah, too bad. You should have read the road rules before you come from wherever you come from. Like, you're not going to have a fight with a state trooper outside the Capitol building at Sacramento, except that's where Arnie Schwarzenegger used to work at the time, which is why we're kind of walking around there. Stupid. Sorry, America, but that was stupid. Or should I just blame California? Maybe I just blame California. There's 49 other states going, yeah, just blame California. It'd actually be cool once we start getting some people from other countries on the live stream chatting to us live and not just watching after the fact. What, 14? Is that 14 people online right now? I think that equals our record. Oh, it just dropped to 11. Damn it. Oh, plastic bag. Whew, jeepers. Now, how does a plastic bag get there on the highway? Because some people throw it out their window. Don't let me be behind you when you throw rubbish out your window. Oh, yeah, I've stopped at this roadhouse a few times. I remember back in the army, one of our truck drivers, we stopped for lunch and he ate an old chicken. He was a fat bastard, let's be honest. He ate a whole chicken. Stuffing and all. Ah, well, we're past the 2-lane section that you don't like, Max, and we're back to 3. Oh, little Toyota Echo broken down on the side road. Max, you're a legend. Good on you. Oh my God, seriously. You're all over it. Yeah, back to 3 lanes, Henry. No, it's not based on where your license is, mate. Because imagine that, okay, as it is. So a state police officer, so a New South Wales police officer, he knows the New South Wales rules because that's what he does. He's supposed to help people abide by the law of the state. Now, if you've got people from Western Australia, Queensland, South Australia, Tasmania, and then from across the world that have licenses from different states and countries, you can't expect the officer to know all of those extra rules and regulations and all the nuances between the states. So no, it's not where you're licensed from. Absolutely not. It's the state that you're driving in, because a police officer only knows, well, is only bound to so that's his job, is to make sure that people are abiding by the laws of that state, especially the road rules. So I think that's probably the best way to describe it, that you drive to the road rules of that state that you're driving in, because then it's up to you to read those rules, because you're only reading one state, whereas you're expecting a police officer to know all the other rules and regulations from all the other states, and that when a Queensland person or Queensland says, oh, but this is what we do in our state, and then he goes, oh, okay, that makes it okay then. Yeah, sure. Learners from Queensland can do 110 in New South Wales, but learners from New South Wales can't. Nah, that's not how it works. It's definitely, the road rules are the state that you're driving in, or the country. You know, imagine going to another country and saying, yeah, but officer, we can do that back in Australia. Cow, if you're suggesting when you're on your learners that you were sitting on 110 in a 110 zone, you were speeding. You're doing 20 k's over the that you're allowed to do. And if you had got pulled up, I'm assuming you didn't, but if you had been pulled up, you would have been fined for doing 20 k's over. Absolutely. And that, Cow, that's a great question, and that's why these are the reasons why I started this channel. It's rules and regulations like that, especially when you cross state borders. Like all the nuances, all the little rule changes, all the little differences when you cross the border. Like I read the other day, for the longest time, I didn't think you're allowed to undertake in New South Wales or pass on the left-hand side. But then I only read it last weekend that as long as the lanes have got lane markings, which these do, you're allowed to you're allowed to overtake, or how they call it in New South Wales, undertake. You're allowed to undertake on the left-hand side. So I'm not overtaking anybody anymore. So I'm not going to just get in the middle lane, because I hate that. Of course I'm going to get in the left-hand lane. And now, if I pass this, is it a Kluger? Is it a Toyota Klugger? As long as the lanes are marked, which they are, I can make an overtake on the left-hand side in New South Wales. But you've got to go look for those road rules. But most people in New South Wales, if you ask them, oh, are you allowed to overtake on the left? They'll say, no, you're not allowed to. Incorrect. That is untrue. What? Adam, are you in Sydney? Are both you? Well, clearly. What, did you just fly here today? Did you start in the Gold Coast, or were you already here? What's going on? Whereabouts in North Sydney? Send me your address. No, I can't. I can't. Well, I mean, I can, but I didn't want to. I can't stop the live stream until I get to Shep's Mound because that's the goal. Excuse me. I mean, I could drop by, but I won't be stopping for long. Oh my God. Alright. I'm not gonna... I'd like to, but it can't happen because I'm going to Shep's Mound and come back to North Sydney. Unless you're suggesting stop by for like 2 minutes, but what's the point? I will definitely come and visit you in Sydney on another day though, when I'm not streaming. Or maybe I do stream, but the end is where you are. That could work. Check out your Sydney pad as well. I don't think it's going to have a wine cellar like your Queensland pad. Thank you. I got your address. Maybe I'll swing past if you want to stand out on the street and show some leg. I tell you what, there's definitely less trucks today than on a weekday. Normally there's trucks piled up along the left-hand lane, struggling to get up these hills. You can go 100. Yeah, you can. Okay, so the way that I see it is, Henry, you can do on your L's, you can do 90 here in New South Wales. On your red peas, you can do 100, and then on your green peas, you can do 110. That's what I've seen. There you go. There's a truck struggling to get up the hill. Yeah, parking in North Sydney is a nightmare. That's why when I lived in St. Leonard's, it was good because I could just park at home and then transit wherever I wanted to locally without issue. Catch a train 2 or 3 stations, what have you. Mel, take care, mate. Thanks for hanging out. So what pea is that? It's a green pea sitting in the middle lane. So we're in a 110 zone. So green pea can do 110. Ah, well, they needed to get past the truck. All right, Mel, take care, mate. Good to have you here, and check you soon. Is Victoria... Seriously, Henry, Victoria's 160 hours on your learners. Yeah, and is it similar to if you do driving lessons with a qualified driving instructor, that it actually counts as 3 hours as it does in Queensland? So I mean, if you pay more money, you can do, well, what would be, so if it's, I mean, I don't know if there's a limit to it. I think there might be a limit to it. You can only do, otherwise you could just pay to have driving lessons every time and it be count as 3 hours. You'd only have to do like 34 hours of driving with driving instructors. instead of 100 hours. I think there might be a limit to it. There might be, or there might not be. I don't know. I will say the connection's been really good for the last 2 hours. This might actually be the longest we've gone without breaking transmission. Mind you, there's so many towers up to the right there. I'd hate to think we didn't have internet. Ooh, I think I might have used the extra 12 kilowatts just then. Just to get up the hill. Gosford, Woy Woy, Terrigal. Yeah, Central Coast. So Victoria's 160 hours. I bet you're happy you don't live in Victoria. I'm going to have to check with my boss to see if I got a hotel book, because if I don't, that could work. All right. How's this going to work? Geez, there's so many of these new Prados around. And if it's not the new Prado, it's the new Lexus. What was it, a GX 550? Same car. I'm going to make a quick phone call. Enjoy the highway while I make a hands-free phone call.
I mean, she was pretty, but I didn't like the way she cut me off. Was that a brand new Mazda 2? I haven't seen that front end before. I think it's important. So here's something I don't think I've ever said this on the channel yet. As a driver, you have a responsibility to help other people on the road get to where they're going whilst you're going to where you're going. Like a selfish narcissist, which makes up 10% of the population, obviously is going to make up 10% of the driving population, aren't going to give a crap about anybody else on the road. So it's going to happen. People are just going to be driving for their own sake, not giving a crap about anybody else. But my thought is that as a driver on the road, you have a responsibility to help other drivers get to where they're going and not hinder them and not get in their way as much as they shouldn't be hindering you or getting in your way. So if you don't have situational awareness and you're not looking at other cars around you and looking at what's happening, well then how can you help everybody else get to where they're going and whilst they're helping you get to where you're going? Because that's the way it works. It works that way. It doesn't work. If you had a highway full of narcissistic pieces of crap that are just selfish and in it for themselves, it would be absolute chaos. Absolute chaos. But if you flip it the other way and everybody was out there with the intentions of helping everybody else get to where they're going so they can get to where they're going, it works so much better. So much better. So I'll say it one more time. As a driver on the road, you have a responsibility to harmonious. When people are helping each other, it just works so much better. Anyway. If you're there, Adam and Ronnie, I don't know if I've got a hotel room booked down in Wollongong yet. I mean, I don't have to stay in Wollongong tonight. I could pull up a lounge chair or a piece of carpet somewhere in North Sydney, I guess. I was just trying to check in with my boss, but it is Saturday afternoon. So I don't have any confirmation email saying that I'm checked in at a certain hotel, or I don't even have a flight. I don't even know. I should be able to check in soon. Oh, hello. All right. Yeah, I just tried to talk. Phone reception is terrible around here, so the fact that the live stream's still working is pretty good. But the phone is terrible. And look at that. Left lane is empty. Almost empty. Anyway, going for the flappy paddles. Hiluxes don't have paddle shift. Does the TRD version or the is it GR Hilux now or something? Do they have paddle shift? It's like almost every automatic car I have has paddle shift, so I was going for the downshift and it wasn't there. Yes, everyone's riding the brakes. I wasn't. I downshifted. Henry? I'm glad that you picked that up. I was showing Nina that the other night. That just downshift 1 or 2 gears and engine brake. Don't use your brakes. Wears your brakes out quicker. That's the difference between average drivers and good drivers. Max is still dropping the cow jokes. Yeah, I'm in the 90k stretch above the Hawkesbury, but it's a beautiful part of the world here. It's really nice. Mooney, Brooklyn, the Hawkesbury. Oh, back to 110. And everybody's still riding the brakes. Could take the old highway. Turn off here. Take the old bridge. Go up the old highway. Oh, coffee van at the... Oh, they fixed it up. Oh, the old bridge looks good. I mean, they were fixing it up. Last time I was down here, it had white coverings all over it. Oh, there's still a bit of covering on it, but most of it's been taken off. The bridge looks good. It's all repainted and everything. That looks amazing. It's still getting worked on. That's looking really good. I might have to do that with the Brisbane Story Bridge soon. The rate, it's deteriorating. Middo's back. Middo. Good to see you back, mate. Yep, bridge is crossed. So apparently I have a hotel booked for me down in Wollongong. So, and I have a flight tomorrow too, but I don't think it's with Qantas, or it might be. I tried to look it up more, unless my QF number wasn't attached to it. But we will see. I will find out. But the phone reception around here wasn't terribly good. It's actually on 4G. So I'll just wait till I pop out the other side and give Mickey B a call. Oh, I tell you what, I bet you Monday morning traffic heading into Sydney doesn't look like this. So the Brooklyn Bridge Company built that bridge, the old one that's been renovated. and the town is named after the bridge. See this truck here? You should be in the left-hand lane, buddy. Left-hand lane, not just sitting in the middle lane doing warp speed 0. And so everybody behind is like in the middle lane is just going left and right around that truck going slow. Seriously. Morons. More morons. I think that red car might have been a cop. Could have been. I'd have nothing to worry about. I'm literally sitting on exactly 110 k's an hour. So, I've got no worries. Oh, geez. Some few potholes there. Oh, feel the extra 12 kilowatts from the electric motor. Cow. Moorons. It sounds a bit like maroon. Moron. Alright, so 15 kilometres to the North Connex Tunnel, which I don't want to take. I'm back in 5G now, so I'm going to make a quick phone call. Enjoy the scenery. I shall be back.
And we're back. Whoops. 6Ks to go. What's still there? No. All right, team. Home run. Seventh inning stretch. No, ninth. The ninth, bottom of the ninth. I don't know these baseball terms. I do, obviously. Not far to go now. So 50 Ks to go. 42 minutes. Not going to take the North Connects tunnel. So I shall be taking an exit soon in about 5 kilometres. So I reckon the left lane might be better. All right. Last bit of proper highway driving. Probably don't need the sun visor now that the sun is over my right shoulder. Coming into the northern suburbs of Sydney, what do we got? Hornsby, Wahroonga, I will have to pay particular attention now because I don't want to take the wrong turn. So maybe I've got to go straight. Maybe the tunnel is left. That's what Waze is telling me. Correct. So I shall be going straight. Wow. Yeah, I think maybe, I don't know. It's a weird one. Learners do more training now than they ever have. Yet younger drivers are worse now than in the past. Go figure. How does that happen? So I'll say that again. Learner drivers do more now, more training, more hours as learners, yet they're worse now than they were 20, 30 years ago. They are. Like, is it just a sign of the times, or? Alright, so I will be going left up here soon, so get some space. Let this motorcycle come through. Do like a nice Ducati. Gee, she is tiny. That is like the smallest girl that I've ever seen on the back of a motorcycle. She is tiny. Like, it'd be like not even having a pillion. Oh, I remember this road. Here we are. Oh,
And there we go, some lane filtering in New South Wales. Bit of chat happening on the UHF, but it's kind of rubbish talk. Someone's just talking crap. Oh, the old Pacific Highway. Well, I mean, it's still the Pacific Highway, isn't it? It's not even the old one. Not like up near Mount White and the pie in the sky. That's the old Pacific Highway. This is still the actual Pacific Highway. Oh, how's the stream going? Oh, stop start. I forgot. I know. So, if I was to take the tunnel, there would have been no more lights, like what Max said. But I wasn't going to take the tunnel. Logan Road of Sydney. I tell you what, though. These lanes have always been so skinny. Like to drive heavy vehicles through here, hectic. These lanes are super tight. But that's what we're doing. We're experiencing and commenting. It's like the car in front of me's mirrors are almost hanging into the next lanes, and it's only an I-30. Why is everyone slowing down like it's a school zone? Who goes to school on a Saturday? Why are we doing 50? Stream is going well. Well, I don't expect the stream to drop out any time now, and it's been going, I think, like 2.5 hours. This is the longest stream we've done today, I believe, without dropping out. Jeez, it's skinny through here. Oh, he was on my side of the road. Thanks, Jeep. Seriously. Get a smaller car if you can't control something as big as a Jeep. Taramara. It sounds nice. I should recheck Waze. Waze now says, oh, it's not too bad. Still says 34 k's, 36 minutes. It does have me turning down Ryde Road. Oh, okay. Has me turning right onto Ryde Road. Whereas I think Maxie was suggesting turning left onto Boundary or something up closer towards the Gore Hill. Or maybe that's what you meant. Lane Cove Tunnel. Oh, yeah, I remember when they built that. I lived in Sydney when they built the Lane Cove Tunnel. I'm going to turn my stop start is stopping and starting like every freaking 10 meters, so I'm going to turn that off for now. Nice M3 BMW in the left lane. Do like an M3. Not a massive fan of, what is that, an F80 or a G80. I do like the the 92, the E92, 4-litre V8, 2-door, or even the 4-door, the E90 M3. That's can't believe BMW only brought out one model of V8 M3. Definitely my favourite. Alright, so got a couple of Ks left on this road. Yeah. Seventh inning stretch? No, ninth road. We'll just keep going straight. And then we'll see tunnel. Who cares if it adds an extra 10 minutes? Just to see, just to be above ground. Reminisce on the old stomping ground. Oh, someone's buying a guitar at the front of their house. Looks like a marketplace sale. Oh, you see it all. Oh, the stream's going well. I'm happy. I knew it'd drop out a bunch of times out in the middle of nowhere. But as we're cruising into Sydney, we've been going now for, must be getting close to 3 hours. Still so tight. Oh, who would live on a main road like this? Like trying to slow down to get into your driveway, trying to get out of your driveway. Who would do that? Oh, Roseville. Here we go. I'm just going to follow Waze now, regardless of turning left onto Boundary or whatever. I'll just keep going until I get to the Gore Hill Freeway and turn left down onto that. Oh, there's Boundary Street. Oh, can I get there? Can I get across? Oh, I reckon I can. What is this Golf gonna do? What is this? Oh, what is this? A Honda. Alright, I'm gonna do Boundary. Here we go. Waze is trying to take me straight. The traffic doesn't look that bad, but I'll turn left here. Don't say I didn't ever listen to you, Max. Oh, I hate that. I don't know if you couldn't catch that. I'm going to zoom back out now. People who pull up at lights, like 3-car spaces back from the car in front of them, and then halfway through the red light, they just move forward. Shits me. Like, why? Why didn't you just pull up there in the first place? If there's one thing that causes accidents in that situation, it's the person behind you not paying attention sees you move, and so then they move, and they smash up your bum. Mind you, everyone should be paying attention. I get it. Oh, so where am I supposed to go next? Not Archer Street. Oh, I can't go back in the chat far enough. What's Tullow Street? Don't send me down Tullow Street. I don't know, but just the way you're texting it doesn't sound good. Alright, this is Choose Your Own Adventure. Where do I go from here? I'm assuming I go up this way and turn right somewhere. Let's see what Waze is saying. Waze just keeps telling me to try and do a U-turn. Waze is like, you're going the wrong way, idiot. Somewhere near Willoughby. Was it? Oh, Penshurst Street. I remember now. Alright, I can turn right on Penshurst. Although I don't think the traffic was that bad through Chatswood. But you asked for it, so I shall deliver. It's added an extra 2 minutes to our time. Got us getting into Shep's at 4:30 on the dot. Yep, Penshurst Street. Not going left. Where am I going left? I'm not going left, mid. I'm going right. I'm going right onto Penshurst. Willoughby City. That's where I'm going. I can't say I know this area very well. Oh, that was a nice big yank tank that only I could see. I don't think you'd be able to see that on the Indian motorcycle. That was nice. Alrighty, right here. Oh, that's a hire car in front of us if I've ever seen one. It's got the barcode on the back window. I don't think too many people drive around in their Civic cars with barcodes on the back window. So, and if it's a hire car, then I'll be careful because they're probably not from here. Just like I'm not from here. Maxie, you don't need to... Alright, put a blindfold on. You tell me where I'm going before we get there. All good. Ah, there we go. Have my wits about me. I've probably, maybe, never driven down this road before, ever. I definitely don't remember it. Yep, come across. There you go, hire car, you're doing alright. Ooh, a Lotus, that was nice. Yeah, those guys are probably going to be stuck at that intersection for a little while. Except he guns it. Oh, nice old Holden Ute. Does it look like a HG? Oh, Mowbray Road. I remember Mowbray Road. Oi. Yep, go. I'll let this guy come across. I shall also sneak up the left and then have to merge back to the right. That's fine, but at least I won't be stuck in the middle of an intersection. So, yep, nice. Nicely negotiated, everybody. Crazy driving around a new place, or a place that I've either never been before or haven't been for a long time. Nice 911. That is very nice. It's like, oh, it's like, oh, nice Beamer. It's like good practice for going to Europe, driving in Europe. Jimny, and, yeah. Oh, that was a cute little Volkswagen up. Yep, that's exactly correct. So we're going left onto Mowbray and then quick right onto Willoughby. And then Willoughby Road will swing us down onto the Warringah Freeway. And then I'm going to see how well you can see the Sydney Harbour Bridge from the Gore Hill Expressway, Gore Hill Highway. Because it used to be able to see it really easy, but now I think it's been so built up that you can't really see it. It's such a big hill that comes down, like you're literally above the bridge, like higher than the bridge from the hill, coming down in towards Sydney Harbour. Alright, so right lane to turn left. So then I'm in the right spot to turn right. Oh, Sydney. I'm definitely glad I don't live here anymore. It is. Oh, it's crazy. And so this guy about to walk across. It was taking photos of himself on the corner because he looks good. He's got the Calvin Kleins hanging out the top of his jeans. He's doing double denim. Double denim. I haven't seen double denim for a while. Not since Billy Ray Cyrus. Or no, I'll take that back. Jay Leno wears double denim. Jay Leno is definitely a double denim wearer. All right. Down the hill. Memory Central. Max, you don't live that far from here, mate. You're like, I can almost see Parramatta from here. Well, they could pay their taxes around here and get the potholes filled up. But we know what that ends up being. Potholes again in 3 months' time. The Tiger Tails across the road on the power lines. What do we got here? Porsche Centre Willoughby. Oh, is that where you're talking about the coffee shop was behind the Porsche Centre there? There you go. You guys you good. Memories. How the hell did we ever navigate these streets without a GPS? Like, were our memories so much better back in the 80s? 90s? Right, maybe I want the left lane with all these guys turning right. Oh, this looks a little familiar, but I know where we're going down onto. And I'm going to stay left as much as I can. And I'll take the left lane across the bridge if it's still open. I'm assuming that's still open. Oh yeah, Cahill Expressway. How about I just follow the signs to the Cahill Expressway? Oh, this place has turned into a nightmare. Oh, sorry, did I say turning into a nightmare? It's good to see this place is still a nightmare. Ah, that's right. You said your mate used to live there behind the Porsche Centre. Nice looking Porsche Centre. All right. About to drop down into North Sydney. Sorry if you're still listening, Adam and Veronica. I'll miss you this time, but I'll catch back up with you guys soon, and I'll definitely catch you guys here in Sydney another time. will make it happen. Oh, this road is crap. I mean, it's still basically the same road, but it is crap. Well, they got a nice new road up there. Here we go. Military Road, Mossman and Manly. Oh, I remember Military Road. It's definitely called that for a reason. What does this say? Merge trucks and buses, something, whatever. Oh, cow. You think this is crazy? It's been crazy for forever. I don't know. It's just humans and infrastructure. It is crazy. I'll tell you. I mean, it doesn't help that they're doing upgrades. There you go, North Sydney. Adam, Veronica, you're over in there somewhere. In amongst here. It's crazy to think we're so close yet so far away. Oh, there's the Harbour Bridge and the Centrepoint Tower. Yeah, you can kind of... Well, there's the SBS building in the way. Yeah, there's definitely more buildings in the way now. Bridge? Bridge. Yeah, but this is also bridge. This is Kale. Yeah, the infrastructure here is crazy. Oh, I can't believe I used to live here. What is this? This is a mess. That's what this is, Maxi. It's a mess. But we're about to come up onto the bridge. I remember when the toll booths used to be here. All right. Brisbane Gateway Bridge this morning. Sydney Harbour Bridge this afternoon. There's a few people out walking the bridge. Security sitting there, standing there. Here we go. The Harbour Bridge. We get to go through the archway. That's a bit special. I've run across this bridge. My first marathon started underneath this right here, underneath the bridge. Sydney Opera House to the left. Barangaroo. I can see Barangaroo over to the right. No cruise ships in the harbour by the looks. Otherwise, they kind of, well, they don't quite come up this high, but I can see down. I don't see any cruise ships this time. For those who don't know, the train line is on the other side. So you've got a walkway and a road here, and on the other side you've got two railway lines.
So what happens when you start getting into the middle of the city is it's a weird thing, because you'd think if you started to lose internet bandwidth, you would think that the video would go first, but actually the sound goes first, which is why my audio is a bit glitchy as we are crossing Parramatta River, Sydney Harbour, across the Sydney Harbour Bridge, and make our way over Circular Quay and towards the airport. But
Verstappen with that build lap has just done his sixth lap on those set of tyres, so 3 hot laps, and gone faster again. So that does see him got into the 119. So that's just seen
Barangaroo. Thank you. The moo jokes are coming thick and fast. And there we go. The Manly ferries off to the... All the ferries, you probably can't see this, the harbour, what do you call it? Sydney Opera House. And the yep, no cruise shipping at the cruise ship terminal. So this is telling me to be in the right lane. So I'm going to go where the arrows tell me to go. So the arrows are telling me to be in the right lane. Which is, yes, where I used to drive. It brings me down onto the, what's this place called? The inner city bypass. No, wrong city. Oh, I think Middo said it before. Middle lane. Middle lane. Yeah, you stay in your lane. Everyone, stay in your own lanes. You guys are crap. Alright, let's just follow the signs to the airport. The little blue signs with the little white planes. Oh, I used to train some people up there. The domain's up there to the right. Used to run across this bridge, the pedestrian bridge across above us. Oh, used to train people in Hyde Park, just up there. Now, well, tunnel time. Probably lost. No, we going? We still working? It seems to be working. We still have reception. Maybe not the North Connex tunnel, but the Eastern distributor seems to be okay for 5G. Yeah, we are still trucking Middo. Not far to go now. Waze says 10 Ks, 12 minutes. Wow, what a day. What a day. Oh, I'm glad. God, I don't even know how long this last section's gone for, but it's definitely been the longest continuous stream. So Botany Road. I used to live on. Oh, why are you stopping there? I hope you got a good reason, because that's going to be a really bad place to try and pull back into traffic. Oh, the Homemaker Centre up here. I used to live up here at Waterloo. Is it Lachlan Street? It's used to live there with Paul and Franny for a little while. I know when that was. I lived there when the Redfern riots happened. I remember, because I walked through that very park the night before. So that's why I remember the Redfern riots happened on a Sunday night, because the sirens going past our house for ages trying to deal with the riots. So yeah, just up there and to the right, I used to live behind that old building up to the right. Yeah, memories. Good memories. I'm glad I don't live here now, but I'm glad that I've had those experiences. Well, I'm being told I'm going to take a right turn up here in about 5K, so let's get in the right-hand lane now. Eastern Distributor.
Well, I'm definitely talking less now. I won't say I'm tired, but it's been a day. And with less than 10 minutes to go, it's been awesome. But it's actually gone according to plan. We've had a bunch of dropouts, probably obviously more closer to like northern New South Wales was pretty bad around Byron. A few more dropouts south of Byron. But for the last 3 hours has been awesome. Traffic's been seriously well behaved. Hasn't been too many incidents, to be honest. It's been a good day. It's been awesome. Nice Lotus, blue Lotus in the oncoming traffic. Best part about this is you can always rewind and look at stuff again. I've definitely got a few shorts. I'll be able to populate my shorts folder for the next week. Oh, is this Gardeners Road? No? Yes? That's Gardeners Road, if I remember correctly. Usually there used to be a sign up there that said Gardeners Road. That's neither side has it anymore. Well, for any of those who wanted to know how to get to Shep's Mound, well, I've done it from Brisbane. So, just need to work out a way to join all of the live stream sections together into one stream. Right, about a kilometre to go. I tell a lie. I used to live on Botany Street at Randwick. Not Botany Road. Botany Street, Randwick. That's where I used to live. Under the east-west runway approach. So if there was a westerly wind blowing at 6 o'clock in the morning, at about 1 minute to 6, the first heavy would fly over. Oh, there goes a Robinson helicopter up there. The first heavy would fly over at 1 minute to 6, and that was my alarm clock. And I knew that there was a westerly wind blowing because I'd have an A380 flying about 50 metres above my roof. Alrighty, let's take this exit. Oh, I haven't been along here for so long. So, turning right up here. General Holmes Drive. Oh yeah. So I'm going to pick this lane. Oh, let's see how we go. Actually, I might jump in the left lane because I know I need to take a left turn. So let's take the left lane so we can turn left after we've turned right. Planes, I'll try and get us some planes. Oh, here we are. General Holmes Drive. Oh, there's a plane. Oh, can you see it? It's behind the... There it is up there. It's the 737-800. I can't see. It's right in the sun. So I can't even see. All I can see is the silhouette. I can't even see what... Who is it? Qantas. I'm not going to pull the radar up and tell you where it's coming from. Alrighty. I am sunblind. I looked right into the sun. Ross Smith Avenue. There's some planes, little corporate jets. I do like this fence. Oh, there's Air Force One. Well, it's Air Force Two, actually. A62002. Sitting on the tarmac right there. It's come from Brisbane, QF539. Oh, nice check. Nice check. How about that? I just raced a Qantas 737 from Brisbane, and it just beat me. Mind you, had only left, what, 70, 80 minutes ago, and I left. What's the time? Half past 4. I left at 6:30. 10 hours. That's all right. 10 hours. Good trip. I remember back in the day, 10 hours was absolutely flying. One stop, refuel, keep going. How appropriate the first plane we see when we get here is from Brisbane. That is ironic. That is ironic. As we approach Sydney Tower. I haven't been up here for so long. It's nice. It's all it's a good road. It's a great road. All right. I'm not going to hang around too long. All I'm going to say is thank you to everyone who jumped on board today and helped me get from Brisbane to Sydney in 10 hours. Start to finish, from the loop at Brisbane Airport to Shep's Mound at Sydney Airport. Thank you, guys. As you know, we dropped out a bunch of times, but we reconnected and kept going. We persevered. Next time we do it, we're going to have better equipment and hopefully we won't drop as much. And here we are. Shep's Mound. I'll do a Yui. I'll go a bit slower. I'll do a Yui and park up. Well, I'll park up. I might just park up here, to be honest. But I might do a reverse park. Do a reverse park right here, or can we park there? Nah, can we? Are we allowed to go over here? I'll do a turn. Or do I need to? Or is this a park? Where it says no standing. Well, I won't stand there. I'll do a 3-point turn. Sun in your face. Again, thank you guys. It was a great drive. I don't know that that's ever been attempted before. A live stream from Brisbane to Sydney. But we've done it, even though it took a few sections to do it. We did it. Next time I do it, I want to do it in one hit without breaking transmission at all. So we'll see what we can do. I'll do a Yui. I'll park facing the other way and go up and have a look. Oh, Sydney Tower right there in front. Check it out. All right, peoples. Thank you very much. Take care. I'll read your messages when I come back through and watch this again. All right, guys. Thank you, and thanks. All right. Morning. Bit of a later start than I was expecting, but the sun is rising beautifully. Perfect. Welcome to Driving Live Australia. We're starting our stream here at B&E at the Loop at Brisbane Airport, and we're heading to Sydney, and we're going to try and do it without losing any coverage. So fingers crossed, we will we'll start making our way. And we'll try and keep the window as a, yeah, look at that. Try and keep it in focus if we can. Oh, getting this up and running was a pain. Anyway, I'll save my talking to when there's actually people to talk to on the live chat. All right, first test is, oh yeah, that works. We're beaming out on the 5G at the moment because we need to go under this tunnel. Under, what do you call it? Taxiways Y, X and Y, Y and Z, Yankee Zulu, that's it. We're heading to Sydney. I'm assuming that's you, Adam. Heading to Sydney. Heading to Bathurst via Sydney. All right, that's pretty much the only tunnel we should get. So the first check is to flip across from the 5G. Dreamed once before, but it's it broke up into 7 lots because we lost the internet. But anyway, the window's going to keep fogging up for a bit because it's brand new car. It doesn't even have 1,000 kilometers on it yet. So anyway, Brisbane Airport, lucky we're not turning left and going that way because that's hectic. So this morning today we'll spend the day heading to Sydney. I've been requested to take a pit stop at in the Central Coast, so we'll see how our timing goes. Plus I'm going to lose an hour because daylight savings started last weekend, and that I spent all of last Sunday an hour ahead. Oh, crack up. It wasn't until Monday morning that I realised that my phone and my laptop, my microwave were on different times. Oh. Stop trying to focus in on the we'll come across. Stop trying to focus in on the windscreen wipers. Might have to just turn the turn that aircon on for a bit, just to equalise the temperature on the windscreen. Oh, look at that billboard. Broncos. Well, that's a good way to start the stream. Oh, stop zooming in. I'm focusing. Broncos men and women premiers. Wow, that looks amazing. It'll take a few minutes for this windscreen to sort itself out, I'm sure. Oh. Anyway, dodgy start to the stream. But I'll tell you one thing that did work. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yep, all right. Oh, where's my camera gone? My camera turned itself off. Where's my camera gone? Come back, camera. Why would you do this to me now? Camera. Hello, camera. Why is my camera gone? Oh well, I'm still here. But for some reason, my front camera has just decided to turn itself off. Come back. This isn't the best place to stop, put it that way. Why has my camera just decided to stop? That is stupid. All right. More teething problems. Why? If that camera bugs out again, I'm just trying to look at the battery. Anyway, there is a car in front that is just spewing out diesel fumes. So much smoke, it stinks. Oh, changed my aircon to recycle, because that just stinks. All right, keep an eye on that camera for a bit. It's plugged into the computer. I mean, I've had issues with it being flat before, but it should be fully charged. I don't know what's going on with it. But anyway. I'm driving a Hilux today. Over the gateway. Sun is just rising. Oh, look at that smoke. Good work, champ. It stinks. That stinks so bad. Anyway, the windscreen seems to have cleared up a bit, even though the focus is being dodgy. All right, got the UHF. What else? Oh, I've got the lapel mic. I'm using the lapel mic, the Rode Go 2, and I can see that's working. So, and it also, not that there's really many car sounds in a brand new Hilux, not like the Lexus or the Falcon or some of the other cars I have, even the VR6. But something funny is if I forget to take it off when I go inside the servo or something like that, we'll see if the range works. We'll see what the range is like. It was pretty good last week when I forgot I was wearing it and I took it to the bathroom for a pit stop, and then it wasn't until I went to wash my hands and I look in the mirror and the blue light caught my eye and I was like, I've still got the lapel mic on. There we go. Yeah, okay. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. For some reason, obviously my stupid camera has gone flat. So if I do this for a bit. There we go. I'll just do this for a bit until it charges, which is a pain in the butt. And really, why did that have to happen? No, go away. Just trying to get rid of that red. There we go. That'll do for now. Apologies, but I'm going to have to let that camera charge, which it will do because it's plugged in. So once it's not, when it's not on, it's charging. But the battery must have been super flat. So we'll have to let that charge for a bit, which sucks. But I've used it, unless I'm just using the wrong USB port. And it's a charging port. I think they all are on that. Anyway, so what's the go? Sydney to Brisbane. Sorry, the other way around, isn't it? Brisbane to Sydney. Let's. I'm in a brand new Hilux, so this thing's got all the mods, all the mod cons. It's got the adaptive cruise control. So let's hit cruise control. I haven't even set Waze yet. Let's set Waze for Shep's Mound. Shep's Mound. There we go. Been there before, so that came up pretty quickly. Says 9 hours. Says I'll be there by... Yeah, okay, so this is the dodgy part. Says that I'll be there by around 3 o'clock this afternoon. But the dodgy part is that we're yet to cross the border and change into daylight savings time. So it won't be 3 o'clock. It'll be minimum 4 o'clock. And saying that, I have been asked to do a little cruise through Central Coast suburbs, so we'll see. $920 kilometres to Sydney Airport. All right, so at least I've got the laptop camera to back up. It's that time of the day. So when I work at the Gold Coast, okay, here's my first one. Mobile cranes. Here's my first gripe. You can't see it, I know, because the camera's not there, but there's a mobile crane on the M1. There we go. For some stupid reason, it was in the middle lane doing 80 k's an hour, because that's what they're speed limited to. 80 k's an hour. And believe it or not, it messes traffic up so bad. I'll give it to the crane operator. They're doing the right thing because they're allowed to. Sitting in the left, well, I know I was in the middle lane before, but sitting in the left lane doing 80 k's an hour. Look, it even says on there, vehicle speed limited to 80 k's an hour. But what happens is, people can't overtake it properly. Like, look, there's nobody in the left lane in front of them. All these trucks should be in the left-hand lane. I know you're just taking my word for it at the moment. But all these trucks, for some reason, just want to sit in the middle lane. Most people, for some reason, just want to sit in the middle lane and travel slow. These days, if you're in Queensland, if you want to make an overtake, you've got just as much chance to do it on the left side, which should be the slowest lane, as you do on the right-hand side, which is the overtaken lane. Anyway, when I'm working down the Gold Coast, this is about the time that I'm driving to the Gold Coast. So I'm used to this traffic and I'm used to where it blocks up. And phantom traffic jams caused by people who can't use on-ramps and off-ramps correctly. Anyway, Max should be awake because you're an hour ahead, mate. What's Waze say I'm doing speed-wise? Yeah, perfect, 100, spot on. So, brand new vehicle, I'm just checking out, like this thing hasn't even got, how many Ks on it? Oh, okay, over 1,000 an hour, 1,025. So, just checking the speed. So 105 kilometers an hour on the speedo is 100k an hour on Waze. And I was just watching a YouTube video on that, actually, an Australian one, car expert, a guy called Paul, and I watched that yesterday. Actually, he used an actual speed gun. They were using a Mark-E. I don't want to call it a Mustang, a Ford Mark-E electric car. They set it to 100 k's an hour and it was only doing 95. And then they used Waze, set it and did 100 k's an hour on Waze, and it was 100 k's an hour with the speed gun. So, yeah, Waze for the win. I don't even think I used that on the hashtag yet. I needed to remember that. All right, we're not missing much yet, except my flat battery in my camera and slowing down the adaptive cruise control off. So we got slow cars in the left lane, fair enough, but then we got slow cars in the middle lane. You weren't born in Australia, were you, mate? Nope. He's definitely from a cricket-playing nation. And it's not England. And it's not South Africa. All right. So what do we got today? Well, whilst you're focusing on me and my dodgy laptop setup, let's jump in the left lane because we're going to need to take the M1. Did I say M1 before? No. Still on the Gateway Arterial. Thomas. Gotta love Waze, Thomas. Welcome. Good morning. Yes. How good is Waze? Whereabouts are you, Thomas? Nah, Waze for the win for sure. Maybe one day we'll get sponsored by them. The Shed. in Victoria. I can't wait to live stream to Vicky, get down and see some of my friends in Traralgon. Actually, one of them, I should send him a link to this. One of them I'll be catching up with tomorrow at Bathurst. Dan the man and his son. That'll be good fun. So probably just hang out most of the weekend, unless of course I bump into the Red Bull racing pits and catch up with a few of the boys and girls there. That'll be cool. No, looking forward to flying down. We'll probably fly down to Victoria, grab a hire car, set the cameras up, set the Starlink up, and do some Victorian driving. Actually, I was only just thinking, Thomas, I was thinking of this for a bit of a tour, driving from Melbourne down to past Frankston, because I did an Ironman at Frankston, so down the coast or down towards Portsea. Where is it? Queenscliff? I don't know. Well, catch the ferry across to Queenscliff, and then go to Geelong and then come back to Melbourne, do a big loop of Port Phillip Bay. I think that'll be pretty cool. But then there's also Phillip Island. That would be mad. All right, where's any more of my moderators are still sleeping? All right, so it's only 5:45 a.m. As I'm heading towards the Gold Coast. We've got our first caravaner in front of us. Warragul. Oh yeah, I know Warragul. I've done parkrun at Warragul. Actually, I think that might be the last. No, that's not the last Victorian parkrun I've done, but I used to drive through Warragul to get to Traralgon, so... and what's that? The Prince's Highway? So yeah. Let's make our way around this caravan. I need to keep remembering there's no camera out the front for the next little bit until it's charged. Well, welcome, Thomas. Good to have you join me whilst I... my analogy is that every time I jump on the live stream and do this, it's like having a busload of people that I can't see but I can chat to. So I'm never bored or lonely on my drives these days. It's pretty awesome. But would like to turn that front camera on, especially as the traffic starts to build along the M1. Coming through Springwood at the moment. There's Moss Street just over there, literally right there. I know that street. It's very car and motorcycle orientated street, that one. What are you up to today, Thomas? Are you working? It is only Thursday. I just want to turn that front camera on. Like, it has to get to a point where it will charge whilst being work. I know when the camera's full of charge that it can stay on all day. I did a live stream, for 4 hours last week, and it worked perfectly for 4 hours. I did a live stream podcast, another one which I can plug here because I'm a half of it. So me and my mate Red have started a podcast called Two Blokes Versus the World. Just talking crap. Just sitting around on the lounge. Just talking of current affairs. You know, a bit of world of current affairs that may affect Australia. Things in Australia. Sport, like in the last couple of weeks, it's September/October. So we've had AFL Grand Final, go the Lions. We've had the NRL Grand Finals for both the women's and the men, go the Broncos. And this weekend, I'll be catching up with the team at 888 Race Engineering, which is the Rebel Racing team, and also the Super Cheap team with Lounsey, and I'll be catching up with them. And so because they're the only proper Brisbane, there's a few Gold Coast based V8 supercar teams, but 888 Race Engineering is the only Brisbane based. So we're going to see if we can make it 3 weekends in a row where Brisbane win the main event. The main event. As much as Bathurst isn't the actual grand final for the V8 supercars, every car enthusiast in Australia knows it. It kind of is. It kind of is. Oh, all right. So we're closing down on Logan, near the Logan Hyperdome. I'm going to try this front camera. We'll see how long it lasts for, hey? Now it's had a bit of charge. Yep, come over, buddy. All right. So if I click on... Yeah, if I turn that off and I hit... All right, there we go. Let's see how long that lasts for. Why is internet dodgy through here? Maybe some overhead stuff. Am I Starlink in it? Yes, I am. Oh, you're on the drive with me. Thomas, thank you, mate. Good to have you on board. Appreciate it. Thanks for being a subscriber as well, mate. It's good to have you on board. Appreciate it. We'll see if I get any footage whilst we're at Bathurst too. That'll be fun. The sun's just at that angle, hey, right there. Yep, it's starting to slow down now. I'd like to think I'm passing another Fox, but I'm not. At least I'm in an automatic this time. At least I'm in an automatic. Well, we got a Nissan 31. Let's sit behind this one for a bit. There we go. Nothing like I remember when I was a young fella, and this model Nissan Skyline was racing at Bathurst with in cigarette sponsorship colours, with Glenn Seaton and George Fury, if I remember correctly. Or HR 31. Oh, can you hear that? I can hear that. All right, let's keep an eye on this camera. See if it charges quicker than it uses. There is one thing that I keep doing. I'm so used to having paddle shifts in most of my cars, except for, well, my Falcon's a manual, so there's no paddle shift in that. But there's the Passat, which I've put a paddle shift steering wheel into. There's the EOS, which I've put a paddle shift steering wheel into. There's the Lexus with paddle shift. The V10 Audi's got paddle shift. The V8 Audi's got paddle shift. And then I jump into most of the work Hiluxes I drive. Oh, here we go. Most of the work Hiluxes I drive. And then we are at 0 k's an hour. So we put up on Waze, traffic, stand still, and report that. There we go. We'll see by the end of today how many Wazes we help out in a 10-odd hour drive. Oh, also, I don't know what he was doing. The 2 right lanes along the M1 are no trucks. No trucks in the 2 right lanes. There's signs all the way along here. So why Mr. Lynn Fox was sitting in that lane. Stupid. Oh, I've got a UHF this time. Most of the time I come down here, I'm in my own car. I don't have a UHF. Oh, that's right. I'm also live on Facebook as well. So, Chris, hope to see you this weekend. I just noticed a little notification to say that you, I don't know, hopefully liked the post. Anyway, my friendly second family that lives in Bathurst. Hopefully get to catch up with you guys for dinner. As well as a few from my old car club from Sydney. Subaru Car Club. All right, so we'd come to a complete stop in our phantom traffic jam, and now we're already back up to 80 k's an hour. Just after this bridge up here, it goes to 110 kilometers an hour, but most times this time of the morning it's congested. It takes a bit to get up to 110. So here we go. The Logan River across the bridge here. And yeah, we won't see 110 for a little while. I gotta practice. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Oh, if you've already look, I'm the first person to like my post, like my YouTube. If you're on the Facebook stream, jump over to the YouTube stream because it helps the YouTube algorithms. Because Facebook's not going to pay me. So yeah, and once my mods are awake, I can see I'm the only mod that's, how loud is that skyline? It's, it just reminds me, it's very loud. It just, it sounds like it's going fast, but it's not really. Actually, it sounds like an effort, but that's what happens with a normally aspirated 3-litre. What did Nissan have back in the day? They had that 2-litre 6-cylinders. Do they have RB20s? Then obviously RB25s with the single turbo, RB26s with the twin turbos for the GTRs, RB30 single turbo. Well, actually, that's the same engine as a VL Commodore, isn't it? The 3-litre Nissan engine, the 6-cylinder, and then, you know, Ford Australia, we got the big 4-litre. Actually, a car that I do want to get, the the Land Rover Defender 110, the old military, they're a 3.9 litre 4-cylinder. 3.9 litre 4-cylinder diesel with like 30 horsepower. Oh. Right, so what's my setup? I was going to get onto the setup earlier. So the brand new Hiluxes, blessed with, that was disgusting, old mate 2 cars ahead just hocked a big loogie out the window. I mean, I can't say I've never spat out the window, but seeing somebody do it's a bit gross. And it was huge. He's like, what, 30 metres in front of me? Oh, what's he doing? Throwing rubbish out the window too. Good on you. He's still throwing more. You know what he's throwing out? I bet you it's brand new cigarette packet. It's the plastic off the cigarette packet. What a douchebag. Just throwing it straight out the window. So that's, what is it? The Isuzu MUX. He's just a grub in high vis. Now, I didn't say everyone in high vis is a grub. I wear high vis. So, at least the motorcyclists lane filtering at the moment aren't doing it at 100 kilometres an hour. But we might see that yet today. Yeah, so I reckon old mate has thrown out the window his the clear plastic wrapper off a cigarette packet. Proof is in the pudding if I see him smoking a cigarette. And then what's the bet? Durry butt goes out the window as well. Not that, what's the number plate? 794 MQB. Not that that means anything. Oh, look. A little bit of manual action in the auto Hilux. It's not the hybrid, unfortunately, because this one is actually, that's a story. So I'm actually delivering this vehicle to Cloncurry. I know I'm going the wrong way. Yep, this vehicle is a mine spec surveying Hilux for Masters Surveying. Give Mickey B's business a little bit of a plug, considering I work there a few weeks of the year. So, bit of a casual role there, delivering vehicles and doing some surveying, but his idea. I said I was going to Bathurst and he wanted me to work up in southwest Queensland straight after Bathurst, so that's what I'm doing. I'll be road tripping next Monday from Bathurst to Quilpie, and then Tuesday from Quilpie to Baduri near Birdsville for some work up there, and then once we're finished there, delivering the vehicle to either Mount Isa or Cloncurry itself. We'll figure out the finer details next week. Oh yeah, hey Thomas, you heard about the Defender 110? Yeah, oh. Sorry, I was just looking at the Camry next to me. Yeah. Oh, that's gross. I'm just reading you're reading your post there, Thomas. Yeah, look, they're tough. They're tough. I did destroy a so if you don't know my history, I'm ex-army. I went to East Timor back in 1999, 2000, and yeah, I've been driving. Well, it took a few years to get my license, my military driver's license. So it took about five odd years. So I spent about 15 years driving Defender 110s, the Parentes. Anyway, it's funny that you're asleep and drifting off, and you heard that. Anyway, I was driving one in East Timor near the airport. Well, it was not the airport proper, but the helicopter port. And it had been raining heaps, and it was a bit flooded, and we had this big hole dug in the ground that collected the water like a big sump, and there was a generator. and it was positioned next to the hole, and I had to go refuel the diesel generator. So diesel jerry cans in the back of the Land Rover, and we're finally doing 110. Woohoo! And speaking of 110, and I had never been there before, and the whole ground has got like 2 inches of water on it. So I'm driving across the ground. Next thing you know, I'm driving into the sump, into the hole in the ground. The hole in the ground was about 10 foot deep. And apparently I bent a rod in the engine when it drunk some water. There was no snorkel on that vehicle. Yeah, it took a big gulp of water, and apparently $8,000 later, it had a new engine sent across to East Timor, and Ramey put the new engine in it. So one of my little mishaps. Might have had a mishap in a Mack truck over in East Timor as well when I nearly drove it off let's just say drove it off a cliff. It wasn't quite a cliff, but it was definitely a big drop. So there's a little bit of glitching, but I'm definitely on the Wi-Fi, on the Starlink. Maybe there's just a lot of Starlink users around here. But anyway, we'll hopefully when we get out of southeast Queensland and into the more rural areas, Starlink will come into its own. Text message. You don't need to know about any key until Red's asking me about a key. Well, if you're watching the live stream, Red, which I don't know, you might be, the key is with the neighbour, and all you have to do, and he knows who you are. Nice indicator, Veloster. I'll use mine. Traffic's at 100 in a 110 zone. Oh, he's too cool to use. Oh, there we go. See, we got another mobile crane helping block traffic up. And look, see the guys stuck behind the crane? They struggle to get out and get around because there's so much traffic. Me personally, I think mobile cranes should only be moved to where they need to go the next day between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. They should be get up early, move the vehicle where you need to while there's less traffic on the road, not peak hour. Set up and do your day's work, and then anyway, that's just I'm sure that won't work. That's just my opinion. I'm sure there's some cons with those pros. Nearly back to 110. Anyway, Thomas, I hear about driving damaged Land Rovers. But from Bega to Warragul, that's a bit of an effort, mate. Did you do that around the Princess Highway? Or did you go overland? Let's just check. We've got the speed camera here. So, yep, exactly on 110 k's an hour as we pass the speed camera. Beauty. At least here, I'll tell you what, the last live stream I did was between Rockhampton and Mackay on the Bruce Highway. Anyone who knows that section of road knows that it's the national highway, but it is a piece of crap road. Like, it's, the Bruce Highway is a black spot from Gympie to Cairns. Anyway, the road is so rough. Driving on the M1 here, it's a little bit like it's not a German autobahn, but it's a lot smoother. And hopefully the trip today will be a lot smoother than the drive up the Bruce from Rocky to Mackay. Like, the laptop was set up in a very similar position, and it's the lid just kept flopping open, as in, like, it was almost up at 90 degrees, and it was just so bumpy on the Bruce Highway that it's oh, that's better. My quad lock, which is suction cap to the windscreen, was just squeaking a little bit, so I just adjusted it so that the phone's just resting on the dashboard, so that stopped it squeaking. Oh, Commodore drivers, well done. At least there's no Commodore drivers at the Bathurst 1000 this weekend. There's no Falcon drivers either. But it's not about that anymore, is it? It's definitely about the Mustang. Ignore. Oh yeah, I've got the messages. My text messages are coming up on the car screen. Well, the message itself, I think it does come up. I just ignored it. But I think if I hit read, the stereo actually talks out the message. Oh, there's an EOS. The facelifted EOS. They just look a little boring and nothing special when they're standard, but the one we've got is has been sported up a little bit. It's such a hairdresser car. Anyway. The microphone's going to get a good workout today too. So somebody said about 9 hours worth. Now, the receiver's plugged into the laptop, so it's on constant charge. And there is a little display. Oh, I did say I was going to set my setup. All right, so let's get back to the setup. All right, so I had started to mention the Hilux. These brand new Hiluxes have constant power supply in the back of the center console. So this one's a extra cab, so it's got this little suicide doors, and the back seat, the little back seat that, yeah, you wouldn't put anyone over 10 years old on. But it's got seat belts back there. Anyway, there's a fridge on one side, and I've just got my luggage and stuff in here for my trip. I couldn't pack too heavy because I'm not driving back. I'll be flying back from Mount Isa to Brisbane next week. So, and anyway, constant power supply. There's 2 power source plugs as well as a USB. As we phantom traffic jam again, and so what I've got running off, there's a fridge running off one power source and off the other one, and I'll have to let my boss know because I was convinced it was only one of them was constant power supply, but they're all constant power supply there. So when I turn the car off, they still remain powered on. So, which is a good thing for the internet connection, for both the Starlink and the 5G router, which I've got both with me. Oh, Supra in the going north. So they're plugged in, and I've actually got like a triple adapter for a triple power source adapter from J-Car. So it's plugged into the car, and then plugged into the adapter. I've got two. I've got, the 5G router and the Starlink on the roof. The Starlink on the roof, the only cable going up to it is the power cable. I have had the Ethernet cable come out of it down and plug into the router, but I've decided to not do it that way this time. And actually, I think pretty much 2 seconds before I started the stream, I realized I can just toggle my laptop between the 5G router and the Starlink. So when I get to Sydney, I'm probably going to drive through a few tunnels. Therefore, the Starlink's not going to work. So before I go into the tunnels, so what was happening was I had the Starlink connected into the WAN port, the WAN port, and with failovers set on the router, and it worked, but it did take a minute or two, and it glitched out for a minute or two, and then I think the 5G was a little dodgy in the tunnels anyway. It took a bit to stabilize. Whereas now I can just change the internet. I can just change the internet on the laptop. So before we go into the first tunnel, not too far north, like in the northern suburbs of Sydney, I can click across to 5G, and then we'll test the 5G network inside the tunnels in Sydney. You would expect them to work well. My camera, all right. I noticed that my camera has frozen again, so let's there we go. All right, so it just needs to sit there for a while and recharge, which sucks. I don't know why it wasn't fully charged. I should have had it fully charged last night. I should have checked it. Stupid me. HSV cat. What's that? A Colorado sports cat. It's not. Well, I figured, so Thomas was just saying he limped the broken 110 Rover from Bega, good cheese in Bega, to Warragul, and on the Princess Highway, which I've done that drive, I think twice. Just trying to remember which ways I've driven. I've driven from Terrelgan. Actually, I drove, didn't I? Drove from Terrelgan along the Princess Highway, through, is it Oberon? No, Omeo? Anyway, up through Bega, up through Sydney, up to Brisbane, and I've also driven from Terrelgan through Warragul. Actually, I remember that day quite well. It was New Year's Day, and I did parkrun at Terrelgan, and then we did parkrun at Warragul, and then I dropped my my girlfriend at the time, dropped her off at Melbourne Airport so she could fly home, and she left me to drive home by myself to Brisbane, which was 2 days. So I overnighted in Dubbo, did Dubbo parkrun the next day, got to Goondiwindi, stopped there for the night. I had a breakdown. I had a wheel almost fall off my trailer. So there you go. There's issues. I drove from Dubbo to after parkrun and got to Coonabarabran, so 160 kilometres, to put fuel in the car, and I thought I'd check the air pressure in the tyres. So I checked the Subaru Forester I was in, the GT, which was good because it's the turbo, and I had a tradie trailer on the back full of stuff, full of all sorts of stuff. It was packed to the rafters. Anyway, I went to put air in the tyre on the trailer, and the wheel practically fell off. The nut that was holding the bearings and everything in place, everything just fell out of the bearing housing and onto the ground. And yeah, it took a little bit to get the nut off actually, because it had been quite hot. So it had been wobbling around. That's the worst thing about trailers, and that's why you see trailer bearings fail a lot, because if a bearing goes in your car, you can hear it. But if it's on your trailer, you can't hear it. So you got to constantly check your just the looseness of the bearings on your trailer wheels, especially if it's a boat trailer, because it's usually going into the water. So you definitely need to check those ones. But yeah, I had to disconnect the trailer, leave it at the servo. At least it was at a servo. At least I didn't lose the wheel off it. I had to drive 160 k's back to Dubbo, get some new bearings and some grease, and then 160 k's back to Coonabarabran, and I repacked and placed new bearings on the trailer. I checked the other side, it was loose, but the bearings were okay. So I just pulled the bearings out, repacked with new grease, put it back in, nipped up the nuts, and I was on my way. And then there was a few hours that I didn't need out of my day. Otherwise I would have got home that night. But I only got to Goondiwindi by midnight, so I just slept in the car, got up at 6 a.m, had some Maccas, and then as I'm driving out of Goondiwindi, a kangaroo decides to jump out in front of me and smash the front end of my car. It was still drivable, but I had to reef the front guard off the front tyre. Smashed headlights and indicators and stuff like that. But yeah, that was the worst road trip I've ever had. And the fact that my girlfriend didn't want to come with me, yeah. Wow. Are you going to keep coming, Mazda 3? Nah, I didn't think so. Okay, yeah, you guys can't see what's going on. Anyway, you're just going to have to put up with me for the next, let's say hour. I'll describe what's happening whilst the silly camera recharges. Can I recharge it quicker? I wonder if I can recharge it quicker. What else have I got? I've got all right. Oh, welcome to the world of ADHD. I just lose focus all the time, team. Anyway, what are we doing? 80 k's an hour in the 100 zone here on the M1, about to pass through Nerang. I have a story about breaking down one night in Nerang back in 1998. In my 351 Fairlane, which I just rebuilt. I got as far as here before it broke down, so I did get it to Sydney eventually after I realised what was wrong with it. No, I didn't forget to turn the PowerPoint on. What PowerPoint? Anyway, well, I've got a 200 watt inverter with me because it's small. It's plugged into the front cigarette lighter, Mickey B. It's powering my laptop, and it's actually powering it excellent. So I've got laptop power. Oh yeah, we were on just before when I said, yeah, all three of those plugs at the back are all constant power in the center console. Yeah, no, I don't know why the camera wasn't charged, because it should have been charged when we used them the other night. Anyway. You know what? I'm going to stick it in a different hole. You heard me. Yeah, mate. Anyway, I'm on my way. I was about 20 minutes later than I wanted to be, but that's okay. Sitting at the loop at B&E, just working out. It's like every time I drive, every time I live stream, it's a different configuration of even the programming. Like I still can't get, like, I put a live stream upcoming event on YouTube, and I can't even connect to that one. It had to start a new live stream, a different one. So it'll have like different bloody thumbnail and everything today. You'd be squinting if it was on. I don't get it. You wouldn't be squinting if the front camera was on. No, it would be. I would make myself very small in the bottom left corner, and then anyway. Oh look, there's another mobile crane doing 80 k's an hour in a 100 zone, slowing down all the traffic. Thanks, Queensland Crane Hire. Anyway, traffic's thinning a little bit. We are sitting on 100 k's an hour now, so and yes, I'm in the right-hand lane because keep left unless overtaking doesn't. Oh, thanks. Oh, yes, Vaz, thanks for liking. Vaz is out there liking the stream on Facebook. Passing your neck of the woods, mate. I might have to tell a story about Thunderbolt Run because I've met an amazing bunch of people from Thunderbolt Run, which Vaz runs. So, oh look, everyone's putting their brakes on. Oh, I wish that camera's working. So one thing that people like to do is when they're going past the speed camera, which we just did, is they'll be doing 100 k's an hour, but want to put their foot on the brake anyway. Well done. Congratulations for potentially starting another phantom traffic jam. Driving standards are so low. Honestly, I don't know how half the people get them. Just watch Dash Cams Australia. That's a pretty good bloody YouTube channel. This is kind of like Dash Cams Australia, but live. Except my dash cam doesn't work. Oh, yes, so Mickey B is said on the chat. Yeah, well, it was enough. He just said he's apologising for giving me a vehicle with only 12 litres of fuel left in it. Yeah, there was 72 kilometres left in the tank. I'm probably sure I could stretch that out to 100 k's on the highway. No, of course first thing I did last night was I went and picked up those 2 wheels and tyres, which fit in the back perfect, crossways in between the headboard and the toolboxes. They're just wedged in there and don't even move. And which leaves me all down the centre to let's just say set up a makeshift swag. What else? Yeah, I went and picked up those wheels and tyres. Oh, I picked up the fob from your place first. It's in here. So I got that fuel fob, got the wheels and tyres, and then went and filled the tank. So, all good. You don't need to apologise. I half expected it. Oh, cruise control. There we go. Anyway, Mickey B, I know you'll probably be working today or whatever, so you can check in anytime today. You can see where your vehicle's at. Yep, I'm heading to Cloncurry. I'm heading to Mount Isa. Going the long way. All right, so the next tunnel we have is actually, so it's funny, it's ironic even that, well, I'll go around this Kia. Why do the slow people drive in the middle lane? Seriously, me and this truck are in the left and the right hand lanes. We're both overtaking this little Kia Rio. Oh, have a smoke, just ash out the window. There's a good question. Is ashing your cigarette out the window considered littering? Oh, yep, she's made some bad decisions in her life. That's all I'm going to say. She'd probably have to, it'd be an effort for her to shut the door around her rather large frame. Nice indicator there, Triton. Are people so lazy they can't even move their fingers to the indicator stalk? Oh yeah, just went under a bridge. Is that why we froze up? All right, so what I was about to say is I've left B&E. I left on the 5G router until we got underneath the taxiways at the airport, because every time Starlink goes under a bridge or a tunnel, it affects it. So actually we do have a few tunnels, don't we? So we are, the next tunnel is actually Gold Coast Airport underneath the actual runway. Well, there's a taxiway there too, right? So we'll flick it across to 5G quickly before we go under, and we'll just see if there's any sort of freeze in transmission. All I'm going to say is there's going to be less, here comes an overpass, right? We're about to go under an overpass, and Starlink is awesome. Actually, I'll do a speed check. But we got two bridges. Where are we? Stapley Drive. Anyway, so we're going under it right now, so we'll lose a little bit of transmission or freeze up. Yes, no, maybe. And then another one here. It just glitches, just literally for not very long, but for something a bit longer, like the tunnels, like the airport. We'll call them tunnels, but yeah, the tunnels under the airport runways and taxiways at Byron Bay. At Byron Bay, there's a couple of tunnels around the Byron Bay area on the M1. So, or the what are we on now? The Pacific Highway. But the main goal is to not drop out on the live stream between B&E, the loop, the Acacia Street loop at Brisbane Airport. So here's a bit of a bigger bridge here. So, well, there's two in a row very quickly. So Starlink will definitely drop out here. I can see a plane taking off from Gold Coast Airport, so not far from there now. So if you're on the channel and you haven't subscribed yet, please do, because these streams are only going to get better and better. But this is the first attempt at live streaming in one hit from Brisbane Airport to Sydney Airport in a car, not in a plane. Still a bit of traffic. Still people doing 90 k's an hour in the middle lane on the M1. All right, let's do that speed test. Starlink connecting. Oh, I should have checked that earlier. What? Oh. Actually, what is my phone connected to? My phone's probably connected to the 5G router. Yep. Well, the 2G channel, the 2G Wi-Fi. So let's go across to the Starlink. Oh, Starlink has an update. Well, I have options. Well, Starlink, it needs to do an update, so I'm pretty keen to do that. So let's change across to the 5G. A little bit on the changeover, but way less than the failover through the router itself. So, all right, now that that's done, I'll go back and do the install. The other thing with the plugging the Starlink into the WAN port of the router is I have to disable the Wi-Fi on the Starlink dish. And when I did that the first time, and then I disconnected it, and then I tried to reuse it again without the modem, without the router, it was turned off. And yeah, it needs to be turned on to be able to connect to it to turn it back on. So I had to do a factory reset, which is doable, but it took a bit. Obviously, needed to just there's the Starlink. Let's get back to it. All right. Why are you going so slow? Yeah, so the Starlink's just done a firmware upgrade. So it's now calculating its orientation, finding satellites, determining alignment. Adjustment may be necessary. Well, I ain't adjusting it. But whilst I'm on the 5G, which seems to be working okay through this section, I'll keep it on the 5G until after we get under the runway. So apparently Starlink Mini will work up to 160 kilometers an hour. Good to know. Oh look, here comes the border. So we go, I know you can't see it. Just take my word for it. Actually, you might be able to see it out this window very quickly. Ready? This little red thing right there. That thing there. We're in New South Wales now. So all the road rules change. Well, actually, not really that many. I mean, there's always little nuances in the way the road rules are written, but really, they're almost exactly the same. But it pays to know the road rules of the state or country that you're driving in, that's for sure. All right, let's do a speed test. All right, currently have about 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170. It's acquiring more satellite. Well, it's not acquiring more satellites. It only uses like one at a time, I think. Hello, Gold Coast Airport. Yeah, you get in the left-hand lane because you want the next exit, don't you? All right, about to go underneath the runway. I know you can't see it because my stupid front camera's battery's flat, but anyway, about to go under the runway. It's a pretty long bit of a tunnel, so I'm glad I'm on the 5G. We'll see. Hopefully that doesn't crap out. Maybe it will. We'll find out. But anyway, we're out the other side now. So 175 download, 28 megasecond upload, and 25 milliseconds of latency. So I'm going to run that again because it might be a bit higher now. Oh, yep, 200, 220, going under a bridge, so that'll affect it. Yeah, so 190 meg download, 50 upload, or 49, 51. Upload's important to me because that's what we're doing at the moment, is uploading. So anyway, not too bad. I've had it at around 350 megasecond download and around 70 upload. Maybe it was, actually I think I've had around 100. It's pretty crazy good. Is that the Tweed River? Anyway. So where was I? Oh yeah, that's right. So what have I got plugged in? I got a 200 watt inverter plugged into the front cigarette lighter. I hate cigarette. Into the front power source, and it's charging my laptop. Then I've got the constant supply for both the 5G router and the Starlink. Let's change this back over to Starlink, yeah? I was thinking that I might get more charge out of to charge the front camera. Out of the inverter. Another little bit of a tunnel coming up. Tugun. Anyway, we'll just deal with a little bit of a glitch through here with the Starlink. Is this Sexton Hill? So there's one bridge there. There's high wall. You can't really see it, but anyway, really high bridge at the top of a hill. So it should glitch out just a little bit, but should come back pretty quickly. There we go. Anyway, let's see if I can say it quicker. So laptop's plugged into a 200 watt inverter, which is as big as a ham sandwich, actually smaller. Whew. I think that was a 79 series. The 6-cylinder version. What's that, 76 series? Back to 110 zone, yay. And then the 5G router plugged into a power source adapter plugged into constant power supply. The fridge is also plugged in, which is awesome. This guy in the right hand lane, it's 110 here, mate. Keep left and less overtaking. Can't even pay him out about being a Subaru driver, considering I have a few of them. I haven't had a coffee yet. I have had coffee from there. So where are we? Kingscliff-ish area. But there's so much traffic. There's like a line up of traffic. That's why I didn't want to stop there. There's a good lineup of traffic trying to get out of the service station. So it's a bit of a truck stop, the BP back there. It's got, you know, your normal truck stop with all of your fast food outlets and what have you. Tell you what, my aircon's rather cold. Oh, the transport. What do you call them? The transport police? We'll call them that. Oh, truck stop. What do you call it? Like a truck stop weighbridge inspection point. Had an Australia Post B-double pulled over inspecting it. Mount Warning exit. So we're just near Mooloolaba. Little Corolla with a really big rooftop tent on the roof racks. Looks like a backpacker chick. Anyway, hopefully this camera will charge up quick. And then I'm going to plug it in a different USB port, so fingers crossed. I don't know. I definitely know I had it plugged into the ports, one of the ports on the right hand side of the laptop last week, and over 4 hours, no problem, stayed fully charged the whole time. The road's a bit bouncy through here. Bouncy. It's the one thing about these concrete roads, and there you go, on the bitumen, not as bouncy. A lot of wind noise. I think, it's coming from, so this Hilux is, the extra cab with a drop side tray on the back, mine spec with the rollover protection and LED flashy lights and little speaker and all that, and it sits above the roof line, so there's a lot of wind noise coming from that. Ooh, let's maybe it helped, maybe it won't. Anyway, it's only a little tunnel, but we did a quick G change. We'll go through this tunnel. Ooh, dark. There's a couple of those types of tunnels along here, so we'll change back to Starlink and then, wow. Yeah. There's so much wind noise coming from, oh. Am I still on the Starlink? Oh well. I swear I hit connect to the 5G router, but anyway. Well, yes, I'll have to check and see how the battery's going on the lapel mic. So there'd be I can always turn the microphone on the laptop. So I'll stop soon. After a couple of hours, I'll just stretch the legs. I'll probably, if I can find a good place for a coffee, I'll grab a quick coffee. I'm able to turn the vehicle off and leave the stream running. Other things would be if I'm going into a service station that has an overhead cover, like most service stations do. I'll be wise to change to the router. To whilst refueling. What are we coming up to? So we're heading towards Ballina. Clothier's Creek Road? So Cabarita Beach. I think I've only been there the once, my girlfriend and I at the time. I think it was one of the only times we were dating where she sunbaked topless. That was a good day. I remember that day. I'm pretty sure that was Cabarita Beach. I was topless too. There you go. We're both topless. There you go. Is that equality? Middo, g'day mate. Good to have another spanner on board. Did you have a good sleep? Well, I'm thinking of where I'm going to get a coffee from, Middo. So you actually out at the moment? So you on your phone? Yeah. So Middo, just to let you know what's going on. My front camera battery went flat like in the first couple of minutes. Silly me. I always do these things. Well, not always, but yeah. I should have double checked last night that camera was fully charged before we started today, but I was too busy trying to get everything ready. And the thing is, planning for this trip, I have to plan for my weekend at Bathurst. So there's civvy clothes, and then my clothes for work up in southwest Queensland. And then I have to pack it in a way. It's too easy when you're driving. It's too easy to pack extra stuff, and then at the other end I've got to fly home, so I've got to be able to pack everything into 2 bags, so including the Starlink and the laptop gear, the cameras, and the 5G router. So and I do have a GoPro with me as well, although it's not very good. I'd rather just let this this Sony camera charge up. And but it's now plugged into the inverter, so it should be getting a good charge. I've bought like a Pelican style case, Middo, from actually you get them from Bunnings now, and they've got all the foam inside them that you can pull sections of foam out for specific types of equipment. So, but you're saying a powered case, yes. Oh, I do have my power bank with me here somewhere too. I did bring it. It's in behind the driver's seat, in my backpack, with some bottles of E85. Don't ask. I might pull one out later and prove it. Anyway, we're closing in on Byron Bay. If young Oscar, I'm assuming he's younger than me, jumps on sometime today between now and Central Coast, then I did say I'd cruise through the Central Coast. Yeah, no, you're right. Are you suggesting having like the Pelican case? I know. Are you saying like just have everything and just whatever? We'll talk about it. But I just need to remember to charge the cameras before the stream. Like between Rocky and Mackay was over 4 hours, and the cameras work fine. The camera was perfect. Actually, I don't know if it was this camera or the other camera because they're identical. Little tunnel. What's going on here? There's something on the road. I don't know if could be dust coming out of the, yeah, I reckon there's dust coming out of the tipper, the tip truck in the left lane coming up ahead. Yeah, there's just heaps of dust coming out of it. From underneath, that is. Not from its load, per se. Oh no, it's coming out of the load. Oh no, is it water? Oh, it's water coming out of the back tailgate. Dirty water. It's coming out of both the truck and dog. It's probably wet. It looks like wet sand. Yes, I can just wire the Pelican case up, Middo. And you're right, it's not rocket science. So, one thing about that, Middo, is if you're trying to recharge things whilst they're in the case like that, they could overheat, like get very hot at least. So, but when things are full, so if they're fully powered and you put them away but they're on like trickle charge, then obviously they don't get too hot. So that could be an option. That's doable, Middo. That's very doable. So where are you at the moment? Are you where are you getting coffee? Oh, you're just getting dressed, right? Okay, gotcha. You're not quite out the door yet. Is this with the missus? Say hello to Mrs. Middo. Should I do Bathurst Park Run Saturday morning? Oh yeah, computer fan would fix that. Yeah. We'll see. Obviously, as the channel gets more popular, we will adapt and overcome. Adapt and overcome. There's another word. There's 3 words. Always forget the first word. Improvise, adapt and overcome. There you go. I remembered it. That's an engineer's motto. Royal Australian Engineers, improvise, adapt and overcome. Well, I'm glad that I'm making her Thursday at least a little bit better. But anyway, yes, I've done Bathurst Parkrun before, but there's a good chance I'll do it again this weekend. Actually, you know what? I think it's one of the best park runs, not because of the course per se, but because it's actually close enough that you can hear the race cars on the mountain whilst running around the parkrun course. And you don't get that. Obviously, that only happens a couple of times a year at Bathurst itself, but only, like, this is the weekend to do parkrun at Bathurst. There is actually, there's a run up Mount Panorama. I saw a guy wearing a shirt once. I don't know, like something about running up the mountain. Yeah, happy to. Oh, Henry's there. Hello, Henry. Oh, that's right, Henry. You're a moderator too now. Oh, your name looks so good in blue, mate. Meadow, be careful of your caps. How did the bot not get up you just then? I swear, because you're a moderator, the bot doesn't affect you. Yes, I'll go. I'll be doing parkrun. All right. Oh, that was another little tunnel. So. What's happening? Brunswick Valley Way to Billindoogles? I don't know. Ocean Shores. There you go. Northern New South Wales beach towns. On your way to school, Henry? Yeah, I knew that. That's cool. I thought I'd catch you, but I should still be streaming when you get home from school, mate. So hopefully we'll catch you. You can let us know how school went. And by the time you get home from school, what's that? Around 3 o'clock. I should be in the around the northern suburbs of Sydney, or getting close to Sydney by then. But you know, you can always go back and watch it. And now I've actually worked out how to use AI to do shorts and reels as well. Billy Nudgall? Is that how you say it? You're good. I like how you. I think, does Max do that too? Enunciate. I like it. So Billy Nudgall. Oh, you're on the bus, Henry. Sick. Good on you, buddy. What's late? What for? Well, as my phone's changed over, yeah. So my phone has changed over. My car's still sitting on. I'm not going to change the car time because the car's going to be back in Queensland by Monday night. So I'm not even going to change the time in the car. Just the part about being a Queenslander heading into state for the weekend is knowing which clocks change and which clocks don't. Okay, yeah, I'll still be streaming. Actually, if you By the time you get home, Henry, you put the stream on, we'll probably be getting close to pulling into Shep's Mound. So, depends how long of a detour I have through Central Coast. And your bus is late. Yeah, but that's a good excuse to tell your teacher when you get to school late. And I'm assuming you're not the only student on the bus, so you'll all have the same excuse. That's a slam dunk, watertight case, young man. Anyway, if you hadn't heard, my front camera went flat really quickly, so I've just got this one on at the moment. At least we have at least a camera, and just not like a blank screen and just sound like I've had in the past. Where did I have that? I had that a few streams ago. Oh, Middo, I see what just happened. So here's something. So Middo, you're on an iPhone. I'm going to say you're on an iPhone. The Sid Squad stream from Bangkok, who was oh, okay. You're the only student from your school, Henry. Okay. All right. Well, that still, if the bus is late, the bus is late. I was going to say, Middo, you got an iPhone, because when you're typing messages, does sometimes you get an extra G when you're saying, there's a cyclist. Hello, cyclist. Cyclists aren't supposed to be on the highway. But anyway. It's New South Wales. Their rules can be different, I guess. All right. I just saw the extra G there. I know my iPhone, when I'm typing messages, I'll be typing a word that ends in ing, and then it puts a space and an extra G. And I haven't spoken to too many people where that happens to them. I have. It's definitely an iPhone thing. Anyway, you probably just typoed. But it looks exactly like the extra G issue that iPhone has. Yeah, yeah, your fat fingers. Derpy. Fat derpy fingers. I'll need a thesaurus for derpy. Or at least a dictionary for a meaning. But it sounds good. What? All right, yeah, gotcha. So, is that... So you prefer patrols? Does she prefer Land Cruisers? That'd be a mixed marriage. Like when there's a Falcon and a Commodore parked in the same driveway. His and hers, red and blue. Yeah, oh, Henry, yeah, so good. Thank you for confirming. I'm not the only crazy person out there that gets an extra G every now and then. And it's been going on for at least like the last three or four iPhones that I've had. At least 3 iPhones. It's been going on for like 6 years. How the hell isn't it fixed? Does no one complain about it? Well, fair enough. Oh, as I come up to a troop carrier cruiser, they're pretty cool. Drove them a fair bit in the army as well. They are pretty cool. A friend of mine dropped a Humvee motor in his. I don't know if he bought it with it in there. That was a freaking cool car. Oh, you meant dopey fingers. Well, that makes more sense. Fat dopey fingers. Which makes sense that you would accidentally misspell dopey and make it derpy because of those fat fingers. So yeah, you're pretty much Poetry in motion, mate. Anyway, so because the front camera's not working at the moment, we've got a slow-moving farmer's truck up here with a tractor on the back of it. And everyone's trying to get around it. Well, we're back to 100 at the moment anyway. Yeah, okay. You can tell me one day, Middo, when we catch up, why you hate Toyotas. Don't say that this Bathurst, as there'll be a new Toyota Supra V8 supercar getting let off the leash around Mount Panorama this weekend. Around 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon for its first hit out, I believe. It does look pretty cool. And it runs the 5-litre V8 engine from the Lexus ISF / RCF / LC 500 / IS 500, which is a freaking cool motor, even if I do have one myself. So you can not like Toyota, but I at least like the Lexus and the Toyota GR range. You mean you're back? Who's back to scaring small children? Me with my face on the screen? At least it's bright. Oh no, it's probably as dark as it was the other night with red. I need to invest in a couple of studio lights, I think, for the studio podcast. Yeah, that's all right, Middo. Toyota for life, Henry. Yeah, I mean, you can kill them. I mean, it takes a bit more of an effort, but you can. All right, we're coming up to the Byron Bay turnoff, so the Ewingsdale Road. So anyway, I might duck into Ballina quickly. Actually, you know, well, you might even top. No, I won't worry about fuel at the moment. Back to the 110 zone. Let's. So there is another. You know what? I'm not even going to change the Starlink this time. I'm just going to let it see how badly the tunnel affects it and how quickly it comes back after the tunnel. Let's right lane it here because a Toyota Hilux with that launched look. It's down in the back end. Looks pre-launched. Anyway, 80 k's an hour up here. Up getting towards the this tunnel. I remember when they were building this. The St. Helena Tunnel. Actually, it's a bit long. We're gonna. It'll cut out. It'll cut out for about 8, 9, 10. It's about 15 seconds since we've come out of the tunnel. So Starlink should be back by now. Come on, Starlink. Get back up there. You're logging off before you punch the screen. That's not very nice. I'll I wonder how much battery's in the camera now. Let's pull it out of there. Let's not push it into manual mode. Let's pull this out. Let's put it in. I'm going to move this camera for a sec. Let's look at changing lanes. Who can't multitask? Let's try. Let's try, team. Let's try. Now that Middo's gone. Oh. There we go, look at that. Now that Middo's gone and he's sick of my face, well, let's see. Let's run the front camera for a bit. All right. So that battery looks pretty good. I'll check it periodically, and I will when I stop. Ballin is 23 k's away. There we go. So when I stop, I'll grab a coffee. I'll set up the laptop camera, so it's easier for me. Excuse me, easier for me to change scenes and stuff. Anyway, Middo's going to get his coffee. Henry's off to school. Wonder what time Max... Was that the conversation? Was it about Max? Who was... I know Sid Squad did a live stream from Bangkok. I'm pretty sure it was Bangkok. Anyway, that's Thailand, yeah. I don't know how late that was. Well, it was still on when I was at midnight, so... Mitch from YPPH Plane Guy, I know he's probably... Well, what's the time here? It's just after 6 a.m. in Perth, so... Actually, is it 6 or 5? Is there daylight savings in Perth? That's a good question. All right, Henry, take care, mate. Have a good day at school, and we'll chat. We'll chat when you finish school. Like 6 hours later, I'll still be here. So take care, mate. Anderson's Removals from Mafra, 1300 Mafra. I used to live not far from Mafra. That's not all that far from Warragul, where Thomas is from. Oh. What is that? A Tiggy R? No. Is that the Volkswagen T-Cross R? Is that it? Is it a T-Cross or a T-Rock? I don't even know the difference between those two. It's like Volkswagen made two cars almost identical. A T-Cross and a T-Rock. I think that's a T-Rock R. Nice car. For a Volkswagen. I say that and I own 1, 2, 3. I still own 3. All right, old mate's going to want to come across before we get to the caravan. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Victoria. Victorians. Oh, what is it? Oh, I suppose it's getting towards the end of school holidays for Victoria. Again, I don't have kids, so I don't particularly know when it's school holidays. I don't even know if it's still school holidays in Queensland. I got up too early for the yellow flashy lights this morning, so I don't know. All right, have a quick look. How's the battery and the microphone doing? Oh yeah, it's still really good. Still really good. It barely put a dent in the power. It's thank you, Caddy. I do like this. I've seen a couple of really cool little caddies. Long wheelbase caddy. Yes, I will admit I didn't get as much sleep last night as I wished I had. So, wonder when we'll hear from Max. Hopefully catching up with him for dinner tonight at the at his favourite dining place in Western Sydney. Make my way there after signing off from the airport. Ballina. Oh well. While there is several people online on the stream. Quick pit stop, coffee. Oh, do I want to cruise through Ballina? Yeah, why not? I'll cruise through Ballina. That way I've got a better pick of potential coffee, well, cafes. Seriously awesome house up on the hill on the western side of the highway. Behind all the trees, but I did get a glimpse of it. Pretty impressive house up on the hill. I reckon they'd probably have a pretty good view of the ocean from up there too. Wow, it's a big house. Keep yawning. Definitely coffee time. All right, we'll take this exit, which is kind of like the old highway. And then we'll come out past the Big Prawn. What's going on over on Facebook? This is the old highway. Chris, just saw your comment. Is that a little Y emoji? As in like why? Why? Why am I driving to Sydney? Why am I going to Bathurst? Why am I live streaming it? All good questions. anyway. Hopefully these trees won't affect the Starlink too much, but that is one thing that does happen. But it's usually very, very minimal. Power lines don't seem to be too bad. I will remember to, hopefully, remember to take this lapel mic off my shirt before I go and maybe give the windscreen a little bit of a clean. I can't see any other reason why the camera will lose focus. Oh, there's an old stainless steel caravan. Geez, they're cool. But it is a Thursday and people have to work and well, I mean, you can always put the stream on at work. Just have it on in the background. Cool Falcon Ute. Nice, low, big wheels. Red with shadow chrome wheels. It's a good combination. Ballina. I do remember when this was the highway. Oh, look, another mobile crane ready to be a mobile speed, what do you call it? Mobile roadblock. Yes, I don't like mobile cranes. I'm sure there's a reason for it. Oh, because they block up traffic. All right, let's see. Is it actually a learner driver driving, or is it the driving instructor? Oh, at least they indicated. Ah, oh, BP. Do you reckon there's good coffee here? Oh no, it looks a bit dodgy. Oh, this is a Wild Bean Cafe. All right, I'm gonna go here. And I'm not gonna park under the roof. So here we go. Perfect. All right. I won't be too long. I don't necessarily want to. Yep. This will do it. Back soon, team. Back soon.
That's cool.
get paid for it. Yeah, 100%. Where are you? The one that makes the coffees as well?
Yep.
Well, that's a shame.
What are you chasing?
Oh, coffee. Mocha. What do you get? Hey, let's see if the microphone going to the bathroom. All gender toilet. All gender toilet. I don't know what that means. Isn't it both? So I was watching the Naked Gun, the original movie, just the clip where Frank Drebin goes, he's doing a public speech somewhere and then he's still got the microphone on and then goes to the toilet, which is exactly what I'm doing now. Except he was definitely a lot louder. And he had more of an audience. But anyway, if anything, this might make a good short, reel, whatever. Look, I'm one of the guys, I'm one of those dudes that actually washes his hands. Done. Beauty.
They look like they were ready to tackle.
Straight run down here.
Yeah, it's a lot quicker than it used to be. So, I'm well, I didn't bypass Ballina today.
No.
I was like, do I go in the south end near the prawn? Thank you. And I was like, no, I'll come through the old highway and check. Anyway, keep going. You take care, mate. Have a good day. Thank you. Appreciate it. Someone broke the doors. There we go. Take it easy, boys. All right, back on the road. Toilet breaking coffee in hand. Fuel, 169.9 for normal. And what's diesel? 192.9. A little bit cheaper than Queensland. Up here. Geez, that's the day. New South Wales was always more expensive. Not anymore. All right. Oh, where's my phone? All right, let's, before I actually start driving. So, do that. Press that button. All right, so my camera's full. All right, I shouldn't have a problem with the front camera the whole time. All right, for the rest of the trip. All right, so let's turn this on. Let's go to resize this one down to here. There we go, team. Lock that one. Then let's do a second scene. Oh, let's just call it scene 2. All right, I'm All right, I'm still here. I'm just gonna create a new scene. So the first thing I'll do is copy and paste the audio. So give me a sec. All right, so audio should be good there now. I'll come back here. I'm going to copy the laptop cam. Copy. All right, change scene. And go paste. All right, but I'll actually, old mate just walking off in the distance, which you can't see because I got the wrong scene up. Let's go that one. Hey, let's walk around the corner now. All right, so I can change from here to here now. No problemo. And that should, if I need to change to scene 2 quickly, because the camera, but the front camera should be fine. It's fully charged and it's should remain fully charged for the rest of the trip by looks. So, all right. So if anything, the next thing is potentially the it's potentially the lapel microphone. May have been a blonde girl in there's the ductwork. Old mate and his ductwork. Oh, all right, back on the road again. I remember this little bridge. Oh, homeless guy on his shopping trolley. He's on the ice. They just stand out, don't they? All right, aircon, bit cooler. The inverter is switched on. Don't pick your nose, Sarge, because you're on camera. So I remember this is the way I used to drive to Sydney back in the day when I was in the army. Usually, I would have been on Christmas leave. I would have driven home from Sydney. Most of my military career was spent based in Sydney. A couple of years in Brisbane, a couple of years in Albury, a couple of years in Townsville, but mostly in Sydney, which wasn't terrible. And yeah, this was the main highway. Stopped in that Macca's a few times, stopped at that Hungry Jack's, definitely. I mean, bypasses, they've got their pros and cons. I mean, you definitely want to if you're on the highway doing a and you just want least amount of stoppage time, you just want to potentially bump into a service station on the highway, a proper, truck stop service station. All you can eat and drink, come and go as quickly as possible. But I think we need to remember to make an effort to stop by the little towns, like Radiator Springs. I usually refer to Radiator Springs because that's exactly what happened to that little town in the movie Cars. Probably one of the only kids' movies I've ever watched without an actual child with me. Just sitting here with a big grin on my face. Beautiful day for a drive. Apparently it's going to bucket down in Bathurst. Actually, I can check that. Let's check that.
Make sure my volume's turned down. Don't want to get done for any sort of copyright. Oh, but I can say what I can see, and what I can see is a crash at the top of the mountain already. I don't know what... Oh, 2 out of 86 cup. There you go. Oh, it's a big river there, hey. Actually, yeah, there's been flood. There was flooding down this way a few months ago. Wasn't the best. All right, we're heading back towards the highway. Hopefully, we'll get a view of the big prawn. We'll be on the right. The big prawn. Throw another shrimp on the barbie. My, heaven forbid, lack of a better word, suitcase is sitting on the passenger seat with the laptop mounted, like sitting on top of it, and which is working quite well. Better than last time. Anyway, it's heavy enough that it made the seat belt beep at me. You know, when you put something too heavy on the passenger seat, and then you have to do the seatbelt up because it weighs too much. Good coffee, actually. So you might have still been able to hear me inside. I'll go back and I'll see if I could hear myself in the shop. But they only had one. One thing I don't like is when you go to a service station that makes coffee and there's one person behind the counter and they're expected to do the fuel and make coffees at the same time. And I get in there and there was one person behind the counter and I'm like, and it was a wild bean coffee counter, but it's like a shared counter. And I'm like, oh, what's the go here? And then a second person popped out and I was like, okay, that's all right. There's the big prawn just near the Bunnings on the right coming up. I know there's some trees in the way, but the big prawn is there on the right. I wonder if it's got a name. Does the big prawn at Ballina have a name? Like Prawny McPrawnface, of course. Oh, Prawny McPrawnface. Had to be said. Had to be said. Oh, can I come back to that? What is that? Connor. G'day, Connor. Connor McCoombs. That sounds a little bit like Prawny McPrawnface. How are you, mate? Sorry, I wasn't looking at the live chat, but I am now. Just negotiating a little coastal town in Queensland. Oh, you could hear. Yeah, you know what? These microphones are good. These microphones are good. Yeah, good morning to you, Connor. How are you, mate? Oh, so coffee, not at your coffee shop, unfortunately. Your coffee shop's like 200 kilometers away now. What are you doing today, buddy?
Are you doing your main gig or your coffee gig? Because I've actually been working out of Watso for the last couple of days, but couldn't. Yeah, didn't see you, buddy. All right. Let's get back up on the highway. Go, go, go. Give it the beans. Oh. Main thing today? Yeah, Roger, buddy. Nah, good on ya. I got a little round trip of New South Wales and Queensland, but back in about 10 days' time, I think. So I'll definitely come and see you. And I hope all's well going at the side hustle. Good coffee. Good coffee. If you're ever in Launton, I'll plug you, brother. How about I give you a plug to all of the 4 people that are watching? If you're ever in Launton, in North Brisbane, and you want a good coffee, I've forgotten the name of your place. What's the name of your coffee place again? It's Catch Coffee. There you go, I remembered. Catch Coffee in Launton on Todd's Road. How's that for a memory? See, I don't have dementia just yet. Your toasties are pretty good too, mate. Especially the chicken cheese toasty. I don't mind that one. I stopped the car, didn't I? Which means the cruise control needs to be reset. There we go. Can I say the story? Connor, I'm going to say the story. Connor has a girlfriend. She was about to lose her job when the coffee shop was up for sale, so Connor bought it. So you bought your girlfriend a job back, basically, and now she kind of runs it for you. Between her and the other barista that I haven't even met yet. So. Is my focus is going in and out, hey? That's crap. Let's why is the focus? Let's focus on the sky. No, that's crap. I'm gonna have to yeah, the chicken is good stuff. Catch Coffee, Todd's Road, Launton, North Brisbane. If you're ever up that way, go say hello, get yourself a coffee, sit in. They like to dress up. They like to dress up and wear different costumes sometimes. Normally I can just tap the, actually, oh, this way. Oh. What is going on? Yeah, the autofocus is, that's not too bad. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that. My little flippy screen on the camera, actually, now that I've flipped it out, I can actually see it. So I can see what the focus is hunting. Huh. Yeah, it's hunting all sorts of stuff. Where's my glasses? Ugh. Oh look, I can actually kind of see it now. There's so much delay as well. Am I even live? Yeah. All right, so I'm watching on YouTube live, but the delay is crazy. Tracking cancel. Oh, do I have to like hit that as a button? Okay, is that track? Oh, it was tracking. Okay, has that fixed it? I think that's fixed it. No, maybe not. No, it's still trying to track. I mean, that's cool when I want to do that, but I don't want to do that, do I? What is that? That was a muffler. That was a truck muffler on the shoulder. That wasn't small. That was that's not something you want to hit, especially if you're a motorcyclist. How do I turn the tracking off? Oh. Oh, do I just press the button? Oh, I think I did it. Fingers crossed, team. Fingers crossed. I turned the tracking off. So hopefully the focus should stay a lot better. I tell you what, technology is can bamboozle the best of us. But when you get it, geez, it feels good. All right. Oh, can I play a song? Well, there's not that many of us around. All right, there's at least 5 people watching. So if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. It costs nothing and it's awesome. Hit the like button. That would be amazing as well, now that I've worked out how to focus my camera properly. And if I go to my files, this song should come up. Oh, there's that one. This one. Now, I've got to, have I Bluetooth to the car? I should be Bluetooth to the car at least. Yeah, I'd say so. So where's the Bluetooth audio? Source. Bluetooth, there we go. All right. If I Bluetooth to the car. Oh, I can hear myself. There we go. All right. So, I go to file. Can I play this?